G'day mates, it's Bish.Busta here. Well, 2016 is almost here guys, and as always I'll be here bringing you guys scary stories and creepy countdowns and all that good stuff for next year. But before this video starts, I just wanted to throw something at you guys to consider. Something I've noticed is that many of the scary story channels and countdown channels, etc., they kind of sort of lack an individual character to them. And what I mean by this is that many of the channels, the content creator of that channel, they don't really do too much personal interaction with the people that support them. And I don't really know why this is, but something I've never wanted for my channel in particular is for it to become this kind of soulless machine where I guess I just kind of pump out videos each week and where we don't get to kind of interact and where you guys don't get to know me and I don't get to know what's going on with you guys, and you know, it just kind of is this soulless kind of dead channel where people just come and watch things for information. I guess I've just never really wanted that. So one of the goals next year for me is I guess I want to try and connect with you guys a little bit more, and I thought maybe doing some more vlogging and I guess just showcasing some of my life a little bit more would be a cool idea. And I guess I'm doing this primarily because I'm beginning to understand that heaps of you guys are not just here because of the content I create, but also because of me. Heaps of you guys really support me and want to get to know who I am, and to be honest with you, I want to get to know you guys too. And originally I created another channel where I was going to do some gaming videos and some vlogging stuff, and I guess I could continue to do that over there, but I wanted to let you guys decide because I feel like maybe you guys would prefer if I shared my life with you guys here on the main channel, because this is kind of where I am most of the time. But let me know, because I could also do the vlogging over there, if you guys would prefer to kind of separate them a little bit. But yeah, just let me know in the comments below guys if you would prefer to have it here or there. But either way, I'm going to be doing a lot more vlogging in 2016, so I guess, if you want to get to know me a bit more and want to interact with me on a more kind of personal level, head over to that second channel if, for whatever reason it ends up being over there. But if not, then I guess, if people are happy for me to have it here, then I guess you can kind of expect to have it here. So yeah, but either way guys, let me know in the comment section below so that I know what you guys feel would be best. Also, before the video begins guys, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone this year who contributed to the channel. Whether you submitted stories, provided suggestions, gave encouraging or critical feedback, or just watched a video. All of you have been such a major support to me this year, and it's incredible, honestly incredible, to see how far the hive has grown in just 6 months, guys. It's crazy. And listening to some of my old content has really helped me to see just how much I've improved over this time. And honestly guys, so much of that is thanks to all of you. I have never been so happy to be doing something, and I've loved every moment of interacting with all of you. It's such an awesome, diverse and rich community here, and I receive messages from people all over the world asking me to never stop making videos, and that they spend every day just waiting for the next video I make. And people are messaging me saying that my videos help them to sleep or help them to cope with things, or just help them to get through life because they don't feel so alone, because bad things happen to everyone. So, I'm just so humbled and appreciative that my channel has become this, and that, you guys are the community that are making this. And yeah, I'll never take it for granted. And it's because of all of you guys sharing the videos with your friends, liking the videos, watching the videos, and all of the support that you guys just throw behind me personally and the channel, that we've come so far. And honestly, I would never have come so far without all of you guys. Whether you began watching mid-2015 when I first began, or you just joined over the past few weeks, I mean, each of you are such a huge encouragement and support to me. And I don't know if all of you watched my 100k video, but that video really outlined, at the beginning, how life was for me over the past few years. It's been really tough, I'll be honest with you guys, it's been really hard. But because of all of you, I now wake up every morning with a huge smile on my face. I feel so incredibly happy and blessed because of all of you. And I've just loved getting to know so many of you guys this year, whether through email, Facebook, Twitter, or just regular comments through the comment section here on YouTube. You guys are honestly changing my life, and for that, guys, I'm so grateful. Thank you all so much for an incredible 2015, guys. I hope 2016 is even better as well. And you know what? With you guys around, I have no doubt that it will be. You guys are just so awesome, and I just can't thank you enough for the difference that you're making in my life, my family's life, and yeah, I don't know what else to say, but just thank you guys so much. So just so you guys know, I'll be taking a few days off to be with family and friends over Christmas. But all of you guys, please stay safe out there, and look after one another. And I'll be here after the little few days of just taking a bit of a rest and kicking back and eating some good food and just taking some time out just to rejuvenate after an incredibly busy and awesome year. So I hope you guys enjoy this video. It's a doozy. It's really long. It's the top ones for the subscribers of this year, their stories. So there ain't no pictures, there ain't no sound effects. It's all raw. It's just something for you guys to kick back to, play video games, listen to at night in bed, or just whatever you guys do to relax. This is just something that can accompany you and help you guys to relax even more and just kick back and listen and enjoy. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the video, and thanks again for an amazing 2015. And without further ado, let's begin. The dreaded family vacation. Up to a certain age, there is a comfort, and excitement even, about being cooped up with your nearest and dearest in a tin can on wheels for a week or two at a time. But once you reach the age of independent thinking, those family camping trips can seem more like punishment for some unknown crime. In my case, I made this realization about the age of 12. Unfortunately, this was too young to make a case for staying home while the rest of the folks went traipsing up and down the East Coast, hitting all the historical landmarks worth seeing, and a whole lot more of them that just should have been left out of the Rand McNally Atlas. That was how we found our way before Google and GPS. Some trips, however, did not take us too far from home, and these were more tolerable, mainly because the shorter distance somehow meant we had more room for stuff. I still can't reconcile that math, but it meant that I could take my bike with me, and that meant that I could escape the campsite and get off by myself to explore. Woods, lake shores, trails, I rode them all on that old Schwinn with the hard rubber tires and only one gear. We were camping in southern New Jersey, in the area known as the Pine Barrens. This name might be familiar to anyone that has run across the stories of the Jersey Devil, or those mafia hitmen who left their victims there. The Barrens are a unique ecosystem with miles and miles of scrub pine, white sand roads, and, amazingly, given most people's impression of New Jersey, a whole lot of nothing else. I had started out on the main road, but took a side branching trail and soon was deep in the woods. It was tricky going, as the sand trail often got deep and soft, and I would need to weave between these spots to stay upright. Occasionally, there was nothing else to do but dismount and push the bike through firmer area. After about 20 minutes of this, I came across one of the small, shallow streams that lace the Barrens. The trail descended to the stream, then rose just a bit on the other side. Neither bank was that steep. In fact, if I stood in the stream, I'd be able to see over either bank into the trees that came up just to the edges. I got off the bike as the trail was narrow and I had the vague idea of fording the stream while carrying the bike. Concentrating on keeping my footing while I descended, I was frozen in my tracks with the most hideous screeching scream. It was a cross between a wail and a cackle, and it was loud, really loud. It came from straight up. And there, perched on the branches, was something. Remember, I'm 12, pushing a bike and scared so shitless that I would not need to potty stop for 2 days. I saw claw-like feet grasping the branch with bent skinny legs, and a furry body leaning forward a bit, and 2 red eyes. I am tempted to say glowing red eyes, but I can't swear by the glow. Red, however, is definite. There were humpy shapes behind the body that might spread out into wings, but I didn't stop to wait for an air show. I threw my leg over my bike, hit the pedals, and flew down the near bank, through the stream and up on the other side. I was pedaling for gold at that point, and did not slow down until I met up with the main road, maybe 15 minutes from that stream. When I say main road, I mean something wide enough for a car. That is, 1 car. At that point, I slowed down enough to risk a backward glance, and nothing. I let the bike coast to a stop and wearily climbed off, realizing, as I did, that somewhere in my wild ride, I'd torn open my arm. The blood was running freely from a long deep scratch. Blood, even mine, does not bother me much. Pain, on the other hand, it sucks. And this sucker was starting to hurt. I remembered some fundamental first aid, and I tried to tear some material from my shirt to use as a bandage. T-shirts, they were tougher than 12-year-olds back then, so I had no luck. As I stood, debating my options, I glanced back the way I came, and thought that I saw a dark figure either leaping or flying along the trail I'd just covered. Fuck the first aid. I bolted. I was never an athletic kid, but I could have set some kind of land speed record that morning. Honestly, I've never before or since moved that fast. The road was blessedly firm, and I didn't wipe out on soft sand. The turn off to the campground was just ahead, and I kept telling myself, believing I had circled around and was now coming into the grounds from the back. But there was no signs, no entrance, no side roads. Just this single ribbon of sand stretching ahead forever. So I pedaled, glancing back every now and then. Nothing behind, and damn little ahead. Just at that point, where I'd convinced myself that I had really screwed up and gotten myself lost in the woods forever, I saw a signpost in the distance. Riding more slowly now, I finally reached it and discovered I was only about half a mile from the campground. The ground around the sign was disturbed, and something glittery caught my eye. It was a bottle, well, half a bottle, with a beautiful, sharp edge. Bottle in hand, I attacked my t-shirt, and soon had the lower half of my arm well wrapped. Now, I could finally think. I stood with one hand on the bike and peered back the way I had come, and nothing. I held my breath, trying to listen, and nothing. I got back on the bike and proceeded at a slow pedal for the rest of the way. As I turned into the campground entrance, I relaxed, really feeling as though I had reached home base and safety. But that's when it swooped, passing just a few feet over my head, and it let out one last banshee cackle. Don't ask me why I still had that broken bottle in the basket of my bike, or why I whipped it out and flung it upward as hard as I could. I missed, of course, but the creature went away, and honestly, that's all I cared about. Naturally, all the grown-ups were concerned about the arm wound, and I fluffed through the explanation of falling down a bank and cutting it somehow. The details of the encounter, they weren't worth mentioning. The lecture about bike safety would have been bad enough without adding warnings about flying hairy creatures into the mix. A registered nurse with whom we were camping with took over. She cleaned and rewrapped my arm and decided I probably didn't need stitches. In the end, she was right. I still have that arm and the scar to remind me of that experience. As to whatever it was that I met that day, well, that area does encompass a bird sanctuary, and there are a number of large, loud birds that either lived there or stopped in as they migrated. Sure, it could have been a bird, a hairy bird with red eyes. I mean, there's lots of them around, aren't there? Here's a little background. The story that I'm about to tell you happened to me about 18 years ago. It actually is more of a story about my mother than me personally. My mother comes from a family of 5 siblings, and she was the youngest of them. They came from Germany and migrated into the Czech Republic, and they went willingly due to better work opportunities. As my mother was struggling at the time with the Czech language, and the gap between her and her siblings was large, she struggled in finding someone close enough to her in this desperate time. But she actually surprisingly found such a person in her oldest brother. They became best friends in the future too. I tell you this now as it has something to do with the investigation later. When my mother was about 30 and I was about 8 years old, she had received a message that my uncle, her oldest brother, he died. Obviously, she was devastated by this message. She would cry whole days and would be on the telephone trying to find out what had happened, as the police refused to tell her all the details. She would cry for whole days and was always on the phone trying to find out what had happened, as, strangely, the police refused to tell her all of the details. After about a week, the police, they came to tell us the cause of the death. He had supposedly been driving under the influence and too fast and had a deadly car accident. They also told us that these types of accidents were very common. My mum, though, she didn't believe this. My uncle was a good man and a solid businessman, and he didn't drink. Because my mother didn't believe the police, she called my uncle's wife to meet up with her. My auntie, she didn't want to talk about the accident and told us that we should just let it go. But my mother was furious. She told my auntie that she couldn't believe that my auntie didn't care and that she didn't want to know the truth. After some conversation, my mother convinced her that she wanted to see the car. My mother and father drove one day into Prague, and when they returned, they looked happy. They told me that everything was okay, but I could clearly see something was bothering them. Later, when I was 23, my father told me what they saw, but at the time, I didn't understand. My father told me that the car was burned up, and it didn't look like a car accident. In fact, it looked almost as if someone had put a bomb in the engine or something. After about a week, my mother had some arguments with my father. This was pretty surprising to me, as they never really argued. Or, at least, never in front of me. For the next few weeks, everything seemed absolutely normal, except for a few mobile phones, as my mother always tried to be secretive around them. About 3 months later, my mother had a serious argument with someone on the phone. She told my father that it was nothing serious, but he didn't believe her. They talked to each other until my mother told him that she was in contact with some private investigator. My father became furious and warned her that she was walking on thin ice, but my mother told him that he didn't have to worry anyway, as the private investigator, he refused to work on the case after some difficulties. My mother, though, she didn't want to leave this alone, and so she contacted yet another private investigator. One day, we came home with my mother from my school. She drove me home that day, and it was near the school. I normally walked home as it wasn't that far and we lived in a small town anyway. But when we came home, there were 3 black cars just sitting out the front of our house. When we came to the door and opened, we saw my father sitting on a couch with a white face. He looked at us, and he was clearly scared. There were 4 other men in black suits with black hand gloves and dark glasses. They looked at my mum and told us to come in. My mother immediately told them that she would call the police, but the men, they just laughed at her. Before we knew it, 3 more similar large men came in right behind us and pushed us into the home. Behind them, there was an old, white-haired man. I was pretty nervous, and I don't know why I did this, because I was on the verge of crying. I looked at the old man and smiled at him nervously, but he just looked at me. His glare was horrible. It was without emotion, and he looked at me as if he was thinking about something, very seriously. He made me look away, but I saw his glare on me for a couple more seconds. Then he spoke in some language that I didn't know at the time, but later found out that it was Russian. He said something to one of the men, and the man, he just nodded. Then the old man started to talk in Czech with a deep old voice. It was really creepy. He told us, "Miss, I'm sure you know why we're here today. You have been warned before, and you didn't listen. Now, you'll pay the consequences." From nowhere, 2 of the men snatched my mother and duct taped her mouth. They also put some white cloth to her face for a few seconds until she fell unconscious. Then they put a black sack on her head. My father tried to protest and to do something, but one of the men hit him so hard that he also fell unconscious. Then the old man, he told me that if I stayed quiet and followed them, they would not hurt my mum. I cried and could not talk out of sheer fear, but I nodded. I was put in the car and we began to drive. I started to hear my mum after about 5 minutes, and we drove for about another 20 minutes when we suddenly stopped. From nowhere, the men around me, they just started to leave the car, and then one of the men told me to come out. I was afraid, but something in that old man's voice made me believe that maybe if I am really silent and listen to what they tell me, everything will be alright. They took my mum out of the car and took off the black sack and took away some little white piece of plastic rope or whatever it was around her hands. They let my mum hug me, and then the old man said, "Look around, what do you see? Go on, try and cry out. No one will come." A moment of silence came over us, and my mother, she started to cry. The old man, he started to grin and said, "Your son? He's the same age as mine." There was another pause, but this one, it felt like an eternity. And after which, he said, "Today, you get to go home. But just today. Your brother, he was not a good man. Let it go." From out of nowhere, they just got into the car and drove away. I was left standing with my mum in the middle of nowhere, and we were crying and she was hugging me. She didn't have a phone, so we had to hitchhike to get home. We got home after about 3 hours, as we didn't know where we were. As we saw our home and one of the black cars still in front of the house, my mum started to run desperately to the house. At the tender age of 8, even I realized that she was afraid that my dad was hurt. When we came home, we saw that 3 men were sitting around, and our father, he was in the kitchen with a towel to his nose. It was bloody, but he wasn't really bleeding anywhere else. My mum started to cry and hugged him, and the men didn't protest, and immediately they started to leave the house. My mum asked my father if he was okay, and he told her that when he woke up, the men had helped him with his bloody nose. They didn't hurt him anymore, and they told him that they'd only hit him because they didn't want him to interfere. They also told him that they knew almost everything about us, and then my dad started throwing examples out, which at the time I didn't understand, but my mother, she was white and trembling. My father later told me that they knew everything, almost every single thing about us. They also told my father that the private investigator, he was left with 2 broken legs. We never heard of them again, and my mother, she immediately stopped looking into the case of her brother. We never had any more trouble with them after this, and since that time, we've never seen them ever again. I was 15, my name's Jessica, and my brother Jonathan was 17. This took place in a safe, affluent suburb of Detroit. I was living with my dad in Phoenix while I was recovering from a brain tumor. My grandmother, who had a very large presence in our lives, offered to have my brother live with her and her husband, so he doesn't have to move schools for his last year of high school. This was not very unusual for my granny to help and offer. In fact, before my accident, I slept over nearly every Friday night for Shabbat dinner. I loved her so much, and so did my brother. We felt so comfortable with her. She was like one of our parents. My mother has always been suicidal and mentally unstable. My mother had a hard time raising us kids, so my grandmother stepped in a lot. I'm 18 now, and I still don't have any answers as to why she did what she did. What really freaked me out was the timing. Just weeks before, she and my brother visited me in Phoenix Children's Hospital for days. She was feeding me home-cooked meals, reading my books and magazines, and checking on my car from the nurses. Several days after my brother and Granny returned home, my dad and I scheduled to move back home so I could start my physical therapy there. Everyone was glad we were coming back home. My granny killed my brother 5 days before we were moving out. While it is unfortunate, I understand that parents, spouses, kids, or even grandparents kill their loved ones. But my grandmother's story is very strange because suddenly she gunned down my brother while he was dying on the phone with 911. This showed she was relentless and wanted to finish him off no matter how incriminating, sickening, or cruel. Once in a while I will review his 911 tape recording because it is the only way I can hear his voice again. It is sad to think that a loving Jewish grandmother would snap like this. There was no reason as to why she wanted to kill her grandson. She just snapped, or maybe she was suppressing her desires for so long she couldn't hold it in any longer. My mum suspects after this tragedy that my grandmother also poisoned her own mother, because she insisted that her mother was going to die that night, and her last meal was matzo ball soup. I digress. You can listen to his call here. Listen at your own risk. Having a video like this conditions people and makes them sympathize with the right person, the person who died. You can clearly learn from the tape who the real crazed devil is. In 2012, when I was 24, I lived in a small rural town called Chatsworth in the state of Georgia. It borders vast wilderness and mountain areas, lots of forests nearby. Some more background information though. When I was 18, I made a few mistakes I'm not proud of. I had slept with a 16-year-old girl, and so I have to register as a sex offender for the rest of my life. It's no big deal, but this comes into play later. The only other person I ever associated with who was also a registered offender was a man we called Fred. Fred worked at a carpet mill with me. It's just about the only work to be had in this small town. Fred was older and a bit creepy, but I put up with him because he would drive me to work and drop me off at home quite often. Usually, on my days off, I would go jogging in what we call the circle during the night hours. It's a sidewalked path that circles around the rec centre and swings by the library. I'm not really supposed to be in the proximity because of a nearby school, but there were never any problems, and nobody really bothers anyone where I lived. One day, Fred was driving me home, and he seemed paranoid. He kept watching cars and asking me if I had made the same turns as he did. He was trying to figure out if I was being followed. I told him that I hadn't really noticed, and I'm not one of those tough guy types like he was, nor am I prone to any real paranoia. Not then I wasn't anyway. Fred went on to tell me that there were rumours of strange disappearances in Chatsworth and the surrounding cities, particularly sex offenders. I told him, "Relax dude, you're just being paranoid. People take off and don't register all the time." To which he quickly responded, "Exactly." He was starting to sound a bit crazy, so I just listened and didn't offer any more input. Then he went on to say, "And if no family members report them missing, it's a criminal offence. They take out a warrant on them, not search or rescue. No investigation into the disappearance, like a normal citizen." Then he went on to tell me that he had thought he was being followed a few times by the same vehicle, a dark green SUV, and that one night the GBI had watched his home for the night, informing him that there had been some strange rise in absconders, and that due to this fact they would be conducting random stakeouts to try and figure out what was happening. I told Fred that they probably just shook him up and now he was reading too much into it. Then he dropped me off, and I went into my usual routine in my small single-wide trailer. As I browsed on my laptop, it quickly occurred to me that anyone could get online and find all of my information. Where I live, work, past employment, everything. It's all public information, and of course I already knew that, but if anything was occurring, there would be really no way to escape for me. I shrugged it off. Fred is a bit weird anyway. I don't even know what his offence was, but I doubt it was as innocent as mine. I didn't even want to know. A couple of weeks go by as normal. I had almost forgotten about Fred's weird stalker. Then he told me something that gave me shivers down my spine. We were driving to work, and he was recounting an earlier conversation we had. When I was at his house a week earlier, we had a couple of beers and heard a car engine running outside. He told me it was probably his landlord's generator, that he hears it every night for a while, sometimes several times per night. Well, he told me that he looked outside for some reason around 4 a.m, and there it was, the dark green SUV. It was just sitting in the dark, running in the road. No headlights on or anything. He said that the noise was the vehicle that had been following him. Then he told me that he thought someone had been in his home while he was at work, that some things were missing, though he wouldn't tell me what. It seemed like they were things he didn't want anyone to know about. He also told me that his landlord confirmed that he hasn't run his generator but a couple of times that whole month. Fred's paranoia got worse, then it got better. At first, I could tell he hadn't been sleeping over the course of many days. He would say things like, "He's toying with me, the fucker, I know it." Then, one day a couple more weeks later, he told me, "I guess I lost that psycho. No problems for over a week. Thank God." I was a bit relieved. I don't like to see anyone under that sort of stress, real or imagined. I was afraid. Fred must have been the culprit. I knew it. That paranoid sick freak is now messing with me. A few days after that conversation, and no more mention of it, I had just got back from my usual jog and noticed that my living room light was off. I knew I left it on, but hell, maybe it just blew out. But then as I approached the door, I saw that one of my flower pots had fell off the porch. It looked like it got bumped off. I still didn't think much of it, because there are neighborhood dogs that roam around. Maybe one knocked it off my porch. The front door was still locked, exactly as I left it. But as I entered the home, I knew something was wrong. My laptop was shut. I never shut my laptop because the screen hinge was broken, so I always left it open, but someone else wouldn't know that. I was afraid, but Fred must have been the culprit. I knew it. That paranoid sick freak is now messing with me. Who knows what he wants to do to me? The next day went like normal, but when he picked me up for work, I didn't say much to him. But he acted normal, like he always does. I kept studying him for clues the next few days, but all was normal. One night, on my jog, I had the eeriest feeling that I was being watched. I slowed to a walk and stared out across the ball field. I was approaching the library. The tree line of the woods, about 100 yards away, in the dark, scanning across. Something. A leg? My heart jumped, and I noticed the outline of a person standing on the edge of the woods. I could barely make him out, but I could see he was holding something up to his face with both hands. It reflected the streetlights for a moment. I just kept walking, but at a faster rate. This man looked tall and thin, not short and fat like Fred. I really can't picture Fred going through all the trouble to walk out there anyway, especially in the dark. Who does that? Walks in the woods around the rec centre and stands in the dark. When I got back to my trailer, I decided to do some investigating. The keyhole had scratch marks underneath it. Some looked fresh, some looked old. I had never noticed them before. Maybe they were already there when I started renting the place. I don't know. But I didn't want to ask the landlord if something was damaged before I got the place. It just wouldn't have sounded right. I forgot about everything, for a while. About a week later, I was waiting for Fred to pick me up for work. He was running late. Fred had his flaws, but he was always early. Always the exact same time. Fred was like clockwork. His entire routine was, and so was mine. Shit, how could he do this? I'm calling his phone. No answer. I call work. No answer. Well, long story short, I ended up calling into work that day and never heard back from Fred. Ever. The following few workdays consisted of me calling a cab to take me to work. One day, my supervisor asked me if I had heard anything from Fred. I said no. The bastard left me hanging and quit his job without letting me know. Well, we haven't really heard from him either, but his mother has been calling us asking, and so has his parole officer. I didn't even know he was on parole, but this was enough information for me to become very worried. Everyone seemed to forget about Fred over the week. It was like he never even worked there. It was so astonishing to really think about how someone could vanish from the face of the earth without any concern being raised a week later. About a half a month went by before the incidents began, again. Several times I knew someone had been in my home. I started getting many Facebook friends requests from outrageously hot women that wanted to ask me about everything in the world. I'm not even supposed to have a Facebook, so I deleted mine. Something weird was going on. Often my webcam light would just come on by itself. Sometimes my emails would be read, ones that I hadn't read. I changed my passwords, then they got rechanged. This happened many times. I knew someone was hacking into my accounts. The other IP addresses that logged into them showed other countries, so I knew they were using proxies. The creepy happenings during my jogs continued. One man jogged toward me and bumped me hard. He had on a hood, so I didn't see his face. But the way he just kept going, it seemed intentional, like he was fucking with me. I saw glints of light in the bushes while jogging. I dared not investigate them though. Then, one night jog seemed normal, until bright headlights came flying down the road. A road in a school zone. You just don't go flying down this road. It's between a high school, a library, a hospital, and right near the police station. It flies up, a truck, I think, and just as I think it's about to zip past, the brakes hit hard. There's a bit of a screech of tyres, and the high beams come on. I can't see anything. Then it slowly creeps by. I have the overwhelming feeling that a shark is circling me. As it passes by, I see it's the dark green SUV, a Chevy Trailblazer. It passes by, and I never see the face of the driver. I had begun to research the absconders, the sex offenders who have moved and not registered their new addresses. They had almost quadrupled in my area in the past 4 years. Suddenly, and it stayed that way with some minor verifications over those 4 years. I searched for missing persons in my area. Fred was not listed. Maybe many are not. But 6 of them in those past 4 years were also absconders on the sex offender registry. Before that, there were only 2 listed that were also absconders. If I went back 3 years before that, no listed missing persons were sex offenders. But as I thought about it, Fred wasn't listed. Who knows how many have gone missing? The number of absconders from the sex offender registry was 10 to 16 more than usual per year for the last 4 years. Hell, I thought. You're just being paranoid. Relax. You'll end up like Fred. End up like Fred? How did Fred end up anyway? This was a rough time for me, to be sure. But it seemed like something I could completely forget about until something would happen. Then it was always harmless enough to creep me the fuck out, but then I could forget about it again. I went back to my jogs for a while and had no more issues during my night jogs until the night it happened. I was approaching the area between the library and the local hospital about 3 a.m. Anyone from Chatsworth will have a clear picture in their mind of this area. Catching my breath, I slowed to a walk, taking in the serene stillness. The cool air was rushing down my throat, and my heartbeat was going fast. I was looking over towards the hospital, the only thing with any activity. But there wasn't anyone outside at the moment. It was so still, so calm, and deserted. Deserted other than the parking lot behind me I'd already passed. Someone had left their vehicle there. The vehicle I saw a couple of minutes previous and paid no mind to. The SUV. I went to turn and see and felt something pop. It hit me right in the butt cheek. A man approached, not walking directly from the vehicle, but from the direction of the woods. I'm shocked, and I look at my now burning numb backside, and a large projectile, like a dart with a coloured fuzzy ending, protruded from my back pocket. I was trying to run away and remove the dart, realising it was stuck in me through my pants. I was fumbling, stumbling. It began to get hard to focus and hard to hold myself up. Everything became heavier, and if I can just make it to the fucking hospital, if I can just get up the road and cross it. I keep looking behind me, then in front of me. He's getting closer, and the road seems further and further. I just can't make it to the damn road. How can I even get to the hill leading up to it? What am I doing? Where am I? Things keep getting more and more distant. I have some vague memories, I think, of being carried, of being rolled onto something metal that I'm laying against. Something with wheels at the bottom, but upright. Some vague memories of sitting in a passenger seat watching streetlights go by. Then lots of trees. Lots of trees for a while. Dirt roads, mountain roads, being rolled onto something again. Someone talking to himself, maybe to me, I can't tell. Everything is just so incoherent. I have some dreams, though I can't remember them, aside from that they were very weird. I awaken and it's still night. What? No, I can't remember it being daylight. What? Daylight in the woods? When? I'm just totally out of it. I'm restrained to a tree. My pants were wet. Yes, I urinated on myself, apparently. My hands are restrained, above my head. My feet are fastened together and to the tree. I'm very hungry. Has a whole day gone by? I'm sore in multiple places. I can tell I've been beaten a bit. After coming to my senses, I realize I'm on a trail tied to a tree. There's a table set up in front of me with knives laid out. A sign hanging above the table on a tree just in front of me. After spending some quiet time trying to read in the dark, I saw that it read something along the lines of, "Don't worry, I will return." I was scared to fucking death. I've never gone through something like this before or since. I'm really a nice guy. I would never intentionally hurt anyone. Why is this happening to me? I'm hyperventilating and freaking out. I cry and scream. No use. Every forest sound must be him. Then it isn't. I can't tell what time it is or how long I wait. I can't get loose because I feel so weak and nothing seems to be working. Eventually, I hear the sound of an engine. I scream, "Help me!" as loud as I can, but the sound just goes away. Time just keeps going on, and then I get that overwhelming creepy feeling again, like someone is coming for me. Yeah, that feeling I've been feeling all this time. I was being stalked. It is like the feeling of absolute evil in the shadows of the unknown. I know it's him. He's nearby. And suddenly, I hear a man's voice. "Awake yet?" I don't say anything. I'm not asleep, just not saying anything. It's dark though, and I guess he couldn't see me. Fuck, I guess I killed him already. Now what the fuck am I gonna do? He said it so matter-of-factly, like he was just pissed because he lost something and didn't have anything to do. He sets down a backpack and pulls out a package, a sack of something. It's rolling tobacco. He sits against the tree and rolls a cigarette. He's tall and skinny, but something he gives off is menacing. It's like how some guys you don't want to mess with because they're big guys, but then there's those few that are small guys, but you just know not to fuck with them. He was one of those. He wasn't big, but I could just tell he was a very intimidating guy. I could smell his cologne as he sat there, checking his phone. He was cussing something about a woman he was texting, or when she would meet him, or if she was done with him. I think he mentioned 2 different ones, but I can't remember. Eventually, I have that familiar stinging burn in my sinuses. Oh fuck, I have to sneeze. It happens. I sneeze hard, and the man jumps on his feet, walking over, glaring to investigate. I see his eyes light up with a demonic-like enjoyment. Not like he's insane crazy, just really excited. No, this guy was in total control. Total control of everything. He knew exactly what he was doing and had done this enough to be used to it. Oh good, you're awake. Still groggy? It's still hard to remember all of it, but he went on having a very long conversation with me. He did almost all of the talking, and it pretty much involved completely around him. He said that he had already taken my friend. He told me that there had been 28 others before me. He talked as if this made him look like a god, because when we're this far out, the world doesn't exist and that we are the only 2 people there are. That when he becomes the most important person, to me, he is the most important person that exists. I could tell he was getting a high from this. It was like crack to him. But he was completely in control, not a crazed-like lunatic. He bragged a lot about how smart he was, how he would use his spyware to watch me at home, how he has been in my home many times, how he knew everything about me. It was like I was talking to Satan himself. He was cunning and in control, drunk with power. I was afraid, and he was getting off on it. I also remember that he had a lot of hairspray, or perhaps mousse. He was a white man, in maybe his mid-20s. His hair was dark brown, or black, and he did it with these distinctive spikes or bangs. His eyes lit up with total evil when he was happy, glowing with anticipation and malice. As the night went on, I told him I'm not a bad guy, that I don't deserve this, that he had the wrong idea, the wrong person. He explained to me that he didn't care. He thought it was funny that I didn't understand. He wasn't mad at me, no. It would have been much better if it were someone angry with me. He was doing this for his enjoyment. I went on. What are you going to do to me? Please, I won't tell anyone, I promise. He pulls out a knife shaped like a hook, then tells me that he will turn my face into a work of art. Then that he would eventually be done with me. He didn't actually say it, but by done with me, I knew what he meant. He was going to kill me. This evil man was going to torture and kill me out in the woods, and nobody would ever know what happened to me. My family would never know. Nobody. I would be forgotten, just like Fred. I'm sorry I don't remember all the exact words. I still felt heavily drugged, and perhaps my mind tries to block out some of those terrifying memories. But I know that he began to cut the left side of my face, slowly, and held my head still. He was savouring the moment, I could tell. He was trying to take his time and holding his urges back. I don't remember if he told me this, or maybe I just knew. Eventually, he said he wanted to save some for later. He unlatched me, let me drink from some bottled water, then gave me a candy bar. After crouching down for a while and gathering my strength, he let me take a piss. He told me, don't even think about running. I didn't have the energy to anyway. It hadn't even occurred to me. This guy was being so normal with me, I thought he may have just let me go, or at least trust me a bit. How could he be so normal with me, and not? Right or wrong? No, he latched me back up in the dark. He fumbled around a bit. I could tell he was having trouble. The only time I ever saw him have trouble with anything. I don't remember him leaving or me falling asleep. Maybe I fainted. I awoke and it was daylight. He wasn't there. The table and duffel bag he kept his knives in were still there. The sign was gone. Maybe he took it down last night. I honestly don't remember. But wait, I'm in a kneeling position. Feet still strapped. Hang on. The wrist straps have broken. They must have broken loose in my sleep. This is it. It's now or never. The crickets are beginning their sounds, and the forest is getting darker by the minute. It's getting late. I know. I'm hurrying to rip apart the plastic wrap that is tightly bound around my ankles in many layers. I think I'm loose and start to jump into a sprint, but fall on my face. Still, a few more bands of plastic. I notice how sore my face is. The left side. He cut marks down it. I get my feet free and dash madly through the woods. No stopping. Even after it's dark, I keep running, tripping over briar bushes, hitting trees face first. I didn't care. I just kept getting up and running until I hit something else. Eventually, after probably hours of pitch black dashing, I curl into a ball and silently rest, unsure if I will ever awaken. Every sound scares the hell out of me. It's worse than a Friday the 13th movie. This guy is menacing and smart. The next morning, I make it to a farm, then to a local highway, 411. I didn't even bother packing my belongings when I got home. I grabbed my wallet and essentials, left the computer, and caught a bus to another state, where I have family. It's 100 miles away from Chatsworth, Georgia. It still scares me though. I couldn't tell the police because I would have to explain too many things I had screwed up and done wrong. That man is still out there. I doubt he's just stopped as well. No. Someone like that doesn't just stop what he's doing. He can always get online and find me, no matter where I go. And now I have a horrifying memory every time I look into the mirror. The scars on my face, they are his art. I'm a young female attending a small all-women's college in the mountains of Virginia, and ever since I started attending this place, I've had several strange and frightening paranormal experiences. But those are for another day, because, as I found out a few months ago, the most frightening monsters, they're always human. I'm a creative writing major, and at my school, all CW majors are required to go on a week-long camping trip. It's sponsored by the program and led by the CW professors. The purpose of the trip is to develop our writing skills by talking to each other and communicating with our professors, away from distractions of technology. We would also have time to do normal camp stuff like fishing, hiking, swimming, canoeing, etc. Now, I'm not much of an outdoor person, but I figured that I might as well get it over with. Plus, students could bring their dog from home, so I brought my dog, Rusi. She's a 3-year-old large, brindle-coloured Great Dane Pipple mix, so she's a big dog, but also the sweetest thing ever. I was the only one who ended up bringing a dog though. So, the group left for the trip, 8 students and 3 professors. When we got there, we all got our tents. Now, the first few days, everything was great. I actually had a fun time and was learning a lot. At breakfast, all the students would be assigned a prompt, i.e. tell the story of this tree, and we would have all day to write a short story in response to it. Then at dinner, we would all read our work and do a group critique. But on the 4th night, I woke up to Rusi growling at the entrance of the tent. I checked my watch. It was 3 AM, so I thought that she might need to use the bathroom or something. I reached my hand to unzip the flap, but Rusi actually nipped my hand and then growled when I tried to open the flap. I was startled. Rusi hardly ever even barked at me, let alone bit me. So I figured there must be something outside that she doesn't want me to go near, as she was a very protective dog despite her sweet nature. My tent had a small section in the front that was covered by clear plastic to serve as a window, so I looked out to see that the clearing where all the tents were, there were 2 large figures going from tent to tent. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, but eventually I was able to make out that both figures were male, and they were going to each tent, unzipping it, sticking their heads in, then zipping the tent back up and moving to the next one. My sleepy brain decided that it was just 2 of the professors checking to make sure all the students were accounted for and that there was nothing to worry about. I started to pet Rusi's head to try and calm her. "It's okay, girl. It's just Professor Cass," and my blood went cold and I froze when the realization hit me. We only had 1 male professor with us on this trip, and furthermore, he wasn't allowed to do night checks. Only the female professors could. I was terrified, and I scrambled for the walkie-talkie I'd been given on the first day. All the students had been given a walkie-talkie that connected to the one the professor had. We were required to carry them with us all the time in case we got lost or something. I hit the button and prayed someone would answer. "Hello? Hello? Pick up, please." I whispered into the walkie-talkie as Rusi and I kept our eyes on the 2 men, who were now standing around talking to each other. I couldn't hear what they were saying though, and at first no one answered. I grew even more scared, but then the sleepy voice of the male professor answered. Hello? Who is this?" "Professor Cass, it's Amy." "Amy, do you know what time it is?" "Professor Cass, there's people in our campsite. I don't know who they are, but they're looking in the tents." "What?" All traces of sleep and annoyance in his voice were gone. He sounded alert, and he sounded mad. I heard rustling on the other end. "I'm coming. Sit still. Stay quiet. I'll call Lynn and Bo and let them know. Be safe." He hung up, and I let myself breathe. For a moment, I was sure that everything was going to be alright. But as I looked outside, all the fear returned. Both men had returned to one of the tents and opened it. I watched in horror as one of the men actually began to duck inside of the tent. I knew the girl who was in there. She was only 5'2", and really tiny. Oh shit, what should I do? Then, all of a sudden, all the fear went away, and it was replaced by a deep, burning rage. I thought to myself, how dare these fuckers try and hurt us? I yanked open the tent flap and screamed at the top of my lungs. Simultaneously, Rusi took off at full speed towards the men and was on them in seconds. I guess she bit one of them because he screamed really loud. This must have woken the girl in the tent because there was another scream, but this one was female. The man who was in the tent stumbled out, and Rusi turned her attention on him. She lunged at him, but he hit her across the face with a large stick. She rolled to the ground, and this gave both men a chance to take off into the woods. Rusi got to her feet and took off after them, barking her head off. I scrambled into the clearing, barefoot, and in my Pokemon nightshirt and Scooby-Doo pajama bottoms. I ran to the girl's tent, and she was thankfully all right, terrified and hysterically sobbing, but she was okay. The commotion woke all the other girls, who emerged from their tents to see me hugging my friend and trying to call for my dog. I told them what had happened, and they were understandably freaked out. Professor Lynn and Bo also arrived, and they were in the cabin down the hill, so it did take them a minute to get to us, and they tried to comfort us. Professor Cass, who was required to sleep at the other end of the campground, arrived with the school van and herded us all into it. I protested though. Rusey still wasn't back yet, and I was afraid the two men had hurt my dog, but Professor Cass literally shoved me into the van, closed the door, and gunned the van down the mountain to the ranger station. I wasn't happy we had left Rusey, but my anger was wearing off, and I started to cry and shake. When we got to the ranger station, I tried to tell them what happened, but I couldn't stop crying, so everyone else had to fill in the blanks for me. A group of rangers went out to search for the men, while a few more stayed behind with us. They made us hot chocolate and wrapped us up in blankets and told us to try and get some rest on the couches in the lobby. I didn't think I would be able to sleep, but I passed out at some point, as did all the girls, and I woke up at around 5:30 to my dog licking my face. When I opened my eyes, I started crying again because I was so happy to see Rusey safe and sound. Apparently, the rangers had found her wandering the woods with a torn piece of bloody denim in her mouth. She had a few cuts and was in desperate need of a bath, but was no worse for wear. The rangers had also gathered all of our stuff from the campsite, and the group left to head back to the college at 6 o'clock in the morning. Looking back at the incident, I'm still amazed that it took place in only about 5 minutes, because it really felt like hours. I still have so many questions. Who were those two men? What did they want? What were they trying to do to my friend? Why didn't they try to come near my tent? The two men, they were never found to my knowledge, and I really don't want to think too hard about what they had planned for my friend. But as for why they didn't come near to my tent, well, honestly, I think I was just lucky. We were assigned tents randomly, and I got the one that was dark green, while all the others were bright shades of yellow, orange, or pink. Also, while the other girls set up their tents in the clearing so they could be closer to the fires, I had set up my tent further back into the tree line and next to some very large bushes. This is because both Rusey and I snore like freight trains, and I didn't want to disturb the others, so I'm pretty sure they just didn't see my tent. I try not to let myself dwell on what could have been, because all I know is that thanks to Rusey, we all got down from that mountain safely. Oh, and as for Rusey, she now enjoys monthly care packages of doggy treats and squeaky toys from all the girls on that trip. Life for her has never been better. Back in 2005, we used to hang out in a huge abandoned fairground that's just a few blocks away from my house. The place was designed by a famous architect, Oscar Niemeyer, and had potential of being one of my country's landmarks, but they stopped building it due to a civil war that broke out in my country. After the Civil War ended, the place became completely abandoned, and it kinda looks like what a fair would look like after an apocalypse. Since it's restricted to the public, naturally, people started spewing out rumors about the place. I didn't believe them, but the most popular rumor was that it had a dangerous satanic cult living underground there. One day, being curious teenagers, we started trying to find a way to sneak into the place, and eventually we found a crack in the concrete fence that could fit us and we could easily go in. It was an absolutely amazing place. There were a lot of buildings, and there was so much vastness to the area. It was around 100 kilometers square and completely abandoned. We felt free to do whatever we wanted since it was restricted to the public and we were completely alone in the area. We started to hang out there almost every day. We explored more and more of the buildings and found that there were so many underground tunnels to explore. One time, we decided to explore the insides of a concrete dome structure. We got in, and it was kind of an indoors Roman stadium where the stage is underground. We circled the area and found a very narrow stairway that led down. Once we got down there, we started exploring all of the corners of this underground complex. And that's when one of my friends noticed something. It was a wall with 4 or 5 faces made of clay stuck on it. The faces, they were featureless and really creepy. It felt really uncomfortable to look at them. For some reason though, we started to detach the faces and smash them on the floor. I detached the last one, and when I saw its back, my heart dropped. A reverse pentagram was carved into it, along with the word evil written 4 or 5 times in my language. We nervously brushed it off as some people who did it just to scare people. I took a picture of the wall after we detached the faces. I went to this underground complex many times, and sometimes we would find mattresses on the floor, and then other times they were gone. We always used to wonder, why would anyone sleep down here? And why would the mattresses be there sometimes and disappear other times? It obviously meant that someone was down here. One time, we wanted to venture farther into the fair, so we started walking towards a building far away from the rest of the buildings, and while walking, we started to smell a horrible smell that just got stronger and stronger the more we advanced, until I almost stepped on something. I looked down, and I saw a rotting carcass of a goat. Not a whole goat, but just the lower part. Immediately I thought, who the fuck would sneak in, kill a goat, slice it in two, and just dump the lower part in the middle of nowhere? We proceeded, and we found some iron stairs. While going up on the iron staircase, we started to notice a thin line laid on every step of the staircase. After we got to the highest step in the staircase, we saw a disemboweled bird. Its intestines stretched over all of the staircase. Another time, we found an iron stick shoved in a bird. Despite all of this weird stuff that happened, we never stopped going there. We always felt like explorers and adventurers while hanging out there. Needless to say though, the more we went there, the creepier things became. One day, we had a bigger group of people. We were 7 people strong this time, and we were just chilling out, smoking, and drinking on one of the place's structures. The sun was setting, and some of my friends started to get a bit scared, but we usually stayed there until dark anyway, so we decided to stay, and we started calling them pussies for being afraid of being there after dark. And that's when the calm guy from our group pointed out to something and yelled, "What the fuck is that?" I looked where he's pointing, and I saw something that was rotating around 200 meters away. It was a man wearing a robe, and he kind of looked like a typical ghost costume. He was turning and turning constantly with his hands away, and his costume spreading due to the rotation. He kept turning and turning until he reached a thick tree and disappeared behind it. We kept gazing upon the tree, waiting to see if he'd come out of there, but nothing. 30 minutes passed and nothing else. Creeped out by this, we just decided to leave this place. A year later, I went there with 2 of my friends, one of which never saw the place. I was very excited to show him all of the tunnels and structures, and also, he was always the kind of person who was afraid of the dark, so I thought it would be fun to try and scare him a bit. After spending the day showing him the place, I decided to show him one last eerie underground tunnel before leaving. To reach this tunnel, you have to go down a concrete spiral stairway until you reach the entrance of the tunnel. A gate used to be on that entrance, and sometimes it was closed and sometimes it was open. Until this day when it was completely detached. We never made a big deal out of it, but it was kind of weird. Now, the tunnel itself, it isn't that long, and at its end you find 2 bathroom doors. These bathrooms are the creepiest and look like something straight out of a horror movie with spiderwebs all over the place, rusty sinks and destroyed stalls. The mirrors were the most unsettling though, with stains all over them and too much dust to even recognize your face. When I invited my friend to come and check out the bathrooms, he just refused. I insisted so much, but he just refused and begged us not to leave him alone and go there without him, as the entrance of the tunnel itself was scaring him. I kept insisting, but eventually gave up since he was just too afraid to go, so we decided to just go back. Now, I have to note that I was the closest to the entrance of the tunnel, and the rest were still on the stairs. The moment we started to go back up the stairs, we heard a bone-chilling growl from within the tunnel. I could have sworn the growl was kind of human though. We ran our way up and ran the hell out of that place, not ever looking back. The sound came from the tunnel, and there was no way to reach that tunnel but through the stairs. My bet is that one of those weird fucks was inside there, just waiting for us. I'm glad my friend didn't want to check out that bathroom after all. I can't imagine what would have happened if we decided to go inside. I'm a 28-year-old mother of a 4-year-old, and right now I'm in a relationship with a man who is not my daughter's father. 3 years ago, about 8 months after I had left my daughter's father due to abuse, I started to feel strange. I felt increasingly paranoid, and almost as if I were being watched for weeks. One night, my sister asked if she could borrow my car because she was having issues with hers. I told her this was fine, as long as she brought it back before 4 AM, because this was the time I take my boyfriend to work. She said that this should be okay. Hours pass by, and I wake up to banging and screaming outside of my window. I jolted awake, heart racing, because I had no idea what was going on. I rushed to the front door and continued hearing screaming and banging when I steadied myself, and I realized it was my sister who was screaming and banging on the door and window. I let her in, saying, "What the hell is going on?" She says, "Hannah, Donnie's outside, and in the bushes by your window. He's outside, right now." I said, "What the fuck?" I looked out the window from my porch and saw my daughter's father standing there, and he had no shirt, no shoes, and he was sweating, as if he'd been out there running all night. I immediately rushed to call the police and check on my daughter. I explained to the dispatcher that he's been abusive towards me in the past, and that he hadn't been into any other drugs other than marijuana before I left him. This night, though, he did seem like he was high on something. The police were there in 5 minutes, guns drawn and yelling for him to get down. He refused, claiming that I had told him to come over and to see our daughter. Mind you, I had not spoken to him the entire 8 months after I left him, and my daughter didn't even know him at this point. And it was 4:30 in the fucking morning. My nephew was asleep in the back area of our house, and he was seriously ready to kick some ass for his mother finding my daughter's father in our bushes. I told the police that I had not spoken to him and that he's lying. They basically did nothing but slapped him with a trespassing citation and told him to leave. The police stayed to make sure he left, but he didn't. He acted as if he were leaving and came back to the house to talk. I threatened to call the police again if he didn't leave, and this time he left. Fast forward to the next day. My neighbour is our gardener, and as usual, he was cutting our grass. He passes by the bush that Donnie was hiding in, and he saw a medium-sized steak knife hidden there. My body literally went cold. It's as if the last few weeks of me feeling as though someone was watching me and following me started to flash through my mind. He was there at that particular time because he knew I'd be leaving the house to take my boyfriend to work. I have an idea of what he was planning to do to me, and it sent me pretty much into a hysteria. That man, he was going to kill me, and who knows what he could have been planning on doing to my daughter. I wish I could say that he got locked away, or that he left, or that we moved, or something, but all of that would just be lying. He's still out there, and I'm still here. My name is Alyssa, and I have a few stories which seem to fit for this channel. But the first one, it's about a doll which my mum bought me when I was a little girl, around 9 or 10 years old. The doll was called Amazing Amy, and there was a big display for it and lots of accessories which you could buy. She bought just the basic kit containing the doll and a few outfits. On Christmas Day, I opened it and I immediately fell in love with it. I carried it everywhere, and I loved how it talked and had a heart display on its chest to display the time. There was also an option to set up an alarm which would prompt it to cry, like a real baby. I carried that doll everywhere I went. My mum returned to the store a few weeks later to purchase a few more items for the doll, and was puzzled when she saw that there was nothing for it, and it seemed like it didn't even exist. She asked the store manager about the doll and its products, and he said that he didn't know anything about it, and that she should check back in at a later time. Of course, she only told me this once I was older, and I still have the doll, and I'm now 24 years old. My mum had the doll sitting underneath a panther table, which was in the middle of a living room. She would brush its hair into pigtails and kept an old dress of mine from when I was a baby on it. One day though, I noticed that the doll had some dirt on it, and so my mum cleaned its face and placed it on the TV stand. A few days later though, it was dirty once again, as if someone was playing with it. There are only 4 members of my household, which are my parents, myself, and my younger brother, who was 3 years old at the time. This happened when I was 18 and just graduating from high school, so my brother was 15 at the time and he was really into gaming. We kind of just shrugged it off and went on with life. A few years later, and I'm in college and I have a college friend over to study. We finish our studying and are watching an old movie in the living room with the front door open since it's a warm night. It's about 2 or something in the morning when we hear Amy start to talk. We both looked at each other confused and looked on top of the TV to see Amy sitting there. And then she just started to laugh and repeat a phrase. We both booked it into my room, closing the door immediately. We were sitting there on the bed, scared, because I informed my friend that we don't keep batteries in her, the reason being to keep them from corroding. Realizing that we had to go back out there to close and lock the front door, along with turn off the living room TV, I gathered my courage and I pulled my friend along and we complete these tasks as quickly as possible. Amy, of course, was still in her spot and she didn't speak, which made us feel a little relieved, but we rushed back to my room anyhow. We slept with my TV on since the sound made us feel at least a little better. A year later, my mum found out that my brother had a girlfriend and thought it would be a good idea to let his girlfriend take Amy, since she had an alarm and was like a real baby who required changing, feeding and bottles. So my mum put batteries in it and set the alarm for early in the morning. She told my brother's girlfriend, "Since you want to be with my son, this will make you think twice before thinking of becoming intimate." My brother's girlfriend shrugged it off and took Amy home, knowing that my mother actually had a point. My brother received a call early that morning to come and pick up the doll, since she was freaked out. My brother and I rushed over to the house, which was just a few blocks away, and I took Amy from his girlfriend. I immediately began questioning her about the dirt and the blue paint on the doll's face and hands, and she shook her head saying, "I don't know. I woke up to the crying alarm and I saw that, and when I went to turn it off, it really freaked me out." We got home and told my mum immediately, and we could never figure out exactly what happened that day. But even to this day, Amy manages to get dirty all the time, and we can't explain why this happens. But whenever I try to give her to a relative, they always call me back up and ask me to take it back or come by and comment at how weird things have happened, and they don't want it anymore. This may sound a little fake, but these are true experiences, and they're still puzzling me and my family. I still have the amazing Amy doll, and find little to nothing on the internet when I go to look it up, which makes it even more weird. This, by far, is the strangest Christmas present I've ever received. This just happened a few weeks ago. I work for a security company as a patrol officer in Oregon. It's a kind of semi-police operation. We patrol client properties and respond to alarms as well as non-emergency calls. While on a routine patrol at about 4 in the morning, I received an alarm call about 16 miles from my location, out in a very rural area. It was just a garage door hit, no motion sensors or other alarms, which is usually an indication of a false alarm or an animal hitting the door or something. I'd just been called out to that location a few days prior to the same thing and knew that no one was currently living there. So I notified the other officer on duty and headed out to what I expected would be an uneventful call. Now, for those of you who don't know, winter in my part of Oregon is very foggy and wet. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there's a heavy overcast allowing no moonlight in. You can't even see the city lamps from the interstate off-ramp at this time. I cruised onto the interstate, going a whopping 55 miles per hour through the thick blinding fog, and arrived to the exit I needed to take after a few minutes. I carefully drove through the back roads to the long, pothole-filled gravel road that was the private drive to the residence where the alarm was located. I slowly crept up the steep drive, slipping in and out of the water-filled holes, which were unavoidable, having less than 10 feet of vision through the thick fog. Large evergreen trees and tall thick grass lined the narrow single-car road. There was no way for me to safely turn around until I reached an actual driveway. The now mostly dirt road split into a Y shape with a large sign in the fork that had an arrow pointing both ways, with corresponding addresses and family names. I turned onto the fork that I had previously driven a few days ago. I knew the road got pretty sketchy for a rear-wheel drive car at this point. The driveway looked as if it hadn't been maintained in years. It was dirt, and now mud from last night's rain, making it both slippery and steep. I had to give the patrol car some gas to get enough momentum up the driveway without getting stuck. A few seconds of slipping, sliding, and a lot of jostling, I arrived at the house. It was a newer, mobile home, probably early 2000s, with an addition that housed a real fireplace, and the owner had built a detached two-car garage, as well as a covered walkway to it. The driveway led me to an empty piece of concrete slab, matching the house foundation, where 6 cars could have easily parked. The property was about 5 acres backed up to the BLM land, meaning government-owned land, which translates to, the house had a shit ton of forest behind it. As I pulled up onto the concrete slab, I noticed a weak light in the woods behind the house. Immediately, I clicked on the spotlight and shined it in that direction. I couldn't make anything out through the fog, but I was sure I saw something. I didn't hear an audible alarm, so I rationalized that it may have been a reflector on a tree or my eyes just playing tricks on me. I parked the patrol car and turned on my alley lights to give me a little more insight to my surroundings. I drew my weapon and exited the car, feeling a bit on edge. I radioed to my partner that I was on the scene and received a broken but readable acknowledgement. I approached the covered walkway separating the garage from the house with my flashlight and weapon at the low ready. My heart stopped as I peeked around the corner to see muddy boot prints leading to the garage door that was open. Light was streaming out from what should have been an unoccupied garage, illuminating tools and garbage strewn across the walkway and the boot prints which led to the back of the house. I saw splinters of wood jutting from the garage door jamb, telling me the door was forced open. A quick glance to the house and I saw large gashes in the siding, as if someone was trying to hack their way in with an axe or something. I pointed my weapon in the direction of the door and backed up to my patrol vehicle. Rain had turned from a light sprinkle to heavy falling globs now. I took cover by my vehicle and radioed my partner. 2-3 from 2-0. Go 423, he replied, very scratchily. I've got an active code 48. The door is kicked in, I called to him hurriedly. 2-0, you were broken. Repeat your last, I heard him call back. Damn it, I cursed and hopped into the driver's seat to use my car radio. 2-3, entry has been made into this home. Copy 2-0, what's your 20? I relayed the address and my location to my partner, and he acknowledged. I hopped back out of the seat and retreated to my cover position. My ears strained to hear any noise, other than the hum of my engine and the downpour of rain. My eyes felt wild as they darted around the darkness trying to catch any signs of danger within. I shuddered with adrenaline, cold, and fear, feeling completely exposed in the darkness with backup miles away. An explosion ruptured through the white noise, and I dropped to a knee, ducking behind my four-wheeled cover. My meter now reaching maximum, I peeked over the trunk and quickly scanned the area for a threat, seeing nothing. I half-crouched with my weapon raised and sidestepped to my open driver door. I scanned quickly one more time and jumped into the seat. I put my weapon in my left hand, threw the car into drive, and floored it down the muddy driveway. I slid and sideswiped a wooden post lining the driveway, knocking it over, but continued unflinchingly. I floored it past the fork until I reached the thick gravel part of the road, about halfway from the driveway to the cross street. I slammed on the brakes, skidded to a stop, and then began an 8-point turn, slamming into a couple of unsuspecting saplings and denting my rear bumper. I faced my vehicle towards the house and presumed danger. I left the vehicle and drive, my gun in my left hand, and pulled out my phone with the right to call the on-call sergeant. I called, and my sergeant answered after a few rings. What's up? A tired voice asked. I'm at... Entry has been made, and possible shots fired. I've not made a visual contact with the suspect. I retreated to a safer location. Officer 2-3 is en route. Text me the address. I'm on the way, he answered, and then hung up. I fumbled with one hand to open up the messaging app on my phone, the bright screen blinding me. As I typed out the address, the piercing scream of the home's audible alarm rang out through the night. I sent the text message to my sergeant, then radioed my partner. 2-3 from 2-0. No answer. 2-3, 2-0, I repeated, slower. 2-0, I can barely read you. You're coming in broken. ETA 7 miles. Copy 2-3, be advised. I have possible shots fired. No visual, and I'm now about 100 yards up the driveway from the turnoff. 2-0, confirm. Shots fired? Affirmative. No visual on suspect. Copy. I sat, weapon in hand, foot just above the gas pedal, waiting to plough the nose of my patrol car through the fence of whatever danger showed itself. Paranoia grew for what felt like an eternity, until the flashing amber and white lights of my partner's patrol car appeared in my rearview mirror. I floored the gas pedal and roared the now beaten Crown Vic up the private drive once more, and I turned my amber light bar on. 2-3. We're going to take the right fork. The driveway is shit. Stay to the left and gun it, or you'll get stuck. Stay on my ass. Copy. Our Crown Vics roared up the driveway, and the home came into view again. I pulled my car into a half-turn and park, my partner mimicking. Before I realised it, I was out of the car and marching forward into the ready position, my weapon and light leading. The alarm deafened us as we approached, sharp daggers of pain stabbing into our unprotected ears. My partner on my heels, we approached the scene I had left. I scanned around the corner of the garage again to find a flurry of new boot prints and some of the tools now gone. We pushed forward, taking the right wall of the garage, my partner taking the left wall belonging to the house. His wall stopped short of the garage door, so he took aim at the door while I picked around his wall. I nodded to him, and he quickly scanned around the corner while I covered him. He then fell in behind me as I advanced to the door. He placed his hand on my back, and we burst into the garage, flanking along the walls. But we found it empty. We quickly turned back to the main home, checking doors and windows along the back porch as we went. They were all locked, and through one of the uncovered windows, I could see that the home appeared empty. We circled around the home, finding no signs of entry into it. We rallied back to our patrol cars as the sergeant pulled on the scene in his personal vehicle. I yelled to the sergeant through the still blaring alarm that we still hadn't had any eyes on the suspect. He nodded in acknowledgement and motioned for the three of us to go to the front door. We did this, and while my partner watched the door, the sergeant and I cleared the home and disarmed the alarm. As we thought, no entry had been made. Our ears, now relieved of the sirens, rang instead with the sudden silence. We rallied into the entryway of the home, and I informed the sergeant of our findings thus far. It was a little after 5 o'clock now. The fog had lifted considerably, and the rain had stopped entirely. We walked back to the garage to show the sergeant. "Well, shit," he said, looking at the garage door. "Looks like he took a pry bar to this. Doesn't look like the deadbolt was engaged." He photographed the damage with his phone. I turned his attention to the exterior wall of the home and the gashes in it. "Well, that's a first for me. Why didn't he just go through the door?" He inspected the damage closer and said it looked like it had been made with an axe. My partner and I nodded in agreement. "Where did you hear the shots from?" he asked me. I pointed out into the woods behind the house. "I can't be entirely sure, but I think it came from out there. I thought I saw like a low-power flashlight out there when I arrived, but I couldn't make it out through the fog and it disappeared as soon as I noticed it." "Well, you want to check it out?" the sergeant asked, pointing to the trail of single pair of boots leading away from the property. "Not really," I muttered as the three of us marched into the darkness. We flicked our flashlights on and off and moved in a slow and steady scan-advance-scan movement, about 10 feet beside one another, trying to follow the trail while not being an obvious target for the lone gunman in the woods. We lost the trail when it reached soft grass complemented with fallen leaves, and we turned back. The sergeant sent my partner back on patrol while we secured the garage, notifying the property owner and informed the alarm company. It was a bit after 6:30 when we finished photographing everything and speaking with the property owner about every detail of the incident. Dawn was now providing enough light not to require flashlights anymore, and the fog was now very faint. We decided to go investigate the backyard again, in the light. What my sergeant found though, simply as it was, made me feel sick to my stomach. The trail, it had split, and the path we missed before led to where I had seen the light. Along that path, we found what appeared to be imprints in the mud of someone laying down, and beside it laid a single 30-06 casing. It all started when I was 7. My mum and dad had been separated for a while, and my mum chose to introduce me to her new boyfriend. We'll call him Brian. He seemed pretty fun for about a year and a half, but after a while, I started being abused by him in various ways. I never knew it was a bad thing, as he liked to call it special time, and I wasn't allowed to tell anyone. I never thought much of it, and he didn't hurt me at first. As I got older, things became worse though, and by the time I turned 11, I realized that special time wasn't special at all. I wanted to start telling people about it, and I think he knew that. One day, I was mustering up the courage to tell my mum when he pulled me aside and showed me a gun. It was a revolver of some sort, and he showed me that the bullets were inside. He said, "You tell anyone, and I'll make sure all of these go in your head. You got it." I was mortified. I didn't know what to do apart from nod, and I kept quiet about all of it. About a month later, the police raided my mum's house and arrested Brian. My mum told me to go to my room and to stay quiet. After a while, a cop came into the room. She was nice and talked to me for a bit, asking me random questions about my toys, until she started to ask me about Brian. I knew what she was trying to ask me about, and after a bit, I became a blubbering mess and told her everything. She wrote everything down and afterwards brought me into the lounge room, saying to a man in a suit that this one was affected too. As she said this, everyone fell silent in the room before searching the house and eventually leaving. The next day, my mum took me to the police station and we waited in a room where at least 20 other kids were. My mother, she silently cried the whole time, and I tried giving her hugs, but she seemed too numb to notice. After a while, I was called into a room, and to my dismay, my mum wasn't allowed to come with me. There were 2 couches and a lot of teddy bears and toys around. I picked up my favourite toy and sat down, answering all of the questions that I was asked by 3 different adults. After a while, I was allowed to go back to my mum, and we just went home. It turns out that Brian molested over 30 children using the status of being my mum's boyfriend and my new dad as a disguise for what he did. He affected children at parties, babysitting, and even broke into some children's bedrooms at night until someone finally spoke up. My mum told me he wouldn't get out until I turned 25. Only 14 years for over 30 children just seemed like an injustice, but at least he was rotting in jail, I decided. When I was 16, my mum died of cancer. Not many people came to the funeral, just what was left of my family. I had already done quite a bit of mourning, so at that time I was just a bit numb to the tears. But one thing I did feel was that I was being watched. I just felt like someone couldn't keep their eyes off of me. I tried to shake it off as just being upset over my mother's death, but I couldn't. So, in the middle of my aunt's speech, I decided to glance around, and there he was. It was Brian, and he was smiling. That smile, it was just too big. I grabbed my grand's arm and shook it really hard, and she looked and saw him too. "There's nothing we can do about it right now," she said, and turned back to the funeral, but I just couldn't turn away. His smile, it just captured me, and not in a good way. My mum was buried, and we all started to depart. My uncle had to grab my arm and pull me away because I didn't want to leave her while he was there. I didn't know why, but later on, my fears were justified. That night, there was a knock on my grand's door. She checked through the people and screamed, scrambling to pick up the phone. "What is it?" I said. She wouldn't reply, so I chose to look out through the people instead. And there was Brian, smiling. But the smile isn't what got me. What got me, though, was what he was holding in his arms. It was my mum. I was hysterical and fell to the floor, screaming and crying at the same time. The cops came in less than 10 minutes, but by then, my mum and Brian, they were gone. The cops explained to me that he got out early for good behaviour. They never found him or my mum, and I wish I could say that this is where it ended, but it isn't. For the past 3 years, he sent me letters saying how nice my mum is and that the next bullets are coming to my head. I've also seen him here and there, walking home and seeing him watch me behind trees, seeing him riding a bike in front of my house, and even standing on my front lawn. I have called the cops every single time, but they never show up on time, and they've never caught him. And just before I decided to share this story, I saw Brian on the front lawn again, staring at my window and smiling that big fucked up smile. I really, really hope they catch him soon. Here's a bit of background. I'm a 24-year-old girl living in the northern part of South Africa, in a very regional place. I still live with my parents and just recently got my driving license. We were driving one of those Ford Escaports with a manual transmission. This is important later on in this story. One weekend, my family and I decided to drive to a different province, and since my dad recently lost his driving license and haven't went for a new one yet, I had to drive. So my dad sat next to me and my mother on the back seat. The day went by pretty well, and we decided to drive back instead of camping somewhere for the night since there was still some daylight left. It was light when we drove through some very rural and shantily built squatter towns where the speed limit was 60 kilometers an hour, with parts where you could go faster. So overall, we didn't drive very fast. We'd driven this road a lot in the past and knew there were traffic cops on the road a lot, so we stuck to the speed limit. There weren't that many cars on the road, strangely, and every once in a while we passed them, so for the most part we were alone on the road. At one point, I remember commenting on this very old Toyota Corolla that tried to pass us. I remember that this car was so old it couldn't even go fast anymore, not even pass us, and we were only going 60 kilometers an hour. A car drove past us in the opposite direction, with the blue Toyota still behind us. I started talking to my parents about something stupid while also paying attention to the road when I saw the old car trying to pass again. I paid it no mind, but again, it couldn't get past us, it seemed. I turned to look at the people, maybe it was some old guy or something. Instead, as I turned to see who was trying to pass me, I looked directly at the barrel of a gun. I later found out it was an AK-47, or so my dad told me afterward. I remember turning my head to my dad, asking in a very high voice, "What should I do?" before I heard the gun firing. The following events all happened in a blur, and I'm surprised I had reacted that well in the situation looking back now. I yelled and put my legs up, afraid of being hit, and in that same moment, my dad pulled on the steering wheel and we almost ran into the car. My dad shouted, "Go, go, go!" and that I should open the driver's side passenger window as he reached down to grab his BB gun that looked just like a pistol. Somehow, I managed to change the gears and accelerate as I heard more gunfire and saw one of the other guys in the car holding a pistol as well. I also managed to roll down the window for my dad as he shouted and pointed his BB gun at the men. I don't know whether it was a car coming from the horizon up ahead, my dad scaring them with a fake gun, or our car being too fast for them, but they turned around and left us alone. I think it was 5 minutes later when my dad could finally get me to stop to the next road so he could take the wheel again. I drove so fast, narrowly missing stray sheep on the road as I made our escape. Understandably, we didn't stick to the speed limit after that, checking our rearview mirrors every 5 seconds to see if our attackers would follow. But they didn't. A few kilometers on, we came to crossroads where there were some traffic police. We stopped to talk to them. We told them the story, and my dad checked around the car. Thankfully, there were no holes. Not even a single bullet had touched the car. It was a miracle. Every summer, my family would go camping for a week up near Harrison Lake in British Columbia, Canada. It was around 1998, and I was around 13 or 14 years old, and this was also around the time that my family befriended another family whom we went camping with. They had 4 kids, and we also had 4 kids, which I was the youngest of. One day, while camping, the mother of the other family suggested that we go for a drive about an hour away to visit an old heritage building and a petting zoo. My family wasn't interested, but I was more than happy to be away from them for a while, so we hopped in their vehicle and rode off. We drove for what seemed like forever in a summer-scorched car with a bunch of kids that probably annoyed the hell out of their mother. Her 4 kids and I were all around the ages of 11 or 14. After driving up and down the mountainside, we finally arrived at a place called Kilby Historic Site. We popped out of the car and looked around the quiet little farmland area in the middle of nowhere. It was nothing too spectacular, just a few old buildings and some trees off to the side. Once we got inside the gate, we went over to the petting zoo to feed the goats and the hens. Sadly, I was too restless from the car ride to really give any interest to the animals. I went up to the mother and asked, "Is this all there is in this place?" She points to the main building over to the side. "There's still that place over there, let's go check it out." The main building had to be accessed by a ramp, which we trotted up and entered the building. We were then met by an old-style general store from the mid-1800s. We were also greeted by a lady behind the counter who was dressed in the appropriate attire for the time period. She gave us a speech about how this was an essential store back in the day, and the upstairs was a house that people lived in. You could imagine how disinterested a bunch of pre-teens would be at the idea of learning history. The lady, who clearly looked bored, probably didn't feel like giving her speech anyways, so she suggested that we look around upstairs. The five of us ambled up the stairs, while the mother and the lady stayed downstairs to chat. We reached the top of the blue stairwell to meet in the middle of a long hallway that stretched from one end of the house to the other. There were 4 rooms in total, but they were sectioned off with velvet ropes, but you could still peer into them. There was also a small alcove area with a table, chairs and bookshelves at one end of the hallway. Because we could all see each other and the hallway was the only place we could walk, we knew we were all alone. With the exception of us, it was dead silent. We started inspecting the rooms, one by one. There was a master bedroom with a king-sized bed with a purple canopy which was strung up and the curtains were drawn. There was a glass case in the hallway with a wedding dress and lace gloves sitting next to it, presumably because it was worn by the lady of the house back in the day. Next was a child's room, having a small bed with papers and crayons on the floor. Nothing out of the ordinary. A bathroom resided beside that room. In it was an old copper tub with copper piping. There was one more room, and this room was by far the most interesting. This was right next to the open bookshelf area. The lights were off in this room, and the curtains weren't drawn, making the room pitch black with the exception of the light creeping in from the hallway. The door itself could only open a small portion due to it being tied with some twine, probably because they were out of velvet ropes. This room gave us all some serious chills. Looking into the room, from what we could see, there was a rocking chair and what looked like a body in the bed under the sheets. It gave us the creeps, but we didn't really pay it too much mind. We figured it was clearly fake. We'd pretty much seen everything, so we decided to head back downstairs to see if we could leave. The mother saw us coming back down the stairs and with an annoyed tone said, "What? You're already done? We paid money to be here. Go look around some more and make it worth your while at least." I couldn't see everyone else's face, but I'm sure we gave all the predictable preteen eye rolls. We marched back up the blue stairwell and begrudgingly decided to look around again. This is where things started to get really weird, because some things were different from the few minutes ago that had just passed while we went downstairs. One of the boys in the group called us all over. "Hey, look at this!" We went to inspect what he was pointing at. The curtains on the canopy in the master bedroom were previously tied up, but now were let down, and so were the curtains. We looked at each other dumbfounded, because we didn't see anyone go into any of the rooms, and we were all in eyesight of one another the whole time. We then noticed the papers on the floor of the child's room. They now had scribbles of crayon all over them when they were previously blank. We huddled and started to interrogate each other, but we couldn't do much finger pointing. All 5 of us were in the view of each other this whole time, so it couldn't have been us. We were certain we were alone as well, because it would have taken someone too long to pop out of nowhere, undo the canopy curtains, and draw on papers in record time without making a sound. That's when one of the girls in the group pointed to the glass case where the wedding dress was. The gloves had been turned around. Our blood collectively froze with the realization that no one would have been able to move those gloves from behind a glass case. We were silent for a moment when I had the brilliant idea of saying, if something is different in each room, then what about the dark room? I pointed to the end of the hallway as a hush fell upon the group, and we all huddled together and moved slowly towards the door. By bringing up the idea, I had become the appointed brave man of the group. So we stood at the door, peering into the dark room. But it was too dark to see beyond the bed and the rocking chair. I decided to undo the string and open the door all the way to reveal more of the room. It It was like an old nursing room with tools on the table for surgery at the back. The rocking chair was facing towards us with only a small cushion tied to the backrest, so you could see that there was no one behind it, and the bed was to the right side of the room. We were so unnerved by the strange lump in the bed and afraid to enter the room that I turned around and grabbed a pencil that was on the table by the bookshelves. I aimed for the lump in the bed and threw the pencil. As the pencil made contact, it made a soft plastic thud, a sound that plastic mannequin torsos would make. We all breathed a great sigh of relief, but it was shortly lived. The rocking chair, which had been completely untouched, began to slowly rock back and forth. We all froze with our eyes glued to the chair, unable to move. It was then, from out of nowhere, we saw this gaunt, bony yellow hand slowly appear from behind the top of the rocking chair. It was as if someone was hiding behind it, but it was impossible since you could see through the back of the chair. It bent its fingers and grasped onto the back of the chair. Before we could see what it was going to do next, we all shrieked and ran down the hallway. As we ran through the blue stairwell, it seemed it was no longer blue, but had patches of rust everywhere. We hightailed it out of the building, down the ramp, and collapsed by a tree just outside the building. We started to ask each other and agreed that all 5 of us saw the hand. The mother then came out and questioned what had happened. As the 5 of us tried to explain to her what happened, the lady from the building came outside and approached us, hesitantly, before she interrupted and asked, "You didn't see something, did you?" We all looked at each other, dumbfounded. The lady continued, "I was going to take my break, but I might as well tell you. That room up there is a replica of a situation that actually happened. There was an old lady who was dying of a disease, and that's the room they kept her in until she died. I sometimes hear footsteps in the hallways when I'm alone, downstairs, and every time I go into that room to change the bedsheets with my back turned away from the door, I can feel it standing in the doorway, watching me, waiting for me to look at it. But I never do. We left that place shortly after, but the thing is, I'm now 30, and that experience hasn't left me." So, about a month ago, I had my 5 friends over to my house for a party because I'm going to a different school soon. All was well until this guy walked past my house, slowly. He was jogging, but then he started walking. I didn't think anything of it. Maybe he was just cooling down. People like going for runs out here because it's quiet and there aren't many cars. I live in a really regional area and I have no neighbours for miles. I'm surrounded by cornfields since I'm in Indiana and all. We were in the front yard, sitting on the trampoline, playing Never Have I Ever. I watched the man pace back and forth in front of my driveway. I started to get weirded out, but I'm a paranoid person anyway, so I thought nothing of it. 5 minutes pass and he stopped. Now he's looking at me. I waved, thinking maybe he knew me, as our town is small and everyone really knows every other person. My boyfriend, Brent, then turned around and looked towards the road and looked at the guy. The guy then began walking up the driveway. Our driveway is really long, so that gave me plenty of time to get everyone to start running up to the house. We were running across my backyard, and the man was running behind us. We had about a 30-foot head start. I swung open the back door, and everyone hurried in. I fumbled with the lock and locked the door. Our porch doesn't have blinds because it's pretty much got windows everywhere. We ran upstairs into my room, which is above the porch. I heard him banging on the door. "Let me in, you little bastards." He began to mimic a little girl's voice. "I want to play." We were terrified. Who the hell was this man? What the hell did he want? Was he a child molester? What made the situation even worse was that my parents weren't home. They were over at a basketball game with my brother. Everyone over at my house was a girl, except for my boyfriend. I was bawling my eyes out, thinking we were going to die at 15. I was peeking at the window as everyone sat behind me, trying to get a glimpse. I heard glass break. I stopped crying almost instantly. I went into my parents' room, ever so silently. I grabbed a gun I knew my dad kept in his safe. I loaded it as he showed me, and I rushed back into my room. It felt really weird to be holding a gun. almost like I have too much power. I could take someone's life with this thing, and it horrified me. The whole situation did, to be honest. I gestured towards the window, still sniffling like an idiot. I unlatched it and slid it open, and ripped the screen open. Footsteps became louder in the distance. The roof over the porch was by my window, thank God. We helped Brent down the 6-foot drop so he could lift everyone down. When it was my turn, I heard the man coming up the stairs. I hurried out the window, shoving the gun in my waistband. Brent hoisted me down, and I pulled out the gun again. We all didn't know what to do from there. We couldn't call the cops. There was no cell reception out here. "The tree," one of my friends whispered. One by one, we jumped onto the branch. It was easily a 4-foot jump, and if you miss, it's a 10-foot fall. I was the second to last to jump, Brent behind me. I urged Brent, and he jumped, and the branch snapped. He grabbed the branch under him, and lifted himself up. The man was in my room. He was walking really slowly, a rhythmic kind of thud, with almost a full second in between thumps. He flicked the light on, as I switched the gun off of safety. He popped his head out of the ripped screen, and I froze. He was bald, medium built, and maybe around 50. He was sweaty, literally dripping in sweat, and dirty. I could smell him 6 feet away. I was mortified, to say the least. "Wait! I want to play," he said, grunting as he fell back onto the floor in my room, throwing his foot out of the hole. I was near the edge, and by then, everyone had climbed down the tree, and they were yelling for me to jump, and saying they'd catch me. I'm not a small girl, mind you. I weigh about 130 pounds, so catching me would not be easy. He began to climb out of the hole in the screen, and I shot the gun, not aiming. Rachel started crying, but I had only hit the house. His eyes were huge when he realized I was armed. I jumped off the roof, and they caught my torso, but not my legs. They had formed a circle, and my legs went through the middle of it where their fingertips met. My ankle was bent at an awkward angle, and I knew I had broke it. It was excruciatingly painful, but I was too terrified to notice. The man darted out of my room, and I saw him run through our yard, so he must have used the front door to escape. Emmy ran inside and got the landline phone, and she called my parents, and then the police. The scariest part is, my parents always warned me that there was a guy that lived not too far away from us who had molested his own daughters, and was sent to prison for it. He finally got released from jail about 10 years ago, and was allegedly following kids home in his van, and told one of his victims to be good as she was running behind a local bar. He's never done anything since, or at least that we know of. I'm just thankful I had a weapon, because if I didn't, I would be dead, or a sex slave, or something worse. My son Preston will be 4 years old next month. He saved my life in every way a person can be saved. I went from a depressed, bulimic college dropout mess to a young mother holding her life's purpose in her hands. But this birth also brought some strange events. The dreams started first. I'm sure every first-time mother has had those sleepless nights and weird dreams from lack of sleep, but my dreams seemed to run on a theme. Every time I closed my eyes and drifted off into the fog of sleep, I would see the same thing. I would feel paralyzed and couldn't move, but not really afraid. As I laid motionless in my dreams, black ash would rain down from the ceiling in soft puffs. I was hypnotized and unable to look away. It would feel like days, like time completely halted. The first few weeks of my son's life, I had that reoccurring dream nearly every night. It was pretty simple, just that black ash falling out from seemingly thin air above me. It wasn't very unpleasant, so I didn't say anything to my fiancée and didn't think much of it. When Preston turned 2 months old, we moved in with a friend to have some extra money. He had a nice place, and Preston had his own room still, so I didn't mind moving. The first night in the new place, the dreams changed. The scene shifted from our bedroom to the nursery. Now when I dreamt, I would suddenly be sitting on the floor next to my son's crib as ash fell and covered his room in a black mess. A few times, I just decided to sleep in my son's room on the floor because of my paranoia. Time passed, and our son grew. I had that dream at least once a week. Preston was about 6 months old when things changed. Our roommate Terry and I were binge-watching one of Gordon Ramsay's television shows. Preston had been sick the past couple of days, so he was sleeping a good amount, and I took that time to relax and do nothing really. It was a much needed little mummy break. I hated that Preston was sick, but I did like being able to sit down and be lazy for the first time since his birth. We took a break so that Terry could get ready for work. He hurried up the stairs as he shouted about being late and laughed. I turned the PlayStation 3 and television off and then took Preston upstairs and put him in his crib. As I heard Terry getting into the shower, I decided to go back downstairs and grab my Diet Coke I had left on the side table. As I reached the midway step down the stairs, I stopped and stared ahead of me with wide eyes. The television was on, and some sort of hardcore porn was playing on the television. I made a loud, disgusted noise and dashed up the stairs, banging on Terry's bathroom door. "What the hell, man? Watch porn on your own TV and not in the living room." He opened the door with his robe around him and looked genuinely confused. "What are you talking about?" I explained to him what I saw on TV, and he shook his head, thinking I was joking. He laughed, and we both went back downstairs, only to see a blank screen, and everything turned off. Then I stopped and thought about it. Terry had gone upstairs before Preston and I. The whole exchange of the three of us going up the stairs was only a few minutes. I started feeling unnerved. Maybe it was one of my fiance's friends. They could have come in and played a prank. But that didn't make sense either. Why come into the apartment in the middle of the day just to watch hardcore porn for a few seconds, then hide or dash out the door when I came down the stairs? Terry and I tried to figure out what had happened. We turned the PS3 back on and checked to see if the internet had any recent searches. Nothing. And nothing new had been watched on Netflix either. There was nothing in the disk drive. We were stumped. Eventually, we just gave up. About a week later, I was home with Preston before work one morning when Terry came down the stairs looking as white as a ghost. He told me about a dream. The words that he said sent a chill through me that I hadn't felt until that very moment. "I was laying in a bed, and there was this black soot shit falling from the ceiling," he began. Already, my eyes filled with tears of sudden fear as he continued. "I couldn't move. It was just layering over my body, over the whole damn room. It was bizarre. Finally, after what seemed like hours, I could move my eyes. There was this thing standing halfway in my closet. I couldn't even make out a shape because it was so blurry." He'd been standing up, rubbing his arms in frustration, and spoke again, finally able to look me in the eye. It tried talking to me, but all I heard was loud radio static. That was the first time I felt afraid to go to sleep. But to my surprise, the dream stopped. I tried to forget it too, to put it out of my mind. A few more strange things happened before we moved out of that apartment. Noises, things moving around in the bathroom at night, but nothing really terrifying. We moved to a different apartment a few months after that incident. We had enough money saved, and Terry decided to go back to Michigan to live with his family. Things were normal for a long time. My fiancé and I got married too. We had another baby, another boy when Preston was about 2 years old. Like clockwork though, that damn dream came back. The night we brought little Kevin home from the hospital, the dream returned. Only much, much worse. It started the same, the black ash, feeling paralyzed, how time slowed. But as it went on, I felt this ugly feeling inside of me. I felt angry and horror at the same time. I knew I was asleep and was trying to force myself to wake up. I felt tingles at the ends of all my toes. My eyes finally obeyed me to turn down and look, and this thing was there. I say thing because it had no shape really. It was moving incredibly fast and hovering around my feet. I knew it was looking at me, even though it had no eyes or face. Like a black, blinking mass of ash and rolling cloud is the best way I can describe it. I told my husband everything. He dismissed it for the most part though. I tried my best to convince him it was serious, but he and I were having problems then. Actually, our marriage didn't last much longer after that dream. Then it was just me and the boys in that apartment for the most part. And things got way worse. Looking back on it now, I think my husband kept that thing at bay. Regardless of my emotional turmoil, I was determined to keep the apartment and have a nice place for the boys and I to live. I started back up my artwork, doing commissions and comic art when I could. We got child support and we got by. My ex and I were in good terms, so things weren't too terrible. Kevin was a few months old by then. I was still having the dream though. But the day my husband picked up the last of his belongings from the apartment is when things took a turn for the worst. I was playing with Preston in my living room. We were pushing his little toy cars around on his playmat. I was playing along, making them beep and conducting traffic. He suddenly stopped and set his cars down and held perfectly still. I looked up from playing to ask him what the matter was. Then I saw it. A man. He was directly behind my little boy. A man sitting there staring at me with impossibly wide eyes and a wide open mouth. It was a man I didn't recognize, and he just sat there looking as horrified as I'm sure I looked too. I screamed louder than I ever had in my life as I yanked my son against me and fumbled to get up and run down the hall to grab my other sleeping infant. Preston was crying now. He was afraid because I was afraid. He hadn't seen the man. It was pure instinct to make sure my children were safe with me, even before I fumbled in my jeans for my iPhone. I held them to my chest as I locked the bedroom door and called the apartment security. I was convinced a crazy homeless man had broken into my apartment. An officer was there within 2 minutes, opening the front door and looking around. There was no man anywhere in the apartment. There was no sign of forced entry anywhere, and we lived in a safe area. He assured me nothing was wrong. I also convinced myself everything was fine, and I was just overtired, seeing things. I hadn't been sleeping much at all between being a full-time stay-at-home mum and doing the commissions work while the boys slept. I apologised a million times to the officer, and he was very kind and hugged me, saying everything was all right and to call if I ever needed him again. I tried putting everything out of my mind. I started reaching out to family and friends, telling them that I needed extra help. I didn't like being alone with the boys. I wanted to feel more safe, but nothing really took away that feeling of dread, like I was walking on pins and needles, like I was tiptoeing around a ghost or something. I was making dinner one night while Preston played in the hallway and little Kevin laid on his baby mat kicking and cooing. Preston suddenly ran down the hallway and leaned over the baby gate and exclaimed, "Hi, Daddy," down the stairs at the front door. I looked at him, puzzled. Their father wasn't supposed to come over that day, nor did he have a key. I put down my spatula, walked over to the gate, and looking down, there was no one there. I patted Preston's head and laughed, saying something like, "Daddy's not here, silly boy." Preston got frustrated and insisted his dad was there. As I finished cooking, he stayed at the gate talking to the door as if his dad was down there. I finally got him to sit at the table as we ate. It wasn't until after dinner that I realized the chill in the apartment. I turned the heat up a bit, but it wasn't doing much to help. A few hours later, I heard a voice from the bottom of the stairs. My neighbour's voice. "Hey, Madison, your front door's open," my neighbour called. I sat there confused for a second before I got up and walked down the stairs to thank her for telling me. That's why the apartment had been so chilly. I was concerned because I knew I had locked it. Later, that same night, I was putting Preston to sleep. We said our usual good nights. He always says, "Hug and a kiss, mummy," and he crawled into bed. His brother had fallen asleep at the usual time of 7 p.m. It was now around 8:30, and Preston was laying in bed, mumbling to himself as he played with my hair. I was half asleep when he whispered, "Good night, friend," into the darkness. I got the chills and quietly shushed him. A few seconds later, he whispered it again. "Good night, friend." And I did the same, quietly shushing him and soothing his hair back. He then took a deep sigh, as if he was beginning to get frustrated. He looked straight ahead, into the darkness of his closet, and forcefully whispered, "Good night, friend," as if to shush some unseen playmate. I tried my best to stay calm, but I felt instantly sick to my stomach. Preston fell asleep a few moments later, but I was too afraid to move, or leave the boys alone in that room. I sat sitting straight up next to Preston's toddler bed for the rest of the night. After that night, I always had a friend stay the night. I started asking around about paranormal stuff, and up until then, it hadn't been talking to the kids, and I figured I could deal with it. I also convinced myself that most of it was just in my head, but after it talked to Preston, I wasn't taking any chances. The last incident in this apartment will haunt me for the rest of my life. I had a friend spend the night like usual. She slept on the sofa in the living room. I felt better with her there, so I was actually getting a decent night's sleep. I was asleep a solid 5 hours before I had a sickening, terrible nightmare. I heard my children crying, and I jumped up to run into their room. I couldn't get the door open for minutes. Their cries turned into blood-curdling screams. I sobbed and banged and shoved and kicked the door. Finally, I broke in, only to see my sons being thrown violently around the room by some invisible force. I was helpless to stop it. I tried to grab them, but whatever it was would yank them away and throw them against a wall. I woke up sobbing. I sat up in my bed, shaking violently. I tried to calm myself down. I finally slid out of bed and pressed my ear to their door. I heard Preston snoring happily in his sleep. I wiped my face again and went into the kitchen to get something to drink. As I took a few drinks, my friend woke up from sleep and sat up on the sofa. She asked me what was wrong. I told her I had a nightmare and finished the glass of water. She smartly changed the subject and started talking about a popular anime we both enjoyed. After a few minutes, my panic faded and we were both laughing quietly. She was in mid-sentence when she glanced behind me with an eyebrow raised. "Preston?" she murmured softly. I turned around expecting to see my son, but I didn't. What I saw was the boy's bedroom door open only a few inches. "Preston?" I asked as well, assuming my little boy was behind the cracked open door. My friend and I just stood there for a moment. I felt chills fly up my spine. Suddenly, terrified it was that thing and it was going to hurt my children. The dream could have been a warning. The door started opening further, creaking quietly. My friend sat back, looking scared. There was no one standing there when the door was open a little more than halfway. "Preston," I said firmly and louder. Then I was striding down the hallway. I pushed the door open all the way. The light in the hallway bathed my sleeping son in the light. My eyes darted around the room. Kevin was sound asleep in his crib. I turned to look back down the hallway at my friend. She was watching in horror. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as I felt hot breath on the back of my ear. A deep, disembodied voice of a man murmured in a sick mockery, "A hug and a kiss, mummy." I spun around, not to look, but to grab both of my children. I ran out of that apartment without another thought, grabbing only their diaper bag and my car keys. My friend followed close behind. We spent the next few nights at my friend's place. That night, we found the number of a local psychic who came out the next morning to meet the boys and I and walk the apartment. He left a few little blessed bags in all the vents of the apartment. He said that the ventilation system would pass the protection from the bags all throughout the building. He didn't charge me a dime. All he could really tell me was that this thing would fade with time. And to my surprise, he was right. Nothing else happened after this visit. I'm not sure why those things happened. All I know is that things started up right after I had both my children and ended as they got older. I have never had a paranormal experience before or after the births of my children. No voices, no visions, no imaginary friends, and no dreams of falling ash. I've come to terms that I'll probably never really understand why it all happened or what exactly it was. I don't plan on having any more kids. Those two perfect boys are all I need. I don't want any of us to go through that again. Recently, the boys and I moved into a farmhouse. I had it blessed and cleansed before we moved in, just in case. So, a little backstory first. My name is Peter. I'm 19 now, but this happened a few years ago when I was maybe 11. My older brother got his first summer job working as a groundskeeper each Saturday at the church. It was a huge, rural area, way more than a 14-year-old could handle alone, so our parents always came with him to help him and drive him there and back. I was allowed to come too if I wanted to help, and I would receive a little bit of money if I helped. My job was picking up sticks so that the lawnmower wouldn't run over them and be damaged. This meant that I would often be off on my own, while the rest of my family mowed the many lawns far away. One day, I was picking up sticks alone near the fenced edge of the property next to the parking lot, when a man got out of his car and walked up to me. Then he began to talk. He was tall, and not just by my 11-year-old perspective. He looked really normal, but I did not recall ever seeing him at our church before. I remember him leaning on the fence from the other side and motioning me over. I stopped what I was doing and looked at him. He smiled and politely asked me where the Heritage Museum was. Now, as I said, the church was a large area, and it also contained a small heritage museum on the property, not very far from the church itself, but still on the opposite side of the property. It had its own driveway and a sign. In other words, it should be pretty obvious to anyone where it is. I told him it was just down the road and that he should be able to see the sign. The man lost his smile and appeared distressed and asked me again where it was. I was confused. To me, its location was obvious, and I didn't understand why this man needed my help. I repeated myself and pointed in the general direction of where he should go. Then he asked me if I could lead him there. He beckoned for me to come over and walk with him there. I should mention, even if he was on the other side of the fence, I was still near the entrance to the parking lot. It would have taken maybe 7 or 10 steps for him to reach the entrance, and then there would be no fence between us. Basically, he was very close. Now, stupid 11-year-old me still doesn't have any sirens going off in my head. I'm still assuming this is just some man that needs my help. But I at least had some sense, and going with him was not something I wanted to do. Not because I was suspicious of him, but because I thought I needed to continue doing my job. Today, it just so happened was an event going on at the church that had just ended, so there were a few people who finished it standing outside the church talking. I pointed over to the church, which wasn't too far away from me. It was within shouting distance, to give you a general idea, and I told him that there was a crowd of people there I could get to help show him the way. The man looked up when I said this, and apparently noticed the people there for the first time. I think I remember his mouth opening, like he was surprised or about to say something else, when he simply muttered, "Never mind," and walked back to his car and drove off. He drove off in the opposite direction of the museum I directed him to. It wasn't until years later that I realized how shady this whole situation was. The location of the museum was obvious, and yet a grown man actually got out of his car to approach a young kid, alone. I'm guessing he also knew that my family was off doing their own thing, and would be unable to hear me due to the distance and noise the lawnmowers made. As I said, it would not have taken him much time to walk around the fence and to get to me if he wanted to. If I had went with him, or if there was no lucky church event happening on a Saturday, or if I had not pointed out the adults from that said event nearby, I believe I would not be here today. It's scary to think that something like this actually did happen to me, and I didn't even realize it until years later. This is the scariest thing, by far, that's ever happened to me. I live in a fairly peaceful and safe area. Nothing really bad or dramatic happens around here. I'm not like most people my age. Most people my age go out drinking, smoking, doing drugs all night, every night. But I'm not really about that. My friends and I are more of the outcasts of the social ladder. There's 3 of us, me and my 2 best friends, and for a while now, we've gone out exploring. We would go out into abandoned buildings and all sorts of derelict areas which were cool to explore. We did this all the time. It became a huge hobby of ours. We explored old factories, warehouses, supposed haunted houses. It was awesome. We had explored the majority of buildings and areas we could around our town. We started exploring deep into the forests and nature which surround us. The furthest we had ever gone was to an old abandoned house about a 45-minute walk into the forest. One Friday night, when there was a massive party on, of course, we weren't invited. We didn't want to spend Friday night inside playing Dota 2 as usual, so we decided to go out. We'd been talking to some friends who had heard rumours about an old bunker far away from here. We knew this was going to be the place we should go. So we got dressed and packed our bags. We made the mistake of not telling anyone where we were going, and this could have cost us our lives. We got on the normal bus and had been on it for about an hour until it dropped us in a remote petrol station. This was where we usually entered the forest. We took the normal route into the forest and must have spent around an hour just walking, and by this time it was getting really cold and dark. We wanted to turn back, but we had come so far, and it was supposedly really close to where we were. Another 15 minutes of walking. Bear in mind, we didn't have the slightest idea of where we were and what was around here. Things were getting freaky, but our teenage minds thought it would be cool to carry on. We didn't have any food or water. We had packed a little bit of Coca-Cola, but that was long gone. Around 5 minutes away, where the bunker was meant to be, I felt a presence, like there was someone near, watching me. It was a weird feeling, almost like a sixth sense or something. It creeped me out, but I thought nothing of it. Finally, we reached the fence in which the bunker was behind. As it was on a private property, it was all fenced off. We climbed over this fence. This was quite hard and took around 5 minutes as the fence was really tall. The fence had this really weird wobble, and every time you put pressure on a certain part, the whole pole on the side would tilt to the side and then ping back once the pressure was off. When we were over the fence and about 10 meters away from it, I looked back at the fence for some reason and saw this pole. It was in the position as if someone was putting pressure on it. It then quickly pinged back to its normal position. This freaked me out, but I persuaded myself it was just the wind or something. We finally found the bunker, but it was a bit anticlimactic. It was just a concrete hole in the ground. We lifted up the lid and made sure that there was no way it could fall down. We propped it back with a spade we had found nearby and a couple of logs, and we climbed in. The ladder was rusty and cold and creaked loudly every time we climbed down a run. We all reached the bottom. The ground was soaking wet and the walls were deteriorating. Nothing more than you would expect from an abandoned place. It was pretty dark, so we used the torch on our phones to light it up. To our surprise, it looked like someone was living down there. There was an old metal bed, a cabinet with a water bottle and food wrappers on. There were a pair of shoes on the floor and a bedside cabinet. We opened the cabinet to find, not a word of a lie, some empty bullet shells and a crumpled picture of a teenage boy. Freaked out, we decided to leave. We looked at the wall to see chalking of tallies, like prisoners count how many days they'd been in prison for. There were hundreds of these markings, along with words, written very scruffy and unreadable. As we were trying to make out these words, we heard a loud crash, which made us all have a heart attack. As we looked, it was the logs and the space which were propping up the lid. They had fallen down into the bunker. I said to my friends, "What the fuck?" And then the expected happened. The bunker lid slammed shut, making a deafening crash. We all started to absolutely freak out. We started panicking and swearing. We were about to try the lid when we heard a creak, the exact same creak of which we heard when we were climbing down the ladder. Someone else was climbing down into here with us. The way the ladder was positioned, you couldn't see the ladder unless you were right at the bottom. My friend picked up the scrap wood on the floor and held it like a baseball bat. I prepared myself for the worst, absolutely shaking and trembling with fear. We had no idea what was going to happen. We counted the creaks as they came, and this person must have been near the bottom, when the creaking just stopped. We stood there, frozen, for about 2 minutes before we decided to look. We slowly crept over to the ladder, and we prepared ourselves to look. We turned the corner and saw the ladder. It was completely fucking empty. Once again I said, "What the fuck is going on?" We knew we had to leave. My friend went first up the ladder, only to find what we had all feared. The lid wouldn't budge. We all pushed together as hard as we could, and it wouldn't move. It had been locked or weighed down or something, but it was shut. We climbed back down and feared the worst. My friend started going on about how we were going to die down here, how no one would find us. We tried to call someone, but being in the middle of the forest and down a hole, we didn't have any signal. A total of 3.5 hours passed of us just being shut down there. In this time, we panicked. One of my friends cried, and we were all falling apart. We had heard various bangs and creaks while we were down there. Another 4 hours passed. We had no food or water, and we were hungry, thirsty, and scared. But somehow, we all managed to get some sleep. We propped up against each other on the bed. I had no idea how we fell asleep. It was the last thing we wanted to do, or thought we would do, but we did. And when we woke up, there was light. There was daylight flooding in through the bunker. The lid had been opened. Instantly, we woke each other up and quickly climbed out. We observed the top of the bunker, and we could see that there was no lock or weight or anything nearby. We had no idea what or who locked us down there. It took us over 2 hours to find our way back to the road. We quickly phoned our parents and explained everything. We've never gone back and don't intend to. My advice, if you go exploring, tell someone where you're going and when you'll be back, so if you're not, they know where to find you. Our parents had called the police and been out all night, as it wasn't like us to not come home. I live in a pretty rural but well-to-do suburb. I live in a 5-bedroom house on an almost 2-hectare property. It's a long narrow house wrapping into an L shape at the end of a long steep driveway. At the end of the driveway, you can pretty much pull up next to the pool. There's a gate sort of cutting the yard in half. You know, kids, dog, etc. But once you enter through there, you can pretty much enter the house from the back deck. At this time, I had my second child, and she was only 6 weeks old, and my son was almost 2. My husband often works away on country runs. He's a truck driver. One afternoon, he was leaving on another run. Normally, he's all about business, so he packs up, kisses me and the kids, gives me a chicken. It's a cute couple thing, where we hold out our palm and the other pecks out of the other's hand, and we usually say chicken. Lame, I know, but it's our thing. Anyway, he's on his way. This particular afternoon, it seemed like he was being deliberately slow, stalling almost. I asked him if everything was all right, and he stalled but then nodded. He walked out to the back deck and patted our dog, Alfie, but told him to stay. I have to say, I was a bit taken aback. Alfie goes on every country run with him. Even the dog looked confused. I called out to him and asked him again, "What's wrong, babe? You seem anxious." I had my daughter in my arms, and she started to fuss. He took her from my arms and soothed her, giving her an extra big kiss and cuddle. He stared at me and handed her back over. He softly broke the weirdness and said, "I just don't feel right. My gut is telling me to stay." I thought he was just being soft, wanting to stay home with the new baby, etc. I reassured him, "We'll be fine. You'll be home soon." This run was a 6-day return trip, and believe me, this was a short run. He nodded and agreed with me. With that, he gave us a final kiss, a chicken and a cuddle, and off he went. Fast forward to later that night. I get a text from him. Now, normally his arrival texts are, "Here safe, staying in insert town, love you." So this was out of the blue. His text said, "Hey baby, I've turned around. I feel really uneasy. Please, lock all the doors and the windows. I'll be home in a few hours." I was annoyed. He was the sole breadwinner and this was a $5,000 job. Just because he had a bad feeling, but he had already turned around, so what could I do? I replied with, "Okay hun, see you soon." He replied with, "Love you. Oh, and keep an eye on Alfie. He's a bit funny when I've left." Which was true. The dog hadn't moved from his bed since he left. Poor thing looked depressed. Anyway, it was about 8 p.m. My boy was in bed, and I was just finishing feeding my baby girl. I was sitting in the kitchen, and I saw Alfie leap onto all fours from his bed and start growling. Now, he's a shepherd mix, and they'll bark at their own shadow, but growling is another matter. I just assumed it was a cat or something he saw out in the distance. Either way, I opened the sliding door and hissed at him to stop. I wasn't putting these kids back to sleep again. He looked at me and calmed down. He sat down but was still watching. I shut the door and laid my baby down in her crib. I jumped on the computer for 30 minutes so I could just have some me time. Just as I was looking at my emails, there was a knock at the door. Now, as I said, I live in a long, narrow house, so it's quite a walk to the door. As I got up to answer, I stopped in my tracks. 1. It's 8:15 now. Who's knocking? 2. I heard no truck. Everyone knows the sound of a B double when it pulls up. 3. My husband has keys, and further to that, we mainly use the back door as the house entrance. My heart started to race. They knocked again. By this point, Alfie started going off. I wanted to yell at the dog to stop, but I didn't want to wake the kids. I walked a little further down the hall and started to rationalize. Maybe it is my husband. Maybe something happened to the truck and he had to get a ride home or walk. I reached the door and peeked through the curtain of the front door. It definitely wasn't my husband. Whoever this was a lot taller and thinner. I flicked on the outside light, but nothing. The bulb must have gone. I was right in front of the door, and I heard a desperate voice on the side of the door. Hello? I'm sorry to come so late. I'm really sorry, but I'm hurt. I felt really bad, and I went to turn the knob when he spoke again. I'm really sorry. I had a car accident, and your house was the closest. Please, I'm bleeding a lot. As I said, I live in a really rural area, and it's quite a winding road. I felt really bad for him and decided to open the door. The door chain was still attached. I looked through the gap in the door and saw this man, barely, in the moonlight. I whispered out, "You're hurt?" I saw his shadow nod. He replied, but his voice changed, much calmer than his desperate expression previously. "Yeah, I wrecked my car in the bend. Could I please use your phone? I can't find mine." I reached for the door chain to release it, and in my peripheral I saw another shadow behind him. It froze my hand immediately. My gut was screaming, "No." I said in my calmest voice, "I'll call the ambulance for you," and shut and deadbolted the door. He started screaming, "No, let me in. Let me in, you bitch. I need help, you stupid bitch. Just let me in." I ran down the hall and was heading towards my phone, which was in the kitchen, but I stopped outside my son's room and listened. He wasn't screaming anymore, but something more frightening. Alfie wasn't barking anymore either. I ran into my son's room. He was still asleep. I scooped him up and ran into my bedroom. I opened my walk-in closet and laid down in there. Then collected my baby and placed her in her carrier, and then placed her in the closet as well. They were both sound asleep, and I sure as shit wasn't about to let anything happen to them. I locked them in the closet and crawled towards my phone. I stopped myself in the lounge room to listen for noises. I heard 2 voices and at least 3 sets of feet. They were running around the property, trying to get entry. I was crouched down and tried to see where I had left my phone. I saw it on the kitchen bench. I poked my head around the corner to see if I could see anyone on the deck. I kept thinking if they saw me go for my phone through the sliding doors, they might amp up their assault. I kept my eye on the door and gingerly squatted towards the kitchen bench. At the corner of my eye, I see the man's shadow. I turned to look, and he had his face pressed up against the door. I saw his needle-thin features clearly from the moonlight. I dove back into the lounge room, and they started going off, banging on the glass, windows, walls, screaming, just trying to incite terror, and I was terrified. I clutched my phone in my hand, thinking through my options. I knew the nearest police station was a good 40 minutes away, and even if they had someone local, they still wouldn't be here for a while. Then I remembered my husband had turned around. I shakily held my phone and called my husband. These people were still hammering the house, looking for a weak spot to get through, it seemed. My husband picked up on the 6th ring. "Hello, babe? How far away are you?" I couldn't hide the panic in my voice. I heard the truck speed up in the background. 15, but I'll make it in 10. What happened? "There's people here. They're trying to get into the house. I haven't called the police." He cut me off. "Call them then." He then said something that made my stomach drop. "Get an ambulance too. These fuckers will die tonight." I couldn't respond. I mean, how can you? In my silence, he called me back. "Babe, get the negotiator and sit tight, but call the cops." "Okay," I cried through the phone. The negotiator was a steel bat I had in the walk-in cupboard. I called the police and advised that we were under attack and I was at home with 2 small kids. The dispatcher said that she was sending someone and to just bunker down with my kids. I went to the walk-in and checked on the kids, both still asleep. Phew. I grabbed the negotiator and sat in the cupboard in front of my kids. negotiator on my lap. I sat with my mind racing. Was every window locked? Every door? What had they done to Alfie? What do they want? That was the biggest question. We lived in a nice area, but it wasn't the most fancy house. We were well off, but by no means rich, and even if they just wanted money or our things, surely they would have given up by now. It had been a good 5 minutes. Surely they would have known that I called someone. I sat in my cupboard when it started to get quiet. The blinds were drawn in my bedroom window, but I could still see shadows outside. That's when I heard thuds on the roof, like someone was jumping on it. It was a corrugated roof, so leaves falling make a noise. They're on the roof, and just as I was questioning why they would get on the roof, I heard a crack from the ceiling. It rippled through me. They were trying to get through the skylight. The skylight was located in the middle of the hallway. I heard another crack. They were definitely trying to bust their way through it. I heard 3 sets of feet on the roof now, then 3 separate hits on the skylight. They were working together to crack it. What do I do? If they somehow make it through this light, they would be less than a meter from my room. The banging was getting more intense now, and I definitely heard pieces fall to the floor. I had to get out. I jumped up and looked at my kids. We had to get out. I found a scarf I had hanging in my cupboard and wrapped it around myself and tied it tight around my shoulder. I made sure it was secure enough to put my baby in it. I picked up my 2-year-old and he started to stir. I had his hand and let him walk next to me. I whispered to be quiet. I opened my bedroom door and stuck my head into the hall. The banging was so loud it woke my 2-year-old completely with a jump. I saw all this debris on the floor and legged it to the back door. I held on tight to my kids and wrenched open the sliding glass door and just ran. I held my son and I practically jumped off the 3 steps and ran as fast as my legs would carry me up our driveway. My son was screaming and crying, "Alfie!" I attempted to soothe him, but was just so focused on getting to the top of the driveway. I was hoping, in the cloak of darkness and the hammering, these people wouldn't notice that I was fleeing. I finally got to the top of the driveway to the road and I spun around to look at the house. I was wrong. They noticed. The 3 of them were climbing down from the roof. I knew the nearest house was about 2 kilometers from mine, but running with 2 kids, I didn't like my chances. But I had to try. I turned left and ran on the road. I was hoping to flag down a car, or was hoping my husband would show up by now, or even the cops. Either way, I just had to get away from the house. I was getting out of breath and slowed out to look around. I couldn't see anything. They weren't following me. Maybe they did just want to rob us. They may have climbed down to go through the sliding door, which more than likely I left open. I started to slow down, just to catch my breath. The adrenaline was wearing off. I looked at my kids. My boy was crying, holding on to me tight, and my baby girl was crying, probably from being bounced around. I held them close and whispered, "We made it." I was about 100 meters away from my neighbor's property when I saw a cop car. I started waving frantically, screaming at them to stop. The cop hit his brakes hard and got out of his car. "Officer, I called it in. I just fled with my kids, and it's my house." He looked at me and said, "Are you hurt?" I shook my head furiously. I caught my breath and he asked, "Can you get somewhere safe?" I said, "I'm heading to the neighbors, just there," and pointed in their direction. "Okay, move quickly," he said. He climbed back into the car and sped off. I reached my neighbor's house. They're an older couple, sort of grandparent figures to my kids. I explained what was going on and they got me inside straight away. Just as I entered, I saw my husband's truck whirl past towards the house. His words rang in my ears. "These fuckers will die tonight." I froze. I didn't want my husband to go to prison for these monsters. I asked my neighbors, could they please watch the kids? I needed to get back to the house. They agreed. The male neighbor said to jump in his car and he'll run me up. We got in the car and in a couple of minutes we pulled up to my house. There were now 3 cop cars, an ambulance and my husband's truck out the front, and a whole lot of commotion. 2 of the 3 monsters were arrested and were face down in the dirt. I saw my husband with his face in his hands leaning on the bonnet of the cop car. I ran over to him and he spun around and held me tight. Apparently, the police wouldn't let him in the house and he automatically thought the worst. "Oh, baby, I thought, he stammered. I nodded my head. I knew what he thought. I reassured him though. The kids are at Patterson's." He released me from his hold and said, "I knew I shouldn't have left. I knew it." Just then, a police officer interrupted us. He wanted to take my statement, so I told him everything. I kept watching my husband's face descend into horror. I finished speaking with the officer, and he finally said, "Sorry, but I think it would be best if you left the premises right now." I told him that we were at the neighbours and to come speak to us when they were done. We returned to the neighbours at around 10:30 p.m. We sat and talked about every detail of the night and just how insane it was. I checked on the kids who were sleeping on the couch. My baby girl was just starting to stir. She must have been hungry. I started to feed her and sat next to my son. I patted his leg, wondering how much of this he would remember, when I noticed his pajama bottoms had blood at the bottom of them. I grabbed his feet and checked for cuts, but there was nothing. I smiled at him and said, "It's okay, buddy. I just thought you hurt yourself." He looked down at his feet, pointed, and said, "Alfie." I was pretty confused for a moment, then looked at the blood, and I realized he was trying to tell me that the blood was Alfie's. My heart shattered, but I shushed him back to sleep and walked out to the patio where my husband was and asked him, "Did you see Alfie?" He immediately burst into tears. To be honest, I hadn't noticed Alfie, or even thought about him until now. It sounds horrible, I know, but I was just so focused on getting out with my kids. I went to hold my husband, and he brushed me off and exhaled, "They killed him. It was the first thing I saw when I ran for the house." He started crying again. "I thought if they could do that to a dog, what could they have done to you?" I looked at him, puzzled. He clarified, "Babe, they split his head in two." I immediately burst into tears. How sick. Poor Alfie. In that moment, we saw a cop car turning into our neighbour's driveway. I dried my face, waiting for him to approach us. It was the same cop who met me on the road. He came to advise me that they caught all 3 home invaders and that they had been transferred to the station. A sense of relief washed over me. He then gave me a detailed account of what they found. He said that after I had fled the house, they entered and had destroyed everything in their path, smashing pictures, walls, clothes. They went from room to room, just hell-bent on causing as much damage as possible. He also told us that they didn't take anything. It was purely for something to do. He said that they had a whole arsenal of weapons in their van, which was parked about 300 meters up the road from my house. It included meat tenderizers, various knives and sharp objects, shovels, ropes, plastic tubes, and ice picks. However, what they had on them, they were armed with crowbars, hammers, a Bowie knife, a Sharpie marker, a coat hanger, and a barbecue lighter. I asked the officer, "Why us?" and he really couldn't answer it. He asked the main guy, the one who came to the door, the same thing, and he didn't say a thing. The officer looked sick when he said this. He told us that it was something he had never really seen before. The officer said, more than likely, they had noticed that I was on my own that night and knew I'd be vulnerable. My husband piped up and said, living so far out, they probably would have known that the police would have been far away also. I thought that must have meant that they were local then. I mean, unless they're out in the sticks, you know how long a cop car would take to come out? I don't know what was more disturbing, a random attack on a random house or being watched by someone nearby. We weren't supposed to go back into the house, as it was a crime scene, but my husband convinced the officer that we needed nappies and clothes, etc. So, the next morning, under the supervision of the officer, we returned to grab a few things. He returned with his truck, and he was angry and crying, and just a general mess. He hastily jumped out, and I met him in the front door of our neighbour's house. He grabbed me by the shoulders and pulled me in tight. I looked at his face for an explanation. He spat out, "They knew us." "What do you mean?" I said. He explained, just to add to our house's ultimate destruction, they had a Sharpie attack, scribbling things about us all over the walls, but not incoherent nonsense. Things about us. Specific details, like on my kitchen bench, baby feeds every 3 hours. On the living room wall, the boy likes Transformers. In our home office, 6-day run, 6-day run. In our bedroom though, he said it was pure insanity. On our rear wall, someone had written "chicken" over and over again on the walk-in cupboard door with a big arrow, "The Negotiator." The steel bat was rested neatly on the door. He said that my son's and daughter's room had no graffiti, but the rest of the hall had scribbles of dates and times. 18th, playgroup at 11 a.m. 2:15 p.m, talked on the phone. Then he got to the front door. In perfect penmanship, someone had written, "Lucky she could run fast." Looking at this, he got what he needed and booked it out of there. I felt sick. These people clearly had been watching for a while and knew everything about us. Everything. We stayed with my sister for a while, and my partner went back and forth to the house, clearing out and fixing it up. We could finally come back home after a while, but I really didn't like it, and it took me forever to feel normal being home alone again. The three were 19, 18 and 21, and I found out later that combined they had a rap sheet for a stack of crimes, including stalking, rape of a minor, break and enter, malicious harassment, and grievous bodily harm, all committed in the surrounding towns. These are hard crimes, but they were too young and were given rehabilitation, counselling, or short stints in detention. However, for what they did to my family and my house, they were sentenced between 7 and 12 years. I heard that the needle thin guy laughed at his conviction. Yep, definitely that psychopath is going to rehabilitate. I often now sit in my house and that feeling of terror washes over me. To know how close me and my children were from being someone's gruesome entertainment for the night, I try to shake those feelings off, because even though we painted the walls and fixed the damage, and it looks like a new place, I can't walk through my front door. I always use the rear door as the entrance. Even though we have put 3 or 4 coats of paint on the door, I can still see, "Lucky she runs fast." I worked with Sheila for about 3 years when this happened. Sheila was a 53-year-old widow, mother of 2, and her kids were grown. She lived out of state with her own 2 children when this happened. Sheila got a home computer, and having heard several people talk about it, she decided to get back into the game by signing up on a few dating sites. Let me preface this a little bit more. Sheila was attractive enough, not ugly, not pretty, just average I would say. However, since her husband died, she felt fat, unworthy of love, and ugly. It's silly to me, but who am I to judge? Anyway, within a few days of signing up, Sheila received several messages, many from men much like her, hard-working, average looks with middle-class lives. Many of them, for whatever reason, were not what she was looking for though. Sheila and I were pretty good friends, so one night, while at home, she sent me an email with a link of the profile of the newest of her would-be online suitors. The instant I saw his profile, I thought, whoa, out of her league. He said he was 21 years younger than Sheila. He was strapping, good-looking, muscular, and wealthy. He graduated from Oxford University, owned an architecture firm, and travelled all over the world. I didn't want to hurt my friend or discourage her, so I just replied, "Heck yeah, he looks great. Wish a guy like that was interested in me." The next morning, at work, we giggled and talked about the new man in Sheila's life. Again, I didn't want to hurt her, but something did not feel right to me. She printed off some of the emails they exchanged. Here is a sample, and for whatever reason, I held on to them. "Hi pretty woman, I like to see your smiley face. It will make me happy the day I can see it in the flesh. You're so pretty, like a flower grown in my yard. You're so sweet, thanks, I appreciate your compliments. No complimenting, just the truth from my lips. Where do you stay? Do you have work to go to? What things occupy you? You have little ones running around at your feet? Thanks again, you have such a nice face, you're very handsome. I do not have little ones running at my feet, and by the way, it sounds funny when you say it that way. But yes, I have children. They're grown up with their own families and live in Maryland and Oregon. I don't get to see them much. I have some health problems, so I don't travel very often. I would like to though. Anyway, I do work. I work for a group of healthcare providers as a manager. As for what occupies my time, I see movies, mostly on Netflix. Going to the movies alone is, well, lonely. I like to read romance books, watch TV, play games on the computer, and go shopping out to eat with my girlfriends. What about you? I work so much, I don't have any time for fun stuff. I still can't believe I'm so lucky that women with beauty like you would talk to me. I don't mean to pry, but your way of writing is kind of unique. Where were you raised? Your profile says you live in New York. That's a bit far for me as far as dating someone is concerned, but I do like having a friend to come home and talk to. I was raised in France. I moved to the US of A when I went to university. I do live in New York, but you're not too far for me to travel to see my flower. I can come to you. Do you like shopping? I'll take you to your favorite store and buy you what you desire. As for you, you're so handsome. I don't know why you'd want someone like me. And you don't have to buy me anything. Please, just be my friend. As I stated, I do get lonely. Please write to me your phone number. Sheila did provide her phone number, but I won't put it here. Thanks, my sweet love. I'll call you tomorrow. What time can I call you, my love? Anytime after 6 p.m. Talk to you then. Looking forward to it. Me too, sweet love. That was one of their first few exchanges. Sheila was over the moon when she came back to work. The day after, they spoke on the phone for the first time. She told me all about how he was in Amsterdam, working on a project for a university to build a theatre designed by him. She told me how he drives a Corvette and how much fun it would be to ride along the beach in a fast sports car. Something her very practical husband never would have done. She had a glow I had never seen about her. She told me that for all the love she had for her husband, she'd always wished he was more spontaneous, wanted more fun in life. Upon his death, Sheila was left with a large amount of money. I don't know the exact amount, but my rough calculations place it over $200,000. Most of all, she had been so practical her whole life, I don't think she knew how not to come to work. Sheila continued to work because she didn't like always being alone, and she was terribly alone, or so she felt. She once told me she just came to work to hang out with me. I loved Sheila. We were as close as two people so different in age could possibly be. Her laugh is the best. It can bring a smile to anyone's face. So animated when she talks, it makes for a great conversation. Soon after she started talking to this so-called guy, he sent flowers, perfume, chocolates, letters. He did all of the romantic things most women want. Still, I wasn't convinced though. Not to mention appalled that she had given her address to him. She said that she could trust him. Anyway, as I said, Sheila was head over heels. Every day she came to work, walking on air. I'd never seen her so happy. Hell, I was newlywed, and I wasn't that happy. Still, no matter how excited she was, I was not sure about this guy. Even though I'd heard some stories, this was a few years before catfishing and the like were widely spoken about everywhere. So even though I was suspicious, I wasn't positive. I told her to slow down and to not make any commitments until she'd spent some time in person with him. He would be in town the following week and she could decide what to do then, I told her. Sheila had booked a hotel room for him. He didn't feel it would be proper to stay at her house since they were just meeting. He wanted to be a gentleman, he assured her. Sheila and I went shopping for a new outfit, and she got her hair done, the whole 9 yards. I offered to go pick him up at the airport with her, but she didn't want me to go. The day finally came, a Friday, so she'd taken that Friday and Monday off to spend some time with him. I told her to call me as soon as she got home from the airport. Fast forward, Sheila was to pick him up at 4 p.m. I knew she'd call by 6 probably. When I didn't hear from her by 6:30, I called her. It went straight to voicemail. I called again, then again. I was starting to panic. I was about to drive the route to the airport when she finally called at around 9 p.m. She was sobbing, but home safe. I told my husband I needed to go be with her and headed to her house. She was red-faced, still sobbing, when I got there half an hour later. She told me that the guy was being held by immigration in Amsterdam and had tried to work with the officials to convince them to let him go on the plane, to no avail. He had put his money in a carry-on bag, which they had confiscated his bag, and he had no money, no ID, and they would not let him on the plane. His business associates had been kind enough to put him up and pay off the officials, but now with no credit cards, ID, nothing, he had no idea how he would manage. It sounded far-fetched to me, but I knew nothing about immigration or travelling through Amsterdam. But what I did know is that it didn't sound right. My suspicions were raised once again. I knew it would be okay because now this guy would be out of her life. Finally, I was happy, but the look on her face told me it wasn't over yet. A few days later, he stated his business associates had bailed him out of the trouble, but now they were holding the money they owed him until he paid them back what he owed them. Sheila suggested they just take out the money they owed him. He said they did things differently there, and he would need to pay them first. He had previously told her his brother was a missionary. He stated his brother was on a mission trip in Ghana and was coming to get him. He suggested if she could send the money to the brother, he could pick it up, and when he arrived back in the US, he would pay her back. She sent his brother in Ghana $3,700. A lump rose in my throat. I knew she was being misled, but I didn't know how I could convince her this didn't make sense. Night after night, he wooed her with sweet words. Here's another example of the messages they exchanged via the internet. This gives a better picture than just me explaining. Hello, my beautiful bride. I send sweet kisses across the ocean to land on your beautiful cheeks and lovely lips. To hold you in my arms is what I awake thinking of, and the tender words you speak are the song I fall to sleep to. I am so excited for the day I can call you bride. I wait for the day we are a family. Since the losing of my first wife and son, all I have wanted to be is a family with someone. You are that person, my real family. Good night, my love, your protector, lover, husband. And the crap just went on like that. About a month after the immigration incident, he fell very ill and once again had to cancel a trip to see her. She was once again devastated. He revealed to her during the chaos they did not take health insurance, and he had to pay in cash. He said he still had no credit cards from when they were lost during the confiscation of his bag at the airport. Now he had no money for the doctors and hospitals. She asked many questions, which he always had what sounded to her like reasonable explanations for. They sounded like bullshit to me, but she wouldn't hear of it. In this unfortunate set of circumstances, he needed to have his gallbladder out, and his brother was coming to help him. If only he had $7,000 for the operation. If he did not have the operation, he might die. Working for a medical group, you'd think that she would be smart enough to see it this time. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case though. She sent him money to his brother, and for about a week she heard nothing from him. Of course, he was recovering from his surgery, and that's why he didn't call. Inward, my eyes rolled when she said this. I smiled and gave her a pat on the back. I'm sorry, I said. Nothing else to say, really. Sheila began to put distance between us, and our friendship barely existed outside of work. I remained steadfast, never losing sight of the friend I knew would soon need me. She would need me when she found out this guy wasn't who he said he was. Situations like the hospital one happened again and again and again. Each time, something different. One night, he called her saying some money he'd sent to her was now missing from the Western Union system, and it would take 30 days for them to reimburse the claim. He said it was all of the extra money he had. He told Sheila he would have no money for food or hotel expenses. He pleaded for her to return the money, but, of course, she never got the money he said that he sent. Sheila finally stood up to him and said she didn't have any more money. He got infuriated and hung up on her. About 20 minutes later, she received this email. She forwarded it to me because she was quite upset. Here's what it said. Sheila, I thought you loved me. No, no love for me. You want me to starve in the streets? You want me to die? Fine, bitch. I will die of hunger in the street. No room to stay in. I will die. But I will make sure I hurt you and your family before I die. I know people who will come to you. They will kill because I say to. You will die, bitch. Hate me? Will I hate you? You'll soon see. Die, bitch. Sheila's reply was this. Please, don't say those things to me, my love. You are the heart inside of me. I love you more than anyone. Please do not call me names. It hurts me and makes me think that you may be mean when we're married. Please, my love, forgive me. I love you so much. I'll send you the 2,000 plus an extra 200 in case of any other things that might happen. Please, be my love. I will send the money tomorrow morning when the bank opens. And so she did. I was actually beginning to dislike my friend. First, and this might sound selfish, my husband and I were having really hard times financially, and she'd never offered us any help. Selfish, yes. But it did hurt to see her struggling while she sent thousands to a man she'd never met. I was angry at how stupid she'd become. I was angry that money she had because of her husband's death was being spent on a strange man. I was angry at everything. Most of all, I was angry at the fact that this woman I loved and respected had turned into a mindless idiot. One day, at lunch, she leaned in as if to tell me a secret. I'm putting in my notice. What notice? I asked. 2 weeks, here at this dump office. I'm quitting. I was actually happy, thinking she'd come to her senses and would get out of here and do things she dreamed of. Really? That's great. I mean, I'll miss you, but glad you're going to get out of here and enjoy life. Yeah, I'm going on mission trip with Kensington and his brother. We're all going to Ghana. My heart dropped and then raced like a hummingbird's wings. Ghana? You've never met him, Sheila. I don't know if this is a good idea. Have you talked to your kids? Are you sure you're up to this trip? This doesn't sound great, Sheila. Hell no, I haven't talked to my kids about it. They try to stop me, and I want to live and learn to love again. As for travelling, he's going to help me. Sheila, I'm not sure this is love. Has he ever paid you money he owes you? No, but husbands don't pay back their wives, silly. He's not your husband. You'll see. She picked up her food, dumped it in the trash, and walked out. A few weeks later, I was at her house helping her pack, while still trying to talk her out of this. She went. She left me the key to her house, told me where all of the important documents were, placed me as an authorized user of her bank account in case of an emergency, and I, being a stupid idiot I am, drove her to the airport. She called me when she got there. She sent pictures of her with this man, not a 30-something Brad Pitt, but a 22-year-old Ghana resident who worked at a cafe. You guessed it, an internet cafe. In the pictures, she was smiling, but it was not that over-the-moon smile she'd left with. It was forced. Before she left, Sheila and I had made a danger phrase. When she used this phrase, it meant that there was something that put her in danger. I tried to research this missions group she was going to travel with and help, but I could not find any internet presence of them. She said it was a small group and they did not want to waste money on websites, but that they were sponsored by a very famous evangelist. I started to feel really scared when I called the evangelist headquarters and his people said that they were in no way connected to this organization. In fact, they'd never heard of them. I was terrified now, but I'd talked to her just a few days before and she hadn't used the phrase and just seemed off from her normal personality. Sheila had been gone about 6 weeks when I got a call from her. My blood ran cold when she said, "Jason is doing great. Just talk to him." That was the phrase. The "I'm in danger" phrase. She hung up a few minutes later. I still had no idea of her exact location. Her IP address changed all the time, and she called from a different number almost every time as well. I knew it wasn't my business, but I went back to the bank and asked for a printout of that month's transactions. In all, Sheila had taken out $12 grand. She soon called and asked me to withdraw $3,200 and send it to some person I'd never heard of. When I asked why I couldn't send it to her, she seemed weird and blew me off as she demanded I send it. I was too scared not to. I knew she was in trouble, so I did it. After I sent the money from her account, I called the police and they gave me about 1,000 people to talk to and no one could help me. I called the embassy, but they also seemed uninterested. No one could help me find Sheila. Now, I hadn't heard from her in over a week. I continued to try and get help, but again, this was before scams were all over the internet and the government started to put manpower into cracking down on it. I don't think the feds had a clear grasp on what was really happening on the internet dating sites. To this day, there's no real laws to protect women from this, especially when they have handed over the money of their own free will. She left for the mission trip 5 years ago. The last time she called, 4 years ago. By then, she'd withdrawn all but $72. The bank finally closed the account for lack of activity. I haven't heard from Sheila in 4 years. A few emails written by Kensington or one of his crew, but nothing from her. I know she didn't send the email as well, because it sounded nothing like her. 5 years later, we still pray we will one day see Sheila's beautiful face again. I fear, though, that we won't. I like to believe that she fell so much in love that she didn't want us to ruin things, but I know that isn't true. I know Sheila is dead, and we will never be able to give her a proper goodbye. I tell this story to warn people. I know many people might be younger, more aware individuals, but there are a million ways they lure you in. Many women are naively drawn into these scams. They are drawn in from loneliness, desperation, grief, and any number of things. No matter how young you are, how savvy you think you are, these people make manipulation their full-time job. They will learn your weaknesses, and they will use it. This isn't a typical catfish. It's not about some old pervy guy looking for young girls. This is about people of all ages. Men are no exception. There are women around the world doing this to men as well. Since I began trying to find Sheila, I've met lots of people who have the same stories, but were lucky enough to escape the situation before leaving to meet one of these creeps. Please listen. This is about your life and the life of your loved ones. Please be careful about who you trust. I don't want to hear of any more Sheilas. Okay, so let me start off by saying that this isn't my story, it's my mum's. I recently took sociology as an option at school, and we were discussing serial killers and whether they were born that way or was it to do with environmental factors. One thing led to another, and the class discussion turned towards the famed Moors murders, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley. They operated in the greater Manchester area where my family have lived throughout many generations, and they committed their crimes in the 60s. They mostly killed children and teenagers and dumped their bodies in the Saddleworth Moor, hence the nickname. Myra Hindley is often dubbed the most evil woman in history. I'm a bit of an unusual type of person. Yes, all of this stuff I learned was horrible, but it strangely interested me. I guess it's the same reason people slow down to look at a car crash or watch horror movies. So, anyway, I came home from school and got the usual, "So how was your day?" I told my mum my lessons, and then we had dinner, etc., and eventually I got on to mention the infamous couple. At first, my mum was silent for a bit, and then she finally replied, "I used to know Myra Hindley." I was shocked at first. I couldn't quite believe it. So I passed it off as a joke and laughed. She then turned to me. "No, seriously, I knew Myra Hindley," she said bluntly. Her tone of voice and serious nature about these sort of things eventually made me realize my mother was telling the truth. As anyone would have, I asked how. My mum was born in Longside in Manchester in the 50s, but spent most of her childhood in the 60s. Kids had a lot more freedom in them days, and my mum told me how it wasn't out of the question if she wanted to walk to the park by herself at the age of 7. It was obviously a different time, but of course, this freedom came with dangers, and at a heavy cost for some. My mum would often visit her cousin's house to play. They'd play with their dolls, dress up and comb each other's hair, the usual little girl antics. Most of the time, they stayed at her cousin's house, where her mother usually resided to keep an eye on them, but on special occasions, my mum's aunt and uncle would go out together. They made sure, though, that my mum's niece had a babysitter, however, and you guessed it, Myra Hindley. She was a friend of my mum's uncle's sister. Bit of a mouthful, I know, but she was a young woman, just barely in her 20s. My mum recalls her always being distant, hardly ever speaking, and just giving the occasional look like she was impatient. She wasn't a hands-on babysitter, to say the least. She would just sit idly in the lounge, either watching TV or just quietly waiting for her shift to be over. She didn't babysit my mum and her cousin for long though, just under a year in fact. She was kindly asked to stop after she kept inviting him around, her boyfriend, Ian Brady. During this time, my mum stopped visiting her cousin as even at a young age, she felt uncomfortable around him. Just something about him seemed odd, even to her 8-year-old self. Even my grandmother knew about Brady's past criminal record. Rumour had spread fast, and my mum's aunt and uncle kindly asked Myra to stop inviting him. She refused and was eventually let go. Soon, my mum started visiting again, as her aunt's eldest son was now deemed old enough to take care of them both. Everything was back to normal for a while, and my mum was satisfied. She no longer felt intimidated or scared to visit the house. About 2 or 3 years had passed from this whole ordeal, and one day, my mum and her cousin decided to go to the park. It was about 1.5 miles away, so they packed some change for the corner shop and set off. They played on the roundabout, on the slide and the swings for a few hours, and then when they felt it was time to go, they bought some ice creams for the journey home. It was around the evening at this point. My mum had just finished her ice cream when she noticed a vehicle pull up. It was a classic mini pickup, and who was driving it? You guessed it, Myra. She turned to face my mum and her cousin and stared them down for a good solid few seconds. My mum says she felt extremely confused, as you'd imagine. After babysitting, my mum occasionally saw Myra out and about, but never spoke to her. In fact, she had spoken so little to her in the first place, she barely remembers her voice now. This was the first time the two met eye to eye again. After the staring down, she just drove off without ever saying a word. My mum, to this day, counts herself lucky. On the same night, 12-year-old Keith Bennett was abducted and killed by the two in the very same fashion. Myra pulled up with the car and invited the boy in and then took him to the moors. Little did my mum know that Brady was in the back seat. Was it because my mum was there with her cousin and therefore not alone? Was it because she knew her already? Or was it something else entirely? My mum will never know. When the two were arrested a year or so later, my mum was too young to comprehend, but later in life, she says she often thinks about it, of what could have been. Myra Henley died of a chest infection in 2002. Brady is still alive, and now the longest-serving prisoner in England and Wales. If you want to learn more about the murders, a quick Google search will tell you what you need to know. Knowing what could have been, I find a lot of the information distressing now, as does my mum. I thought I'd share this because I think it's a perfect example of how fragile life is and how a single decision can alter history. If whatever was in Myra's mind on that day that made her click didn't happen, then I would not be here today. My story begins in the late 1980s, and as of July 2015 has yet to be concluded. I was born in 1984 in Washington, D.C. My father at the time was a career Army Sergeant, first class, and my mother was a banker. I also have a sister who is 12 years older than me. Now, my story has a bit of retrospect. From my birth, my family has had multiple paranormal happenings. Some have ranged from interesting and harmless, and others not so much. From speaking with my family, nothing had ever happened before my birth. It all started with me, it seemed. From what I can remember, we lived in a large 2-story house which was fairly close to Fort Meade, where my father worked. I still remember the colour of the house, white with brown brick, a concrete staircase that led to the front door, and a 2-car garage. When you would enter the front door, straight ahead were the stairs that led to the kitchen, and to a hallway that would lead to the bedrooms. Immediately to the right of the front door was the family room, which would lead to a larger living room. From the larger living room, you could get to the backyard or the garage. I don't know how long my family had lived in the house before I was born, but this part of my story begins through my recollection, and from what my sister had told me years after. The first event happened one night when my sister, then 16, was babysitting me, then age 4. She was watching the Arsenio Hall show and I was playing with my toys. We were sitting in the family room and we were home alone. I don't know what time it was, but I know it must have been fairly late. From what I can remember, my sister and I heard a noise coming from upstairs. I remember she told me to stay downstairs and continue playing, that it was probably nothing, but me being the way I am, I followed her. As we got to the top of the stairs, I remember the kitchen and the hallway were pitch black, except for a small light coming from the outside from the adjacent house. My sister continued to hear the sounds going toward the bedrooms. I remember she stood absolutely still, and I was behind her. I tried to take a peek, but she wouldn't let me. I don't know how much time passed, but according to my sister, it must have been a few seconds, about 5 to 7 seconds that we stood there looking into the hallway leading to the bedrooms. All of a sudden, we heard very hard, very fast steps running toward the bedrooms, where the door of the room at the end of the hall closed shut. But I didn't see anyone. My sister grabbed me, picked me up over her shoulder, and we ran outside. We stayed outside until my parents came home, only minutes later, according to my sister. She told my dad about what had happened, and I remember him checking the house while my mum, my sister and I stayed outside. Sometime later, my dad came back outside to find us and tell us everything was fine. There was nothing. No windows were open or tampered with. Nothing was stolen. Everything was in its right place. I, of course, didn't know any better, and it was left at that. Sometime later, not much later after that event, we packed up and moved to San Antonio, Texas. My father was transferred to Fort Sam, Houston. Originally, my mum and dad were from Texas, so it was a blessing for them to come back to the place they always knew and loved. This second incident is from my dad's perspective. It was only him, as the rest of us were already in San Antonio. My mum used to tell my sister and I about the gremlins that lived in our house. She would say to us that the gremlins would take things like keys, shoes, paperwork, minuscule but important things, only to return them at the last possible second. It would make us laugh, and I remember my dad would say things like, "Well, I'd love to see one of those gremlins." My dad was packing up and loading up the remnants of our possessions into a truck to drive to Texas. It was getting late, and he decided to sleep so he could leave at first light. He slept in the same room my sister and I were during the first incident. Being as tired as he was, he fell asleep within minutes of lying down. At about 2 in the morning, my dad woke up to the sounds of someone walking upstairs. My dad isn't a light sleeper, and he can hear a pin drop on the carpet when he's sleeping. Immediately, he woke up thinking someone had broken in, maybe thinking the house was vacant or something. He said it started off as careful footsteps, like someone was walking calmly and slowly. My dad just lay down on the floor, listening. Let me just reiterate here quickly that my dad at the time was a career soldier. Nothing scared him, and he is very capable of killing a man with his bare hands. But my dad told me that he had wished it were a man that night. As my dad continued to listen to the steps, it began to get louder and faster. After a few minutes of listening, he began to hear childlike, muddled, almost watery-sounding laughter. He could feel the vibrations of the now running footsteps directly above him, in the bedrooms and the kitchen area. My dad, afraid of no man or animal, was absolutely terrified. He grabbed his blanket and his pillow and left earlier than he had planned. Looking back on it now, my dad laughs, but he doesn't deny that it scared him half to death. In San Antonio, we lived in a house very close to the international airport. Things were pretty normal in the year we lived there, but there was one single incident. It was my first real experience. I was in pre-kinder around this time, so I must have been about 5. I used to sleep in my parents' bed, though I had my own room. I felt comfortable and safe there. My parents' room was huge. It had a row of large glass windows and a glass door that led to the backyard, and they always kept the blinds open at night to let the natural moonlight come in. In the middle of the backyard was a very tall tree, so tall that no one could ever grab the branches. The bed was maybe about 10 or a little more feet from the windows. One night, I woke up randomly. It must have been pretty late because it was extremely dark, with a bluish-white hue, the way it looks at night when the moon is bright. I remember sitting up, and my parents were in a deep sleep. As I looked out the window, I saw a glowing, bluish-white figure with its arms stretched out, making a T shape. It had long, shoulder-length hair and looked as though it was wearing pants. It had its side to me and was looking directly at the tree and didn't move. I must have watched it for a few seconds, 10 to 15 or so, without blinking. I was immediately drawn to it. It was almost beautiful in a way. I wasn't afraid of it, probably because I didn't understand what it was. I looked down at my mum and tried to wake her up so she could see it because she was on the side closest to the window. When I looked back up toward the figure, it was now looking directly at me and was closer to the window. I felt a hard chill run down my back. I was shaking in uncertainty. I didn't know what a ghost was back then. I don't even think I knew what a burglar was, but I did know that I didn't like the feeling I had now. The figure still had its arms pointing outward, and what I thought was hair was actually some sort of hood, veil, or hat of some kind. I just knew it wasn't hair. But the thing that really stood out was a solid, blood-red light across its chest, near where a person's heart would be. It was glowing, almost as bright as the figure. I stared at it for a few seconds before I took cover in between my parents. I didn't even try to take another look and hid under the covers until I fell asleep. I never saw anything in that house again, and my family never experienced anything at all. About a year later, I was going to start kindergarten at a new school. My parents sold the house, and we moved into another house which was a few miles from the first house we lived in. It was a pretty house, big enough for a family of 4. It had a huge backyard with a tiny chain-link fence. Directly behind the backyard was a forest with very tall trees, and when it would rain, a creek in the forest would swell and flow. It sat in the middle of a cul-de-sac, and our neighbours were great. At first glance, it was beautiful, but the reality was far more terrifying. Let me add a note here. Speaking with my family, the entire cul-de-sac seemed off. Firstly, down the street, about a mile from our house, was a small ballpark that had a thick forest area behind it. My sister told me that her friends and her found old grave markers in that said forest. I don't know if it was true or not, but San Antonio is a fairly old city, and a lot of grave sites are scattered across the city, with many unincorporated. Also, people seem to move in and move out frequently from the area. It just seems like a rather creepy area. Now, as for the house, little things would happen first. Things would go missing, similar to the house in Maryland. I remember my mum talking about the gremlins again, how they followed us. It was like this for the first year, nothing major to speak of. But as time went on, things got very heavy. My sister, who from the first week we lived in the house was very vocal on something being wrong with the house, had it worst. One night, my mum, my sister and I were watching television. It must have been fairly early because I was still awake. My sister, the stereotypical teenager with the phone glued to her ear, was in the kitchen. I was playing with my toys on the carpet and my mum was on the couch behind me. The house was quiet and dark. We only had a small lamp on in the living room, and my sister was standing in the pitch darkness in the kitchen. My dad was either on his way home from work or was staying at the base, which he did sometimes. The way the house was set up from the front door, you would enter the living room. To the right was an opening to the hallway, which if you continued on, straight ahead, would be my room. Down the hall to the left was my sister's room, and down the hall to the right was my parents' room. Directly ahead of the living room, across the front door, was the kitchen. In the kitchen was a solid glass sliding door and a wooden door to the left of the kitchen to slide to the garage. My sister was standing next to the bar where the phone was connected to the jack on the wall, right next to the sliding glass door. From what I remember, my sister screamed at the top of her lungs. She saw the silhouette of a man on the other side of the glass being illuminated by the moonlight. She said that once she screamed, the man just continued to look, but she could see no features on his face, only the silhouette. She ran to my mum, who already scooped her into her arms. My mum immediately turned off the TV and the light in the living room. It was darker than black at that moment. My mum and sister both continued to look at the man, who, according to both of them, never moved a muscle. I don't recall seeing anything, but I do remember my mum pressing me against her chest, holding onto me very tight. Our neighbours to our left, if you were looking toward the street, immediately came running when they heard my sister scream. They knew her from school and were outside when it happened. One guy came over to the front door to see what was wrong, while the other two jumped the fence into the backyard. I don't remember this part much, so I had asked my mum what happened. According to her, she ran to the door to hear my sister's friend banging on it, asking if everything was alright. She opened it, and the guy right away grabbed me and my mum and brought us outside when my sister ran behind. By that time, the silhouette was gone. My mum called the police, and within minutes they were at our home. They took a statement and investigated what they could, but of course, they found nothing. They said it must have been a burglar. My mum and sister both told me some years later that the two guys that ran into the backyard didn't see a single thing. Mind you, this was within a second of them jumping over the fence and immediately being in view of the backyard, and my mum and sister were both staring at the silhouette while they jumped over. They broke sight with the figure when the door was being smacked on. They broke sight with the figure when the door was being knocked on. So if this was a burglar, there's a few problems. First, the burglar would have had to run about 1/8 of a mile in the dark of night and jump over the fence in under a second for no one to see him. Second, it was still early enough in the night for people to be awake, and the burglar would have seen people in the house and heard my sister's friend in the adjacent yard. It would have been close to impossible to rob us without being noticed or heard. Who knows? To this day, neither my mum or sister believe it to have been a robber. Now, sometime later, I was very sick with the flu. I didn't go to school for a while. I had a fever and just felt overall horrible. My doctor said I shouldn't do anything but rest. It was difficult, but I tried. I was in first grade then, and being a sick first grader is never fun, especially if you're told you can't play. I hated it. I slept in my parents' room in their bed during this time, and one night I had something really strange happen to me. Something that no one else witnessed that night. It was only for me, I guess. This was another night that my dad was at the base. I remember being very warm and I couldn't sleep. I was tossing and turning and crying because of the pain of the flu caused to my arms and my legs. I don't know what time it was, but it was late because my mum was already in a deep sleep. In my parents' room, there were 2 windows. One window faced our neighbours to the left and the other faced the street. I remember looking toward my mum. I was sleeping on the left side of the bed closer to the window on the left and saw a shadow being cast on the bed, coming from the window, the one facing our neighbours. I can describe this shadow perfectly because even though this was over 20 years ago, I still remember it vividly. What I saw was a man, and he was wearing what to me was exactly what Dick Tracy would wear, a cowboy-styled hat and a coat with the collar popped up. But the strangest thing was, when I would turn to look at him, he would move backward out of sight. Only when I would turn around again, he would move up, and I could see his shadow again. He would even move forward to the other side of the window if he was too far to the right. It was the damnedest thing. I wasn't afraid, but I wanted my mum to see it. I woke her up and told her, and she immediately woke up frightened and investigated. She looked outside, and she looked inside, and there was nothing. She told me it was just my imagination. I wish my dad had been home. He would have believed me. It only happened that night, and never again. No one ever saw him. I never saw him directly, only his shadow. He seemed to taunt me that entire night, moving across the window, pacing back and forth, stopping in the middle and moving back and forth again, over and over. I must have looked to that window over 100 or more times, trying to catch him with clear and precise vision, but I never did. Eventually, I fell asleep. For years, I would tell people about this, and no one knew what to say when I told them. The answers ranged from a ghost to me being so sick I was hallucinating. Sometime later, when I was in my 20s, I remembered the incident out of the blue and Googled it, just out of curiosity. I typed, "black shadow with a hat." I was curious to see what I would get, and what returned really made the hair on my entire body stand on end. It returned something that had been colloquially named the Hat Man. It returned dozens of similar stories, people seeing this figure wandering in and out of vision, but never allowing itself to be seen directly, But more frighteningly, it returned pictures, drawings people had made, and I never felt my chest tighten so much I couldn't even swallow. I had no idea others had similar or dead-on accurate events to mine. But why come to me? Was it because I was ill? Was it because I was young? I did as much research as I could, but it raised more questions than answers. It was amazing that people had written entire websites and documentation about this thing. According to others that had this happen to them, the Hat Man was malevolent. Things ranging from family disturbances, aggression, and premonitions of something about to happen could summon him. Nothing like that had been going on for me. We were a happy family, though we lived in a haunted house, and we were good. We were a happy family. Not once did I feel anything malevolent or sinister from it. Just a matter of fact that he or it was there. I called my parents once I had read what I could to tell them. I linked them the information I had found, and my mum said something that really made me remember something I had tried to forget. She reiterated that the Hat Man could be a sort of premonition. She then said, "I wonder if he was there for Michelle." Now, this next part is pretty saddening. It was a horrible time for all of us. My neighbours to the right, if you were looking toward the street, were awesome people. The father was a Vietnam vet like my dad, a Marine. They got along great. He was an amazing person. He bought me Final Fantasy, and of course, I loved the guy. His wife was equally awesome too. She was from Sweden. She was beautiful. But their daughter, she was an angel. Gorgeous, kind, amazing. But something horrible happened one night. Something that still brings tears to my eyes. The daughter, she was about my sister's age, if not a little older. She had been dating a guy that was abusive. One night, during a date, he brutally murdered her in the woods in the outskirts of San Antonio. I was too young to go to the funeral, and I still didn't understand death then. All I knew was that she could never be able to come over and say hello to me again. I'm 30 years old now, but I still miss her. I'm tearing up just thinking about this. Evil truly never sleeps. He apparently destroyed her beautiful face so badly that makeup couldn't even cover the bruises. Sometime after she had been laid to rest, my mum was cleaning our house, specifically her and my dad's bedroom. She was cleaning under the bed when she saw a pair of legs. She immediately thought it was my sister, but something told her it wasn't. My mum stood up slowly and saw her standing there. Our neighbour, Michelle. She came to say goodbye to my mum. I remember coming inside for playing, and my mum was crying. She said that Michelle was here, and she went to rest. To this day, I wish I had been in the house, so I could have seen her one last time. My mum doesn't like to talk about it much. She loved Michelle. We all did, but my mum found comfort in knowing Michelle was at peace. This was the only event in that house that had any benevolence, but this was the exception, certainly not the rule. As time went on in the house, even more things happened. More things went missing, constant bumps and thumps in the night, shadows darting across the house. My sister once was asleep when she said that she felt the pressure of someone sitting or lying on top of her, not allowing her to move. Other times, she said she felt eyes on her whenever she entered her bedroom. I knew better than to go into her room. I had my own experiences there. I never told this to anyone because it was my first real encounter with something that I knew wanted to hurt me. It's not something you forget, but it's something you try to. I remember running around the house. My sister was out somewhere, and my dad was fixing something in the garage. My mum was working, and it must have been summer since I wasn't at school. I went into the house from the garage to find my most prized toy, Jonathan, the duck that was given to me as my first toy upon birth by the doctor that delivered me. I took him everywhere. He was my charm, my luck, he was my protection. The hallway from the kitchen was in an L shape. From the kitchen you head into the hallway, and to the left is the bathroom. Straight ahead is my sister's room, and when you turn at the L, my room is on the left, a few feet ahead. My sister's door was closed, and I ran to my room to get Jonathan. I had Jonathan in my hand when I ran back down the L toward the garage, but my sister's door was open. I had this strong sensation to look behind me, and I saw something that scared the shit out of me. I saw a dark, black silhouette of a tall man. No features, no clothing to speak of, just all black. The face was almost a blur. I couldn't tell of any facial features. I knew there was a face, but that was about it. The only other thing was the mouth. It looked as though it was open because the area where the mouth would be was darker than the rest of the face. He was holding onto the door handle from inside the room. He looked at me and cocked his head to the right slowly, like it was interested in me or was sizing me up. I remember I grabbed Jonathan, put him in front of me to keep me from this thing. With that, the man raised his head upright and slowly closed the door. I ran to my dad and stood by him the rest of the day. By this time, I knew full well what a ghost was. I was already in 2nd grade, and ghosts were now a part of everyday life for me. Fast forward a few months before we're fixing to move to another city. My dad had been hired by the US Customs Service, and we would be leaving by the time 3rd grade would start for me. During this transition, my uncle came to visit. He was a loving man to his family and friends, and a terrifying man to his enemies. Tall, dark-skinned, long black hair. Tall, dark-skinned, long black hair. He was my Uncle Sergio, my mum's brother. Once he came to the house, it felt calm. I remember my sister even told me this. His presence there in the house made it livable. He stayed with us about a month. A day before he was about to leave to Illinois, he came up to me and said that he knew of what was going on in the house and to not be afraid. He said he could see the same things my sister and I could. He said to me, "Sam, these things are everywhere. They're part of our life. You just need to know how to deal with them. Don't be afraid of them." My uncle sadly died in 2005. Alcoholism claimed him. Because of that, I don't drink often. But he was right. We left that house in 1994. I was 9 years old, about to enter 3rd grade. It was relieving to finally leave that house. My sister and I still talk about those times. My mum had some other experiences, mostly harmless. My dad never had any. I could probably write a book on what happened in that house, but those were by far the worst. So, 13 years later, I've had few paranormal experiences. Nothing major, nothing in my home, but I've begun hunting them, visiting areas that people say are haunted. I catch what I can on audio, video, camera stills, nothing to write home about. Eventually, I stopped because college and life is more interesting. I moved to Dallas sometime after graduating high school. I met a girl from some friends in college, and soon we began dating. We're polar opposites, but we love that about each other. One day, she says she wants to bring me to her parents' house to see her old stomping ground. As we pull up, I get a familiar feeling. Something I haven't felt in a long time. The hard chill down my back. I feel that something is watching me. We haven't even gotten out of the car yet. I kept it to myself, trying to dismiss it, but experience kicks in. Something isn't right about this place. We get inside, and she gives me the tour. It's a pretty house, big, 2 stories. Past the front door are the stairs that lead up. Adjacent to the stairs is a long hallway that leads to the kitchen. To the right of the hallway still, next to the stairs, is the living room. Upstairs are the bedrooms and bathroom, immediately to the right. We walk up, and I'm on edge. I'm looking for something. It's here, and it will show itself by the night's end. I'm hypervigilant, and she notices this. I tell her I'm just amazed that she looks so good in her little skirt, trying to calm my nerves. She leads me to her old bedroom, now a study. This is where I feel it most. Something doesn't want me in this house, let alone in this room. I play it cool, but still looking for something. Movement, a sound, something out of the corner of my eye. I know what to look for, but nothing's happening. We end up going back downstairs to the living room, where she says she's going to grab some beers and we can watch TV until her parents get back from wherever they were. I sit on the couch and, still in my vigilant state, I begin scanning around. Still nothing though. She comes back and sits next to me and puts her legs on my lap. Naturally, I begin to caress her legs and try to calm down, but it doesn't help. My hands begin to get sweaty, and she notices this. "Sam, your hands are sweaty and shaking. Are you okay?" I nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm good." As we begin watching TV and drinking a little, I continue to caress her legs until I see it. Something is reflecting on the mirror in the living room from the angle. Whatever it is, it's where the front door is by the stairs. I knew it wasn't a person, as we would have noticed someone coming down the stairs or opening the door. The hallway is dark, but this figure is darker. "Morgan, what time are your parents coming home?" I asked her as calmly as I could. She didn't know, but she said soon. "So, no one is here, right?" I asked. "No, it's just us." I kept my focus on it as I continued to speak to her, and finally, after about a minute or two, I let it drop. "Morgan, how long have you known this house was haunted?" Immediately, I felt her legs get cold and covered in goosebumps. "Sam, what are you talking about?" she said in a very low and fearful voice. I moved her legs off of my lap and slowly stood up, still looking toward the door, which I couldn't see because of the short doorway wall. I slowly creep over and see the shadow looking back toward me. We lock a gaze. The eyes are dark, maybe not even eyes. It looks like a person. It has depth and mass, but it's not moving, like a doll or mannequin. Hands at its sides, no facial features. To try to describe it, imagine one of those stereotypical crash test dummies, but without a nose or mouth. My heart is beating, pounding out of my chest. I'm not as afraid as I thought I would be. I have more of this feeling of leave us alone or do something about it. She then comes up behind me and in an extremely frightened tone asks me what I'm looking at. She can't see it, but it's right in front of us. I feel her tug at my hand. I try not to lose focus on it, but Morgan pulls me back and I break my gaze. I look at her for a split second and turn back, but it's gone. She's fully creeped out now, and instead of waiting for her parents, we leave. She tries to calm down and sends them a text saying we're going to go somewhere and meet them when they come back. We don't. Instead, we go back to my apartment, and she tells me everything. She said that at a young age, she would see shadows all over the house, and that since her parents were fairly religious, would hang pictures of Jesus and crosses everywhere. Eventually, it died down, but never really stopped. She was frightened to death about it, but nothing ever hurt her or made itself known to her. But why to me then? She said that sometimes, when visitors would come over, they would see things too, but that nothing had happened in a long time. She said her parents were oblivious to it and never cared to hear it. The thing that still gets to me is, why me? Why did I see it and not her? Fast forward to 2011. Morgan and I had long broken up, and I met another woman. We got married and had a son. My wife and I were separated, and it was New Year's. I had my son with me. He was only barely 2. So my mum, dad, my son, and I head to Kyle, Texas, where my sister and her husband and my niece live. My niece, who is 7 years younger than me, is like my little sister. We're really close, and we grew up pretty much together. Also, my niece's friend is there visiting as well. It's a full house. My sister had always told me that strange things would happen in this house. Creaking doors, voices, things of that nature. Nothing threatening. My sister, having grown up with what we had, also developed a hyper-vigilant personality with these types of things. The layout of the house from the front door is a main hallway, and to the right of the main hallway is a smaller hallway with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The closest room is my niece's room, and the further one is the guest bedroom. My sister always said that the room seemed off, but she could never get anything to happen. She said it became ever more unwelcoming after her and my brother-in-law had started renovating it. This was also the room my son and I would sleep in that night. We had a pretty uneventful night. Fireworks and dinner were great, but nothing out of the ordinary. Ghosts weren't even a topic or even considered. My son was ready for bed early, and being as little as he was, I didn't want to leave him alone. Also, I just had awful feelings about that room too, just from listening to what my sister had said over the years. Even though nothing had actually happened, the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence. So, I put my son to bed and got him a bottle of chocolate milk to help him sleep. As I was covering him with the blanket and cuddling him so he could sleep, he stops drinking his bottle and covers his little face with his blanket. I look at him with confusion and say, "Hey buddy, what's the matter?" As I begin patting his tummy and rubbing my hand over his little head to get him to keep drinking his bottle, I try to pull the blanket off his face, and he puts it right back over his face. He utters 2 words to me, and in a way that I understand completely by the time he finishes. "Daddy." Scary, as he points toward the window. At this point, I put the blanket over his little face and pull my phone out of my pocket. Something is here, and my son saw it. At this point, I'm not afraid, I'm not confused. No, I'm livid. They used to come to me when I was little, but I won't let them come to my little boy. I began taking pictures, and in the pictures I would see white orbs. I immediately pick up my son and get him to my parents. I tell them what happened, and they know what to do. From the years we've experienced these things, for the past 2.5 decades, they don't argue, they don't dismiss, they know. I tell my niece and sister what happened, and we all begin snapping photos, recording sound and video. Of the probably dozens of pictures we took, 4 have these anomalies in them. One of them even looks like whatever it is trying to push us back. Needless to say, my son and I didn't sleep in the room, and I kept him close to me the rest of the night. He's 5 now, and has no recollection of it ever happening. It's probably for the best. Since then, we haven't had anything happen to us. Not in my home, not anywhere. Not yet at least, and I hope it remains that way. Now, as for me, I'm not a psychic, I'm not sensitive, at least I don't think I am, but I know ghosts and spirits, whatever they are, they're real. Some are benevolent and just want to be noticed. Some just want to say their goodbyes and rest in peace. But some just want to hurt us and dominate us. They want us to fear them and look over our shoulders. All I can say at the end of the day is this: there are things out there we cannot, may not, or will not ever understand. So after you check your doors and windows, your closets, attics, basements, and under your beds for the scary stalkers and sick lunatics that want to cause you harm, just know there are other things that hide in the dark. These are the pictures of the incident with my son in the order they were taken. These were taken by me. This last picture was taken by my niece. Apologies for the length of this. This story took place over the last 30 odd years, so please bear with me. This story may seem hard to believe, in fact almost impossible, and probably a lot different from what you're used to. And though it may be difficult to believe, I assure you, every word is true. I'm submitting this under a proxy to protect my identity, as even to this day I am in danger if I reveal this information. But people need to know. In 1983, I was serving in the British Royal Air Force. I had been working for 15 years and had, if I say so myself, an outstanding record. I can't say a lot about where I was or what I was doing, but suffice to say I was based in England. One day I got a call from my friend. He seemed a bit odd and said there were some people waiting to see me. When I arrived there were 3 men sitting at a desk. They searched me, which I found odd, and showed me an ID card. It had the NATO symbol on it. They informed me that they wanted to offer me a job opportunity to join a secret task force. My operations would be classified and my hours reduced to 0, but for 9 months of the year, day or night, I could be called into action. I was interested and told them so. I expected to fill out forms or something, but the men simply stood up and said, "Come with us." We got into a jet black helicopter and flew for about an hour. When we arrived, the area was pitch black and looked deserted. It was like they'd flown me into the middle of a farm. We walked onto a concrete platform, and the man who'd done all the talking got out a radio and said something, and the platform started to descend. When it stopped, there was a long corridor with a metal door at the end. I was asked to turn away whilst they unlocked it. I wasn't sure how, as there was no lock or code or anything, just a solid metal door. When we got in, it actually reminded me of a NASA mission control. There were screens everywhere and about 100 people all dressed in suits working at desks. I was taken to an interview room and told more about the job. The man looked at me when we sat down and said, "I'm going to tell you a little bit about what you're going to be doing. You may ask questions, but I may not be able to answer them all. Do you understand?" "Yes," I said, getting agitated. The place felt wrong. I had no idea where in the UK I was, and the man who was talking had an American accent. Your job, if you choose to work for us, will be to secure locations with little notice awaiting our NATO clear-up team to arrive. What exactly will we be securing? I asked, thinking rogue terrorist group camps. All I can say is experimental technology that we can't have falling into enemy hands. Which enemy? I asked, thinking a perfectly simple question. He didn't answer, just shared a look with the other man in the room before continuing. You will find the pay generous and working hours considerate, but when called, you must attend immediately. We only currently can give around 45 minutes warning. In that time, you must attend your team and fly to the location. I nodded, interested. I always loved a challenge. It's needless to say, secrecy is paramount for this operation. Your silence will be rewarded. Any breach in this trust would be most severely punished. You will see as you get to work with the sensitive nature of the work. And I can't stress enough how vital it is for your own safety that you keep a cool head and that you keep quiet. Out of curiosity, I asked, what is the punishment for breaking the vow of secrecy, expecting prison? I can't tell you specifics, but you would not be seen again. The rest of the interview was all about my level of training and abilities, and at the end, I agreed. I was given the keys to a really nice apartment in the city, and given a nice new car, and for the first 2 months was paid a lot of money to sit watching sport. One night, however, at about 2:30 a.m, I was awoken by an alarm. It was a call to arms. So I quickly got on my uniform, and I was out of the house within 5 minutes. I made my way to the base of operations. I want to say where it is, but more than one person has vanished investigating it, so for now, I'll just say it's very close to Wales. When I arrived, I met my fellows, a brilliant bunch of lads. I was shocked to see one of them with a horrible injury to his jaw. It was burned, and a chunk of flesh had been removed. You could see the way that the doctors had patched him up, but other than that, he was a fantastic man. They were all telling me to prepare myself. We were radioed through a location and set off using the same black helicopter as before. The location, it was a forest, Sherwood Forest. We arrived within 45 minutes, but were unable to land the helicopter in the trees. I wanted to know what we were looking for, but the others just kept saying, "You'll know when you see it." When we were over the forest, I could see a tree on fire and other little fires around the area. We landed outside and secured the area. We had strict instructions not to touch anything there. I'd been told it was experimental stuff, and what laid before me on the ground, it's burned into my mind, and it's the reason I tell this story. A man and a woman were laying on the floor, both with a calm expression on their faces. Both were dead, and in a horrible way. The man had his genitals removed in a very precise way. The cuts were smooth. There was a slice down his left side, and his chest cavity looked hollow. I thought at the time he was starved and killed. Later on, I would realize that his organs were actually removed, and never found. His entire body was hairless. No hair, no eyebrows, eyelashes, arm hair, or anything. Not a single one. And it was the same for the female. But her injuries were much worse. She too had her genitals removed, including breasts, but also her tongue, one eye, organs, and, as I would see later, about 12 inches of the anal cavity removed, somehow. Now, I was used to pointing guns and flying helicopters, so I'm not ashamed to say I threw up all over the place. And this more than anything is what made my fellow teammate my friend. They took me to one side and said, "We get this all the time, and we don't like it. When you find out what happens, you won't either." "Who are they? Who did this to them?" I asked, trying not to puke again. "A couple went missing about a month ago. We were expecting them to show up, and as to who did this, that's hard to believe until you've seen it. For now, just consider them the enemy." About 20 minutes later, a team arrived, and we were told to leave. I asked on the way back to the base what had happened to them, and one of my friends just said, "Experiments," and that was it. I didn't want to know more, and I spent the next 3 weeks sitting in my home, wondering what the hell I'd signed up for. I finally contacted one of my new friends and asked to talk. He explained they got about one of these cases every 3 months, and not to worry because we were doing everything we could to stop it. I asked him again who the enemy is, and he flat out told me, "We don't know. We don't know who they are, what they want, or where they come from. All we know is that they aren't from Earth, and they have technology far better than ours." I told him to piss off, but at the same time it made sense in my mind. I didn't want to admit that little green men were doing this, but after what I had seen, it actually seemed logical. Finally, I asked, "The boy and the girl, what will they tell their families?" "Nothing," he said. "Nothing?" "They'll remain on the missing persons list forever." There was a question I wanted to ask. How many people have died that you know of? But I was too scared of the answer. That was it for me. I knew people had to know about this, because out there, somewhere, were families searching for hope for their missing loved ones, who would never be told what had happened to them and would never be able to grieve. I asked him if he thought it was right, and he said no. Him and the other guys had been collecting evidence for the last 6 months, hoping to think of a way to make it public. They usually took little cameras with them to take crime scene photos before the cleanup team arrived, but had stopped last time, not knowing if they could trust me. I told him I was going to help them and began racking my brain for ways to do it. From what I had been told, someone had actually tried to tell the public about this before, but failed, and died a year later due to bad health. About a month later, the alarm, it went off again, and although I didn't want to, I attended the call. This time though, we saw a wreckage. It was in a field, somewhere near Lincolnshire. Bits of metal everywhere. A single male body was on the floor, literally in pieces. But it was arranged in a human shape. Whoever had done it didn't seem to realize the difference between the left and the right arms. The mouth of the head of this man was continually opening, remaining open and snapping shut. I'd never seen anything like it. Later on, I would find out some kind of electrical implant was in the man's brain, shocking him and causing those involuntary movements after death. But shit, it was a damn scary thing to see. I began taking pictures with a crappy little Kodak. One of my friends who was with me touched a piece of metal that day and got a horrible burn. We were all given these tablets to take at the time and told to take them once a day for 2 weeks, but not to tell anyone we were on them. They made my stomach churn. It was like a 2-week self-induced illness. After getting the photos developed, I started wondering about ways to get them out there. I couldn't just call up a newspaper and be like, "Hey, I've got those pictures of mangled corpses I would like you to put in your paper." One day though, the answer came to me. Whilst out on a walk in the countryside with my dog, I came across a laminated sign saying something like, "Seen strange lights in the sky? Hello, I'm an independent journalist looking for stories about UFO or alien encounters. I'm very interested in any sightings, and all information will be handled with the strictest of confidence. If you have anything to share, please call me." I thought, hell, it's a bit of a long shot, but maybe he will know how to get it out there. We'll call him Derek. And Derek, if you're listening to this, I'm truly sorry for what happened to you. I called and said I had some photos I needed to show him and couldn't talk over the phone. We met in a motorway lay-by. He pulled up his car with his wife and his kids in the back, and they got out to give us some privacy. I told him about my job, and at first he seemed interested. Then I asked if he was up to seeing the pictures. He said he was, but all the colour drained out of him when I showed them. He was a Welshman and kept saying, "Oh my gosh." Eventually, we agreed to meet up again, and at a different place this time, and he said he would do some digging to see what he could do. Little did I know, he thought I was some psychopathic killer, and after making copies at a local shop, he took the photos I gave him straight to the police. He later told me that the police officer took as much info about what I said as possible, as well as the pictures. He left that night, as the officer was getting some other officers ready to come and arrest me. Derek checked in the station the next morning, hoping to see I had been arrested, and was told the officer he spoke to was now on holidays, and a new one was in charge of the investigation. This man wore no uniform and told Derek that the whole thing had been an elaborate prank. The images were faked, but were being kept as a safeguard. Derek then slipped that he had copies of them, and this didn't sit well with the officer, who demanded he handed over all the copies at once, as they could be used to upset people not in on the joke. Derek agreed, but never surrendered the photos. When we next met, Derek, he was a shell of himself. He told me he had started getting calls from someone claiming to work for a newspaper, asking him for his story, and when he refused, the man began threatening him to keep quiet or else. Then his wife began getting calls late at night threatening her. This climaxed when Derek's office and home was burnt to the ground in a suspected arson attack, taking with it all the copies of the pictures. Allegedly, a man had claimed to need to read their boiler meter, and it was believed he had planted a device to cause the fire. Derek's wife left him and took their child. This left Derek a poor man who just wanted a story about interesting lights in the sky, fearing for his life. I told him not to associate himself with me or the story any longer for his own safety, and I continued my work. But after this, we were joined on each call out by a senior officer, and we never got a chance to take more pictures. Out of fear, my friends and I destroyed most of the evidence, and as a side note, I have some photos left, but they're only going to be released when I eventually pass away, so as to protect my family. I had now seen the lengths people would go to just to keep this thing under wraps, and I didn't like it. From that moment on, I decided to just get on with the job, and over the next 10 years, I saw some pretty incredible things. Things you would hardly believe. I've seen alien bodies, and they're not like what you'd see on TV. We called them demons because they looked like they could rip you apart without a second thought. We had strict instructions to stay away from anything alive and to report it on the radio immediately. I hate to say it, but I started to get used to the drill. I didn't like seeing these dead people or crashes, but I was getting used to it. A lot of call-outs would turn out to be dead animals, mutilated in horrible ways. The most was 36 sheep corpses dumped. Most of them had bits of metal wired to their jaws, others just had organs removed. There were bad times too. We once arrived at a scene to find a woman struggling to breathe. Her injuries were too severe. Even with the best doctors in the world, she couldn't have been saved. I'm not sure she could have been allowed to live if she did anyway. But one of the worst was an event on a country road in England where 9 human bodies were dumped, all in mutilated ways, just lined up on the road. That time I was sure I would see something in the news about it, but nothing appeared. In the 1990s, I won't say when exactly, but I retired. My health was beginning to really suffer from some of the things I'd been exposed to. One of the nastiest was a weird bright flash of light that rendered me and my team on the ground puking and ended up with us all in hospital with acute liver failure. We all recovered that time, but now there's just 2 of us left. Although we're now retired, we're still very well looked after. We have the best healthcare money can provide, and we need it. It can't be a coincidence that everyone on my team has battled cancer at least twice. I've had cancer 3 times now. I have benign tumours everywhere. I can't walk properly anymore either. I have a nice home and a loving family, and I never talk about what my job was, but even to this day, I know this story, it needs to be out there. There's a team in the UK who has some kind of advanced warning about UFO activity. Sometimes it looks like we shot them down. Other times it looks like they just came to drop things off. We were never once called to any false alarms. Everything was sure. I racked my brains, trying to think about how we could have 45 minutes notice before a UFO will land or crash. I feel sorry for the people who go missing, who have never been seen again. The team is NATO, but the strings are pulled by America. We know that there are other teams across the UK and Europe, because we have had times where I've been called over to France or the Netherlands. We knew we could be called anywhere in Europe, but never in America. They had their own thing going on. In 2010, Derek started talking to an independent researcher who later managed to contact me. I have every confidence in his ability to get this story out there, and he has already made a 2-hour documentary on the subject. My privacy has always been respected by him. His documentaries are all on YouTube and can be found when searching for UFO NATO on YouTube, but I warn you, you do need a strong stomach for some of it. So, that was my job for most of my adult life. I was well paid to keep quiet, and I reap the rewards of that now. That being said, I do not and never have agreed with the job I was doing. But as a soldier, I knew mine was not to reason why, but to follow my orders. I had seen the cost for stepping out of line, and my life meant too much to waste failing to get this out there. I know that the media is all ultimately controlled by the same people who pulled my strings, and I know now that the only way to make this story common knowledge is not to get it into the newspaper or a website, but for ordinary people to tell the story, knowing it's true. If enough people do that and it becomes common knowledge, the floodgate will open, and this dark hidden secret, it will at last be revealed. What I'm about to tell you haunts me to this day. This is a secret I hope to carry to the grave, but I thought that someone should know what exactly is going on in the internet. I'm hoping this can get some awareness so it can be investigated, since I tried my best to get it investigated, but I want to stay anonymous, which is why I'm telling this story here. It needs to be told so others can put a stop to it. A few years ago, when I was 16, I had been really bored and had watched YouTube videos on true deep web experiences. I was really interested in this stuff, just from how there's a much darker side to the internet than 4chan. What bothered me about this was that there was always a mention of child pornography, or some freak who invites you to a live cam show to witness murders. Well, I tried to download Tor once, but I didn't have it in me. So, what's the haunting part of this story, right? Tor should basically be the focus of this story, but it isn't. It's actually Omegle. I had always gone there to kill time, and to see if there was someone who had shared my interests. Well, those deep web stories had gotten to me, and I thought, what if I could find someone who liked the little girls and kids, or any keyword relating to children? So, I started looking for this. I got the occasional guy joking off and stuff like that, not too heavy. But then things took a creepy turn when there were pictures of girls posing in their underwear. What sealed my shock was this small dark-skinned Asian girl getting banged by this large hairy guy. I felt sick just watching it, but somehow my curiosity got the better of me and I continued the search. It took a few skips of more sausage being jerked until a dark screen appeared. The guy who didn't want his face seen said, "Send to receive." I questioned the guy what he meant, but he left. This gave me a hunch that something was going on here. I was afraid at even thinking about what it could be, but I forced myself to check. I had entered "send to receive," and I came across many users who liked that keyword. They all kept saying that phrase like it was a secret word to start exchanging something, and that's exactly what it was. I pretended like I had what he wanted, but I told him to go first. He sent a link to a cloud sharing website called Dropbox. From this link, a folder of child pornography images and videos opened up. That's when I knew that I had actually stumbled upon a child pornography exchange system in the most infamous web chat site on the internet. What made this worse was that I actually watched one of the videos. I have no interest in this stuff, believe me. But I was investigating and wondered what the hell can I learn from this exchange. Most of these videos looked like kids who were exposed to sex from their exploiters and manipulated them into thinking it's fun. It was sick knowing how much fun these kids were having. It's possible that these pedophiles were fathers, relatives, kidnappers, or guys who paid to sleep with children in a different country. I'm repulsed that I actually saw these things. With each link I cheated out of these pedos without completing the exchange, I had reported all of them until the links were no longer available. I kept doing this, and I do today as well, but there's more copies and uploads of these images, no matter how many times I thought I saw the last of them. I've been reporting these links anonymously for years now. I had seen so much innocence lost, I had wondered if my reports were able to be traced to find these kids in the videos. I don't know what happens to these children, if they're even saved. I've so far known all the keywords to find these pedos still exchanging links like S2R or STR, and I fear it may never end. I expected this stuff out of the deep web, but it goes to show that such foul activities take place in the most unsuspecting and easily accessible places. It's a miracle my mind can still function properly after everything I saw. I haven't been traumatized enough to where I need counseling or a psychiatrist. It's pretty messed up when I think about it. In fact, I've trolled these pedos a few times just to piss them off for being sexually attracted to underdeveloping human beings who can't comprehend the real purpose of sex. It makes me feel like the activist anonymous sometimes for what I've done. I even named myself Indigo to sound like this hero, but I'm not a hero. The true heroes are the people who take these reports 24/7 and try to delete them. They probably have children themselves and are terrified that something like in the images will happen to them. I report so many links in a day that I probably scarred or traumatized these guys. Let this be a bit of a note or warning to anyone who dares go on Omegle to attempt to do what I did. Just don't visit the links. Copy the link and report it to a website that handles child sexual abuse images. That's all I want. I don't want this to ruin people's mentality or get them conformed into the exchange. I don't want to inspire anyone to stop these pedos, but I'm tired of being the only one who knows about what goes on in Omegle. But if one person comes to help after hearing this story, I do applaud you, and good luck. Maybe that person will become Indigo, or perhaps there will be more Indigos. This story is actually fairly convoluted, and it takes place over a little under 2 years. First of all, this starts in 1996. The month is kind of fuzzy, but I remember the year. I had just divorced my first wife, and while the split was amicable enough, I wasn't really ready to become involved with anyone for the foreseeable future. I had started hanging out with a friend that I had known since we were 12 or so. Terry and Amy had 2 kids, twin boys, and their names are unimportant. They were not quite 2 when I started hanging out again. For a while, it was the usual hanging out stuff, grabbing drinks, going to clubs, watching movies on VHS. DVDs were just starting to hit the market. It was the usual stuff. Terry worked really messed up hours. He worked at an institution which housed people with varied problems. I can give details if you wish, but they're not really part of the story, except to say that Terry and his father worked as counsellors or custodians there, while Terry's mother was a janitor, I believe. Terry's hours were usually something like noon to 10 or noon to midnight. Again, forgive me, it's been nearly 18 years. As time progressed, I spent more and more time around the family and grew ever closer to my friends. I grew to love the boys and actually started to think of them as my own nephews. They were awesome kids, but were rather dissimilar. One was very outgoing, lots of smiles and laughter, very social. The other was extremely shy and easily upset. It never ceases to amaze me thinking back. So, anyway, roughly June of 1997, the 3 of us decided to go clubbing. Things started out great, lots of laughs, everyone was having an awesome time, when Terry goes to get another drink at the bar. Amy tries to say something, but I can't hear her over the music. I lean in and she also leans in. She tells me, "I think I'm falling in love with you." Hopefully you're thinking exactly what I was thinking. Oh shit. I tactfully smiled, nodded, and told her I was going to hit the can, ostensibly to empty a fair bit of what I'd been filling up on. I immediately found my friend and said, "Terry, we need to talk, now." I led him aside, and I told him what had just happened, and that as his friend and hers, they needed to seek counselling together. I admitted that I was growing to have feelings myself, but had tried to shrug them off. My friendship with both of them was too important to me to risk. But I'm no angel. What I told him, I had deliberately understated. I was also falling in love, and I knew it was wrong. I hated myself for the feelings, because he was my friend, and I felt like I was potentially ending what I thought at the time was a happily married couple. I also really hated myself, because I really did not want a relationship right now. I was too busy trying to figure out who the hell I really was, and I was still getting over rough feelings from my ex. So, here we are. I possibly just ended my relationship with both of them. This fucking terrified me, because, as we've previously established, I'm extremely shy, even now at 43. I don't make friends easily, and the few friends I do have I consider to be more family to me than even my own family was. The only reason I was even at this club right now was because Amy insisted. I hate crowds with a passion. What happened next was completely unexpected though. Terry nodded and smiled. He thanked me for being so honest with him and said he would talk to Amy to see if there was anything to work out. He then confided that there had been marital issues for a while and that he wasn't sure where things were headed. This didn't stop me from feeling like utter shit though, but at least I'd been mostly honest with him. We went back to Amy, drinks in hand, and everything continued as normal. When we went home, Amy was in a bad way. And I mean 14 shots of tequila plus, only who knows how many mixed drinks bad. Frankly, looking back on it, she had to have thrown up at least once or twice while we were still out. Terry agreed she needed to crash, so we carried her in and put her on my couch. We put a 5-gallon bucket at her side, and then we started watching some movies. Time ticked off, and he decided he needed to go home and get the kids from his sister. He'd just leave her, and I could bring her by tomorrow. In hindsight, this was a very bad idea. So he left. I grabbed another beer, maybe 2. I remember starting a movie, then going into the bathroom. My next memory is I'm on the other part of the couch. I have a blanket covering me, and on sudden and rapidly terrified realization, I'm totally nude. Amy sees me, starts chuckling and says, "Good morning." I'm thinking to myself, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, please tell me I grabbed this myself. Okay, think. I went to the bathroom. I swear the woman was psychic, because she looked me dead in the face and said, "Nope, I found you, passed out, completely nude." She became very serious, and I meant what I said last night. I think I'm falling in love. Fuck. Amy, we can't. I told Terry what you said. We just can't. You're married. You're married to one of my closest friends. I won't lie. I feel the exact same way, but we can't do this. Again, I expected a blazing row. I expected her to come absolutely unhinged for blowing her cover, for ratting her out to her husband. This is it. I'm definitely losing a friend. Both, perhaps, because she'll make sure I never see him again as well. But that wasn't the case. That's why I'm falling in love with you. You're honest. I cringed inwardly. I expected you to tell him, and if he was overly worried about it, why the fuck would he leave me here anyway? I had no answer to this. Making a long story short, things started to progress. Terry refused to go to counselling, and Amy started to confide in me all manner of issues, why she grew to hate her husband, etc. Eventually, they of course split apart. I won't claim to be blameless. If I'd been a better person, I suppose, maybe they would have stayed together. Maybe she'd even still be alive. Just one more reason why I blame myself for the better part of 20 years. Things began to escalate now. Terry's mother once claimed when I was 18 or so, "You know, everyone thinks I'm this sweet little lady, until they piss me off. Then I become a really nasty bitch once that happens." Dude, those were prophetic fucking words, let me tell you. But at the time, I thought, yeah, right. I'd known her almost as long as I knew Terry, and I had never seen her nasty side. This lady stood, say, 5'3", 100-ish pounds, dripping wet. I would describe her as mousy, though at the time I wouldn't describe her at all beyond Terry's mother. As I recall, Vanessa had some really fucked up views too. Women who wore makeup, whore. Women who wear dresses, whore. Women who have sex for any other reason than to make babies, regardless of whether they were only fucking their husband or not, whore. As I grew older, the more and more I learned of her, I simply described her as batshit fucking crazy. We'll get more to that soon enough though, although I have personally witnessed only one of the events. The rest I'll relay from what Amy described to me before her death. Because of the marital problems, Terry's mother insisted on them moving into a trailer right next to their own family trailer, because that would solve everything. All the marital problems would be solved if the family bonded together. Amy was dead set against this for several reasons. 1, it was in the middle of a bumfucked nowhere, Washington state. 2, she hated Vanessa with a fucking passion. 3, until like 2 or 3 years prior, the property didn't even have power. 4, it would take the closest one of her relatives a good 30-40 minutes to get to her in case of an emergency. And 5, Amy hated nature. She grew up around Philadelphia, and her father was former army. She was used to cities, military bases, civilization, not the sticks. This place was at the end of a 1.5 mile gravel road, only one way in or out. Ever been in the dark? I mean inky black total darkness? That was this place. Unless it was a cloudless night, you were completely blind. If you actually saw the stars, it was so beautiful though. You could see the Milky Way and so many stars. On the extremely rare evening, you could also see the Aurora Borealis. If you ever get the chance, go camping in the western Washington state. Anyway, back to the history lesson. Okay, so Amy moves out to the trailer. She hates it, but the cost of the rent was half of what they were paying closer to the city. Things between them continued to deteriorate. Apparently, she had been catching lie after lie from Terry. These were usually pretty minor things, but Amy had the same belief on honesty that I do. Neither one of us handled being lied to very well. At this point, we're say February of 1997. Amy and Terry have separated as a couple, but are continuing to live together for the sake of the children. They each have separate bedrooms, and when Terry's at work, she's at home watching the boys. When he got home at around 10 or so, she leaves and spends the night at my apartment. This is when she starts telling me what's going on. They've been arguing more and more. Terry's been lying constantly. Vanessa has been breaking in and searching the house, threatening her, calling her a variety of names, from something as simple as tramp or bitch, up to whore or cunt, etc. Vanessa informed Amy that 1, this was her trailer, and she'll come and go as she pleases, and 2, the boys are her children, and Amy had better watch her back because she planned to make sure Amy was out of the way. None of this was admissible in court due to hearsay. What she told me didn't matter because I didn't personally witness it myself either. So yeah, Terry is becoming more and more unstable, and at one point he starts hitting Amy. Vanessa, she begins peeking in the windows at all hours. She walked into Amy's bedroom while she was in the shower and supposedly actually watched Amy bathe until she was noticed. Amy rather verbally attacked her over this event. She told Vanessa that if she ever walked into the house again without permission, that she would need a baseball bat, and then have the police called to arrest her for trespassing. Amy mysteriously keeps accidentally running over nails and having trouble finding her car keys. Now it's April, I think. Terry isn't home for some reason. I forget the circumstances as to why, but he's gone for a few days. My apartment doesn't have a washer or a dryer. There's a laundry room where you can pay for the use of the machines, but security was non-existent. So, Amy tells me to come out and we can chat and I can do laundry at her place. I agreed eagerly. I mean, let's face it, I have who only knows how much dirty laundry, and it was a chance to hang out, see the boys, and spend some time with a woman I loved. Around, say, 11 at night, there's a banging on the front door. It's Vanessa. Amy and Vanessa are going at it verbally. Vanessa is calling Amy a tramp and a whore, and is trying to demand Amy hand over the boys to Vanessa because they're her children, and a whore has no business being around them. Please keep in mind, I'm doing nothing more than laundry, drinking coffee, and I think we were watching some sort of comedy movie. I don't remember the movie, but I remember we were laughing at it. At one point, Vanessa tries to force her way past Amy, and tries to grab one of the boys, but Amy is faster and stronger. She sweeps up one of them and tells Vanessa to get her fucking ass off the doorstep and never return, or she'll call the police. Vanessa is so angry, she's sputtering with rage, and stuttering over the words she's trying to get out. Vanessa, she finally notices me, and launches into a verbal attack, at one point calling me a fucking yippie. To this day, I can't remember that event without chuckling. When it happened, I looked at Vanessa and I laughed, asking her, "What the fuck is a yippie?" This actually caused her to storm off. I guess my bothering not to take offense was the final straw for her. So, we'll say 15 or 20 minutes later, Amy is on the phone with her mother, alternatively laughing about the event and also expressing her rage. I'm switching over laundry, and as I come out, the doorbell rings again. Rolling my eyes, I'm thinking, here we go again. And Amy actually said it to her mother. She said, "Hang on." She sets the phone down so that Amy's mother can hear the exchange as well. As Amy opens the door, Steve, Terry's father, bursts in with a fury I'd never seen for him. He grabs Amy by the throat, and as soon as he sees me, he throws her down to the floor. Steve rushes me and grabs me by the shoulders. I grab his arms and say, "Steve, you better think really hard about whether or not you want to try this." I told him I would finish whatever he started. At this point, the rage on his face melts away. He blinks a few times and then he looks at me, puzzled. He looks at Amy. She's holding her throat and yelling to her mother to call 911. Steve looks back at me and in a rather meek voice says, "What's going on here?" I said, "Steve, I'm doing laundry." He says, But you're dressed." I said, "Yes, Steve, that's generally how you do laundry." He looks back to Amy again and says, "But she's dressed." Again, I say, "Steve, I'm doing laundry. We're drinking coffee and talking." He then mutters more to himself and says, "Oh shit." The police were called and Steve was arrested for domestic violence, simple battery. I think I need to make this quite clear. In all the years I'd known Steve, I had never seen him act in any way that could be construed as aggressive or violent ever before. I was actually quite shocked to see him behave this way, and I think that's what made me try to talk him down first. The man before me now wasn't the Steve I knew. On a side note regarding his arrest, the story I was told about his arrest went something like this. Vanessa left him to rot. He stayed in jail over the weekend, and she made him walk home because he didn't finish the job. Piecing everything together after the fact, here's what I think is the most likely scenario. Vanessa had the altercation with Amy, then she tried insulting me, which made me laugh at her. She went back to her own trailer, which was maybe 300 feet away, and decided to weave a tale so perverse that Steve finally lost his temper and came to defend his wife and son's honour. I only have guesses here, but with this comment of, "but you're dressed," I expect that he thought we were having sex, or something along those lines. Once he muttered, "Oh shit," he realised he'd been misinformed. For his actions, he spent a weekend in jail and was never allowed to approach the property again when Amy was there. This was the only event that I directly witnessed. However, this did not stop. More of Amy's property was damaged. Things started going missing, but only Amy's items. Her underwear went missing, clothes were ruined, jewellery missing, but things like one earring, jumper cables from her car, tyres flattened. She was receiving weird phone calls, just dead air or breathing. She said that she was also receiving calls where she was being threatened. At this point, she started recording the conversations Terry had with her. I was becoming more and more paranoid. I was begging her to get out of the house, take the boys and run. The scene at the trailer was getting worse. Power inexplicably cut, water stopped working even though they were on a well, etc. All this time, she kept telling me everything was fine. Terry wouldn't touch her. Vanessa is afraid of her. Don't worry, she'd say. July 4th. The boys turned 3 today. Terry took the day off, but if I recall correctly, he went out of town. I'm unsure of what the case was, but he wasn't with the boys. Amy and I took them to see the fireworks and had a wonderful time. I continued begging her to leave. I didn't care where. Stay with me, if necessary. We'd get a 2-bedroom apartment. Stay with her mum, go to Arizona and stay with my father, and I would follow. I just knew something was coming. Again, she reassured me that everything was fine though. I didn't know this at the time, but Amy's mother was also pushing for Amy to leave. I think she also knew that something was off. July 17, 1997. Amy comes to my apartment, like always. She's upset. The details are sketchy, but she and Terry got into another fight. She also mentioned Vanessa as the bitch, and says she's been sticking her nose into it again. She says Vanessa's threatening her again. I can see that she's been crying. Once again, I'm begging her to leave the place. It's not good for her, obviously, and it's not good for the children either. I end up holding her, and we fall asleep holding each other. I'd never felt better. July 18, roughly noon. Exactly 2 weeks since the boys turned 3, Amy finally agrees. Today, after Terry leaves, she's going to pack up the boys and she's going to head to her parents' place. She's finally had enough, and when he gets home, he'll find the house empty. She kisses me, tenderly, and tells me she loves me. She tells me she'll call me later tonight, and we can plan the future together then. I walk her to her car, and we share another kiss. I tell her how much I love her, and I tell her to be careful. She assures me that she's going to see me very soon. I go inside, and she heads out to the boys. I ended up falling asleep, but the dreams I had weren't pleasant. 10 p.m, nothing. Midnight. Nothing. I'm really beginning to freak out. I haven't heard a thing. What's going on? I try calming myself, saying she's just filling in her parents in on everything. Everything's fine. It has to be. Amy told me not to worry. July 19, roughly 1 a.m. My phone rings. It's her parents' phone number. Finally, I breathe a sigh of relief. I pick up the phone and say, "Hello, my love. What took you so long?" The voice on the phone, it isn't hers. It's her father's. He says, "Is this Adam?" I responded, telling him yes. Once confirmed, he continues, "Adam, this is Amy's father. Have you seen Amy lately?" Again, I responded telling him that yes, she left my place around noon yesterday, and I was waiting for her to call me once she got over to their house. He continues, "Adam, there's been a problem." "What problem?" "The police, they're at Amy's house." "Why?" I felt the knot tighten in my gut. He hasn't even said it yet, but I know. "Adam, there's been an event." "No." "Adam, Amy's been shot." "No." "Yes, Adam, it's happened. The police are out there now." Fuck. Is she okay? Tell me she's okay. Adam, I'm so sorry. Apparently, here he starts choking up and breaking down. He barely gets the next bit out. "Adam, they've been telling me she's dead. My baby girl, she's dead." Here, he loses it completely. "Motherfucker! I'm gonna kill that motherfucker!" I'm currently rearranging my apartment rather effectively. "Adam, no, stay home. Do not go out there. Don't do anything stupid. Let the police do their job. Adam, do you understand me?" "Yes, Frank. Yes, I understand." "What are you doing?" "I'm loading my 357. "Why?" "Because I want to be ready." "Excuse me? Have they arrested him yet?" No, I don't think so." "Then I'm getting ready. I won't go out there, but only because you said not to. But if that motherfucker shows up here, I'm gonna blow him away." "Okay, well, I can't stop you from protecting yourself. But please, don't do anything stupid." "I won't, Frank, but only because you're asking me not to." "I'm so sorry, Adam. It's so apparent that you love my daughter so very much. I'm so sorry." "No, Frank, I'm sorry. I failed you both." "I'm so sorry." "What do you mean? How did you fail us?" "Because I knew this was coming. I've been begging her to leave for a while. She finally agreed to leave yesterday at noon. She was going to come to your house with the boys. I failed you. I failed her. If I could have just convinced her one day sooner. I'm so sorry. Frank, I failed to protect her." The conversation continues, but basically we both broke down and promised to keep each other informed. After I hang up, I called my mother. They knew that if I was calling, now around at 2 a.m, there was a very big problem. I relayed to them what had happened, and they were at my apartment within 20 minutes. The last truly sane thought I had for a very long time, I handed my gun to my mother and made sure I didn't get it back until I was more stable emotionally. It was 5:30 in the morning, roughly, and there was a knock at the door. I look through the peephole and see two men. Neither are Terry. I open the door. "Excuse me, sir, we're looking for a man named Adam." At this point, they show me their badges and credentials. These were the detectives investigating the case. I said I was waiting for arrival, and I told them to come on in. They said, "You were waiting for us? Why? Why were you waiting?" I said that Frank and Amy's mother called me. I told them I already knew why they were here. It was also obvious that I'd been crying. As a side note, I never cry. The police also noticed, but at that moment said nothing. Once inside, they asked, "Adam, can we see your gun?" Under normal circumstances, my first reaction would have been, "How do you know I have a gun?" Right now though, I'm destroyed. All I could do was simply nod and ask Mum to hand it to them. They opened a chamber and asked, "Why does this only have 5 bullets?" I responded, "That's how Dad gave it to me." They said, "This is a 357. Do you have any other guns? Smaller guns?" I replied, "No, I only have the one, and it never leaves the house." They asked if they could search, and I actually laughed and said go ahead. They saw what I'd done to the apartment and said, "This has hit you hard, I can tell. Now I understand the obvious crying. You obviously loved her." I responded in my typically not so patient for stupid way with, Gee, what was your first clue? Long story short, they searched the house, asked the last time I was out to the trailer, and they checked my car. After about an hour, they said they wanted to interview me at the station. By this time, 3 cops stayed at the apartment searching. My computer was spitting out the last 6 months of IM chat logs, and I was at the station being interviewed. By 9:30 or 10 a.m, I was back at the apartment. Mum had tried to straighten up some of the mess, and the police left me to my own misery. We're over 18 years into this, and let me tell you, the pain never goes away. I know logically that if I had been there, I too would have most likely been killed. But I still, and probably will always, have that voice in the back of my mind telling me I was wrong, telling me I failed her. Years of therapy taught me how to live, but the damage is permanent. Not a day goes by where I don't think about her. I will always wonder what I could have done differently if I had just convinced her to leave just one day sooner. Fast forward some time, Terry and his mother were arrested. They were tried for various charges and convicted. The first trial was overturned on technicalities, and as they were about to be retried, both of them took a plea deal. Vanessa admitted to assault conspiracy and also sexually defiling a corpse. Yes, that's right. The sick bitch raped a corpse. Terry admitted to second-degree murder and conspiracy, I think. Every July 18 is a bad day for me. The boys are now 21. They have no memory of their mother. Vanessa is out of jail, and Terry's still incarcerated. B, I want you to pass this along and get it heard by people. Maybe, just maybe, it will prevent this thing from happening again. I don't want any attention or glory. I just want Amy's story told. I want to know she helped someone else live and escape before it's too late. For the survivors, you'll never be able to fix yourselves. Not completely, at least. But life must go on. But you'll always have that hole. It never heals. I used to work as an intern at a psych hospital in California a couple of years ago. I have many stories about my time there, but I'll start off with this one for now. I was going to school to study psychology and found a hospital with a great program to continue my studies. I had just finished orientation and was going to start my first day the next day. I was nervous but also extremely excited as I love psychology and people. I was assigned to the unit 210. This particular unit held 15 patients that had borderline personality disorder, bipolar, and/or schizophrenia. I unlocked the door to the unit and was immediately greeted by a couple of patients walking up and down the long hallway. My first greeting was from a man that shouted that he was going to rape and then decapitate me. Now, I'm not the most intimidating person. I'm a 5-foot petite part Asian girl that probably looked like I had no business being there. Being that I looked a bit timid, I had to shake it off like I didn't give a shit. No, you won't do that. Anyway, illegible scribbles and pentagrams covered the walls. It smelt of urine, and I can hear screaming down the hall. The doors of their rooms had those little windows you can peep in. Bare white halls, bare white beds, and no windows to the outside. The psychologist I was shadowing introduced me to the patients and nurses I would be working with. This one girl, let's call her Katie, came up to say hello and started making conversation with me. Naive me, assuming she was a fellow intern or volunteer because she was in regular clothes and seemed normal, I asked if she was an intern as well. This was a rookie mistake. I should have looked for a badge, which all staff members have. She smiled, looked at me straight in the eyes. Yes. I tell her I'm excited to be working with her. A few minutes later, Mary instructs me to gather the patients together for their art group. I ask her if I can go get Katie to help gather everyone. She says, of course. You will also be working close to Katie. Please, read her file after art group. I'm thinking, file? Art group starts, and lo and behold, Katie, she's a patient. I later read her file, and she has schizophrenia with a long history of being a pathological liar. When Mary said I would be working close to her, that meant that I would be shadowing Katie one-on-one and recording her progress every day that I am working. I was in charge of making sure Katie was doing her chores, making her bed, tidying up her room, hygiene, attending her groups and finishing her assignments. Besides her telling me that big fat lie, Katie came off as a really nice and sweet person. As we sat there, painting, she shared a bit of her life story and we had some laughs. She said, "Belle, I'm glad you're here. I've always wanted a sis and a friend. We even kind of look alike. I'm going to draw you." A couple of weeks of working there, all was great. One Tuesday, I came in to get Katie for her math lesson. I knocked on her door to her room, and she excitedly emerged. I took a step back though, and my eyes widened. Her long waist-length black hair was cut into an A-line. I had staff cut my hair into your style. Now we really look like sisters. I didn't know what to say, but looks good, Katie. Then things took a turn from there. Katie's personality and mood started to fluctuate and change as time went on. She would tell me all these stories of us when we were younger. "Belle, remember that one time we were in kindergarten and we got in trouble together? It's crazy how long we've been friends. I could never get rid of you." I would always try redirecting the conversation, and she would always say, "You still have that bad memory like you did when you were a child. You're so silly." She became extremely attached to me and even jealous when I would talk to other patients, saying things like, "Stay away from Bella today. She has mono. Bella can't talk to you this week. She has laryngitis." And the most dangerous one, "Bella doesn't like you." So I won't give anyone else any attention. This caused patients to confront me as to why I didn't like them. One day, I poked my head into her room to make sure her bed was made. She was sitting on her neat bed facing the wall, sitting and staring so intently. I looked at her walls. My name was written everywhere. I notified staff immediately, and it was later cleaned up, but they shrugged it off. She said, "I just didn't want to forget you when you weren't here is all. They can wash you off the walls, but they can't wash you out of my mind." Katie eventually went over the edge one day when she found out that I would have another patient, Chris, to tutor. She was so resentful and became really nasty towards me. She had all staff as well as patients calling her Belle. I explained to her that she would still be working with me, and she just snarled, "You're not Belle anymore. I am. I'll erase you. Go fuck Chris. You will lose your mind before you leave here." A week or two went by without any incident. I had just finished my shift and was ready to go home for Thanksgiving weekend. I was walking down the empty long hallway out of the unit when Katie jumped out of nowhere and shoved me into one of the rooms that was supposed to be locked. The room with the bare white walls, the bare white bed and small peep window. I fell into the cold, hard ground into the room. I immediately jumped to get to the door, but she was on the other side pulling it. She was screaming that I will never leave and that she'll make sure of it. "Go lay in the bed. It's your bed now." I push the emergency button on my keys that sets off the unit's alarm, but it doesn't go off. Unlocked doors and broken alarm button. Just my luck. I tell her to let go of the door, but she refused and shouted that I was the crazy one that belongs in there. Where are the staff though? We continue playing tug of war with the door for what felt like hours when Chris, my wonderful math student, came to rescue and shoved her out of the way from the door to let me out. The alarm finally went off and staff came rushing over. I was shaken up, but Katie had to be dragged away, all the while screaming, "I will get rid of you, Belle. I will wear your skin if I have to. I will be you soon, and you will be no more." Katie was discharged to another hospital the following day. Things were quiet the next couple of days, and I was stripping Katie's bed to prepare for the next patient. A folded up paper, along with an eraser, fell out of her pillowcase. It was a graphite drawing of me she did during that first art group 7 months ago. I have never seen it before now. There was some eraser residue on it, and it was smudged on one side of my face. She was starting to erase it. Me. Before I start telling you this story, I want to say that I'm not here to tell you that this is absolutely real and that you have to believe me. These events occurred through the years and are yet to be explained. As always, you should believe whatever you want to believe. My story began in the early 2000s. I'm a male, and at the time of this story, I was 12. I was living with my single and unemployed mother in the Netherlands. We lived in a big city, the location of which I can't disclose to protect myself. We were living in a big apartment complex, the kind with an underground tunnel system for storage, which my family always warned me not to go venturing in because I could get lost. My mother used to beat me, so things were bleak at best. And growing up without a father and a deadbeat mother, my childhood was rough. But that's not what this story is about. We are originally from Russia, where the folklore is rich and the stories are plentiful. My mother was always into the occult. She used to do magic, as she called it. Communication with spirits via Ouija boards, predicting the future, and all other kinds of weird stuff. I never really believed this stuff, or had any particular interest in it whatsoever. As time passed, I witnessed a lot of different boyfriends of hers come and go. When she started delving into the occult, things were normal as far as I could call it normal. But soon, when I started to grow up, I started to notice all sorts of different stuff which other people in our circles simply dismissed when asked about it, or didn't believe me at all. I am a big skeptic and never believed in the paranormal. So, of course, if I heard voices in the house or shadows move and stuff like that, I dismissed it myself. Sometimes they were somewhat odd though, like doors slamming right in front of me, and the electric appliances such as the TV going nuts by flipping channels faster and faster. Some stuff did scare me though. For example, I had a cat named Mosca. She ran away. Witnesses claimed to have seen her in the tunnel system beneath the house. When she was found, her body was mutilated, as if not by an animal, but by a person carrying a knife or something. I was very upset and grieved over my beloved pet. Fast forward a few days, we started hearing cat noises all around the house at different intervals of time. So, for those who think it was just my childlike imagination running wild at night, this happened during the daytime as well as at night. One time, I woke up to my grandmother who was visiting us and said, "I can hear Mosca meowing in the bathroom." To this, of course, I got dismissed as having a nightmare or perhaps the cat noises coming from outside. That was until she started hearing Mosca meowing from the bathroom as well. The way our house was designed, there was a hallway coming in, then straight to the right you have the toilet, then the bathroom, and through another hallway there was a kitchen. If you walked straight instead, you entered the living bedroom. We were poor at the time, so we had to combine these. So my grandmother started to get up to investigate the noises, which would be heard through 2 closed doors. It was that loud. But when she entered the bathroom, the noises just stopped, and it went silent. Fast forward a couple of years. We moved to another city from Russia to the Netherlands. It's now the year 2000. I always had nightmares growing up, sometimes vivid, and sometimes I woke up screaming and crying from them. Now, this is where things really started to get dark. My mother became more and more abusive towards me as each day passed of her worshipping the devil and doing sessions like trying to contact our dead relatives. My mother was always honest to me though about who she was dating because she did somewhat care about me. One day, this telemarketer guy called from a blocked number. He was very friendly and was selling some sort of service. Something along the lines of an erotic hotline or something. I can't really remember. He was asking me all sorts of questions, such as if I ever used an erotic hotline. I was a teenager at the time, and kind of gullible. I didn't mind answering very personal questions, such as if I used an erotic hotline. I was innocent, you could say. These kinds of calls happened on a regular basis. I was kind of used to it, and didn't think much of it besides that this telemarketer guy is really persistent. One day, my mother overheard our conversation and took away the phone and scolded him for being a pervert to a teenage boy. After that, he never called back. At least, I think he didn't. During that time, my nightmares grew more and more frightening. I was dreaming of things I couldn't possibly come up with myself. Demonic things, trying to harm me. I was never into horror or demons and whatnot, so I found this very worrying, as I'd never seen this stuff before. So I started to see a shrink about this through my counsellor. My shrink said that there was nothing wrong with me, and couldn't get a diagnosis like schizophrenia or paranoia or anything. She was convinced it was just stress from school. I wish I could say it ended here, but it didn't. Things got downright terrifying after that. Every night, I started hearing noises in the living room. Our new house was open walking in, hallway to a set of doorways and the main staircase. Then you had the living room. To the left there was my mother's bedroom, and to the right mine. The noises started from my mother's room, like rustling, like someone or something moving stuff around or ripping paper sometimes. But every night it sounded almost like the noises grew stronger and closer to my bedroom. Near my bedroom door from the outside of my bedroom, there was this cupboard closet, and every time anyone walked to my room, you could hear the cupboard doors move because of the poorly laid wooden floors. Every time. This noise kept getting closer each night, until I started waking up from my nightmares around 3 o'clock at night, like clockwork. Then I started to hear knocking on my door, every night. So the first time I just said, "Come in," but there was nothing. The knocking didn't stop. I found it peculiar. My mother isn't the type of person to knock. She just comes in as she pleases and without pardon or asking first. This knocking always continued for several minutes without pause. It sounded like someone was just trying to scare me or something, to mess with me. And it worked. It instilled so much fear in me that I used to block the door with other stuff in my room, such as furniture. Knowing what my mum was into, I didn't dare to open the door. Who knows who or what could have been out there? Just my reasoning, I guess. After the first night of knocking, I decided to confront my mother about scaring me half to death. I asked her, "Why did you knock on my door so late at night and didn't answer or come in?" To which she simply replied, angrily, "How dare you insinuate that I try to scare you? I love you, and I would never do that. Stop your childish nonsense, or I'll get very mad at you." This scared me because I knew my mother wasn't a saint, but at the very least, she wasn't a liar either. I dismissed it thinking it was the neighbours or some noise from outside. But the knocking always came back, and louder each night. I could clearly hear it was on my door, and not the neighbours or the outside noise. I had trouble sleeping after this. We lived alone. What could it be? This is when it, or they, or whoever was responsible, started to harass my friends and girlfriend at the same time. First, I started getting phone calls from a blocked number to our house phone. These were almost always at night, and always when I was home alone. I'm no coward, so I thought to myself, these are just some pranks to scare me. The problem was, my mother didn't have too many friends being the person she is. So why would she tell anyone if she left me alone for the night, doing who knows what? The first time it happened, I picked up and said, "Hello?" There was a sound of a man breathing. I asked again, "Hello? I can hear you breathing. Who are you looking for?" Then the person calling just hung up the phone. This continued. The second time when I picked up the phone and asked hello, I swear I could hear something like a wind blowing leaves. And again, silence. Then the person calling just hung up again. After a couple of months of harassment, I started to become suspicious. Someone must be watching me, I thought to myself. But who and why? The person always knew I was alone, and every time I confronted my mother, she just got angry and annoyed, saying it was definitely not her. I believed her too. She was serious about that. Or at least she told me so. Fast forward a couple of weeks. My mother started to get the same kind of calls on her cell phone. So she complained to the phone company. They just said to her, "There's nothing we can do, madam. You should just change your number." So we did that. But the calls, they still continued. At that time, I had a couple of friends who I talked about all this to, and even asked them to spend the night whenever I was left alone. Every one of my friends who spent the night with me, trying to help divert my thoughts, they started to get the phone calls as well. At one point, and at one of these random calls, I just angrily picked up the phone and shouted after hearing silence yet again, "You're a coward, and I'm not afraid of you. Come and face me in person if you dare." To which there was silence. But this time, I hung up the call. My friends who were involved in this by helping me, who got those calls, might have been watched too. I was angry until my girlfriend of a long-distance relationship, unaware of all this, started getting calls too. I was terrified and desperate and started thinking I was losing my mind or something, until that call. One day, I was taking a shower and came back to my room afterwards, when suddenly, as I open my door and I get dressed, I see my screen light up from my phone, and it's a call from my girlfriend. I picked up and she said, "Great timing, she was right." To which I replied, "What are you talking about?" She said, "I spoke to your mum. She was a nice lady and told me exactly when to call you to catch you from the shower." I was utterly flabbergasted. I never told my mother about my girlfriend, much less than let them speak, since my mum and I were never close or on good terms even. I asked my girlfriend, "What did that woman you spoke to sound like?" Kind of a soft, sweet voice and no accent. Since we are Russian and my mother speaks broken Dutch with a heavy accent, I couldn't believe my ears. All of this was possible if my mum picked up and told her, but those few slight details, they didn't add up. I always had a lock on my phone to protect my privacy from friends and others like my mum. I didn't even tell my mother I was taking a shower. To make matters worse, my phone was set on silent, meaning no noise or vibration. When I asked my mother about this again, she just shot me another angry and annoyed look. "I didn't talk to anyone. You're crazy." I was in shock, still trying to piece the puzzle together. Fast forward another couple of weeks. One of my friends got another phone call during class. His mother was sick at the time, and he needed to know when he could come and pick her up from the hospital. He said he had missed a call, but never heard the phone ring. It went straight to voicemail. When listening to it, all we heard were, and the only way I know how to describe it is, screams of a woman accompanied by lots and lots of static. It was very unsettling because the screams were so loud and real, like she was being tortured or something. When we tried to go to the police with the voicemail message, it was like it was deleted from his phone as well. I called bullshit on this one, but my friend knew how scared we all were and wouldn't prank me like that. Plus, he was really scared himself, and he said that he didn't delete the message and was going to try and figure out how to get it back. Even now, all of this sounds a bit like random coincidences. We weren't giving out numbers after all these calls started, and yet we kept getting those phone calls. After a while, I didn't even pick up my phone anymore. Neither did my friends. That's when I think I started to become a believer in the paranormal. One night, my friend was staying at our place. Since the whole ordeal with the calls, I started to bury everything, since I was scared of being alienated by my friends. This particular friend I was friends with for a long time, and I never told him about any of this. His name was Jeffrey. It was in the winter. We were alone just playing video games and generally having a good time. Since it was winter, I had the heating system cranked to 25 Celsius because I hate being cold. After a couple of hours of playing, my friend went to the bathroom to take a leak and I stayed in my room playing with a new software program which I just got. I was laughing really hard after I started to modify this picture of one of my classmates. That is, before I heard a deafening scream coming from the bathroom all the way from downstairs. It was my friend, so I ran as fast as I could downstairs to see what was going on. He was crying and locked himself in saying, "Why did you say it? Like, why?" I had no idea what he was talking about and asked, "Said what? What are you talking about?" He replied, "My name. Someone outside the door just kept whispering my name, and it was you. I asked you to stop, but you didn't. Why?" To which I responded, "I was upstairs the whole time and didn't even go downstairs." Reluctantly, he opened the door and we fled upstairs. Remember how I told you the heating system was jacked up to a high level of heat? It got so cold when we went back up, like the temperature was -10 or something. We just barricaded ourselves in till the morning. The next morning, he left saying he'll never stay over my house again, leaving me alone for the weekend. My mum was away for the week, and I didn't know what to do, so I stayed at school as long as possible every day. The next Monday, I came home from school after it was closing time, and when I come home, I make a habit of closing every door and window because I'm scared of intruders. When I returned, I immediately closed the door with the key and took the key with me. I opened the door to the living room and glanced down when suddenly I hear footsteps walking up the stairs. The previous owner of the house did say he moved out of the house because his brother hung himself in the attic and he heard his brother walking around at the house talking to himself after he killed himself. As a skeptic, I just said, "My condolences, but I don't believe in the supernatural." When I heard those footsteps, I immediately started thinking about that man's brother for some odd reason. Remembering his story, I said to myself, "That's nothing, perhaps the neighbours or something," and kept going in the living room as I intended. When I entered the living room, I hear footsteps again, running, like in a panic or something, up the stairs where I just came from. Now I was spooked, and yelled out like an idiot, "Mum, is that you? Who's there?" But I got no response. I started to become suspicious, and thought if it is an intruder, I'm going to catch them and arrest them. Yes, I was a naive teenager. So I walked upstairs calling out still, "Mum, this is not funny." When I got upstairs, all the doors to all the rooms were open, and there was stuff scattered everywhere. When I looked under the bed of my mother's bedroom, I heard the same panicked footsteps running to the attic. I was now scared, thinking someone had run past me twice in a closed room without being seen. When I arrived in the attic, it was empty as well. No one was there. I froze, just froze, and I couldn't move a muscle when I realized that this is happening. It's not my imagination. I picked up the pace and fled downstairs as fast as I could, thinking this is like a demon or something. Some intelligent entity trying to lure me upstairs. I reached the last staircase when I suddenly feel two hands push me down the stairs, hard. I just ran away. I knew I closed all the doors when I left. I was very precise in that because of being scared for so long. I just sat outside my house, confused, until nighttime. Not knowing what to do, I finally returned thinking maybe it's going to be okay now. I entered my room and ran as quickly as I can to the bathroom to take a hot shower from sitting outside in the cold for so long. I closed my bathroom door and tried to calm down and clear my thoughts. We have this big mirror in the shower. My mother insists on keeping it pristine, so I always wash it off with a cleaning product twice a week. I remember washing that mirror because it was at that time of the week again when I did it. After my shower, I get dressed and decided to leave the bathroom, when I scream in fear. I saw what looked like a handprint of a man or something. The handprint? It wasn't mine. This handprint was much smaller. It was on the mirror, like someone leaned on it during my shower and just waited there. The bathroom was closed from the inside. I closed the door. I decided after that it was time to leave, so I just upped and left in the middle of the night. I couldn't stay in that house anymore. Luckily, my friend was at home, so I could crash there until my mum arrived home again. Fast forward a couple of days, I was back at school and my mum was back at home. I come home and then suddenly hear rustling and smashing of stuff upstairs. I run to see if my mum is okay and see her like I've never seen her before, bleeding, packing everything as fast as she could. I asked, "Are you okay, Mum? What's going on?" She replied in a panicked hurry, "We must get out of this house as fast as we can. Something evil is here, and it's dangerous." I got very scared seeing her like this. I asked what happened. Since she always said it was my imagination, she never believed me, and eventually I stopped telling her all about the weird stuff happening altogether. She said to me, and I can still remember it word for word, "Yesterday night, when I got home, I hear footsteps coming to my door. It began all the way from downstairs. The footsteps stopped at my bedroom door, which was closed, and I heard a knock. So I thought it was just you or something. I said, 'Come in,' and got no reply. After the knocking, I started again. I said, 'Come in' again, and still no reply. So I opened the door, only to see an empty hallway. When this morning you got off to school, I was doing laundry. When I was stacking clothes in the big 2-door closet, it suddenly came off the wall, and it almost crushed me. I managed to stop it just in time." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It absolutely horrified me, because I myself with a friend had secured that closet on the wall with 8 screws so that it could never tip. Not even an earthquake would be enough to tip that now, we would joke, after securing it. I knew my mother was serious because she was actually bleeding. The lamp, which was stored up on the closet, came tumbling down and smashed directly on her face. I helped her to pack up all the remaining things, and we just got out of there. This whole ordeal was so frightening that I don't even know what to believe. We moved, changed numbers, even had a priest come in and cleanse the house each time. Nothing seemed to help though. It all stopped happening after I moved out from my mother's. Mostly, the calls stopped. From time to time, I still find stuff misplaced, or broken even, and the occasional disembodied voices still can be heard from time to time wherever I stay. What could have caused all that? I highly elaborate maybe a stalker, some sort of unseen force. Or was it just all the work of my crazed mother lying to me? I'll never know. I still don't understand half of what happened and can't place it. I'm happily married now and try to put that part of my past beside me. If you've had something similar happen to you, please share your thoughts and stories with me. I could really use some answers right about now. Feel free to call bullshit on this story or call me a liar. I know I wouldn't believe any of this if it didn't happen to me personally. My memories still scare me sometimes. I just hope whatever or whoever was responsible decides to stay away for good this time. My parents and I lived in a very quiet and calm neighbourhood. Nothing ever really happened there besides the occasional birthday parties and similar stuff. I was 4 years old, and where we lived there were 4 lines of houses built in the form of a square. Each corner of the square had an opening to get into your house, as all the doors were facing inwards. My family and I didn't get to do a lot, as both my parents were constantly busy working. In the middle of the square there was a smaller playground, where I spent most of my time whilst my grandmother, who always watched me when my parents worked, she was cooking, cleaning, or just relaxing in our yard. This one day, in the playground, a boy named Nathan walked up to me and started talking. Us both being very young, we didn't know what the meaning of shy was, so we got along great instantly and started playing with each other, like kids do. We played for a few hours until my grandmother called me saying it was dinner time, so I said goodbye and ran home. The same night, at around 8 or 9 p.m. I'd guess, which is pretty late for 4-year-olds, the doorbell rang, and my mum opened, but no one was there. We didn't think much of it, it was probably just a typical prankster or something. So we all went back to bed, and the next day I went to the playground as usual, and I bumped into Nathan again immediately. I got excited, as, well, I didn't have a lot of friends, and those I did lived a fair bit away. We played as usual, and when the evening came, I asked Nathan if he'd like to play at my house, and without hesitation he agreed, which I found pretty odd, as I'd always have to ask my parents' permission before just running home to someone. But I didn't complain. Having a friend was fun. Nathan and I played for a few hours, and I decided to ask him if he wanted to spend the night and have a sleepover, and once again, without hesitation, he agreed. I asked my parents, and they looked at me weirdly, and then just agreed to having Nathan over for the night. I had obviously had dinner by this time, but I'd also noticed that Nathan hadn't had anything today, no lunch, and when I asked if he wanted dinner, he politely declined, stating that he wasn't hungry, which I found hard to believe. We spent the night messing around, being kids and enjoying ourselves, and strangely, our friendship continued like this for about a year, and my parents would always give me a weird look whenever I asked if Nathan could stay for the night. Sometimes Nathan had nightmares too, it seemed, as he'd start screaming, mumbling, rolling around, or just laying there, staring up at the ceiling, which I could see thanks to the moonlight, and it creeped me out. It creeped me out to the point where I started to go to my parents' room each time it happened, to sleep in their bed. Nathan never complained though, and I never asked him about it, as I felt it would be kind of rude to do so. Then, one night, everything changed. For once, we were all at home alone. No Nathan, no relatives, nothing. I went to bed, but got rudely awoken by my father, who dragged me out of the house, and I was terrified and half asleep. I had no reason to be terrified though, as he was carrying me to the car to drop me off at my grandmother's house, as my mother was going to give birth to my sister any minute now. He carried me so that my head was on his shoulder, and I could see behind us, and I saw something sitting on the staircase behind us. I think it was Nathan, and he had a kind of dead look on his face. No emotion whatsoever. I obviously got scared, but didn't think too much of it, and the next day I ignored it, thinking I was sleeping when I saw it. I didn't see much of Nathan after that, and we didn't really play anymore. But weirdly, sometimes I saw him in one of the corners of the square, just staring at me. A few months after my sister's birth, we moved houses, as we needed a bigger one because our family had grown, and since then I've never seen Nathan. In fact, no one has seen him. I never got to go to Nathan's house, which is pretty odd, but at the time, being so young, I didn't think too much about it. And the reason why I decided to share this weird story now is that I asked my parents if they remembered Nathan from our old house when I was a kid, and they just both laughed at me. They said that I had quite the imagination, claiming that Nathan was my imaginary friend. But he wasn't an imaginary friend. I could touch him, fight with him, do human things with him, but apparently my parents never saw him. Not once. During the whole year we played with each other, and that sends chills down my spines every time I think about it. It all started earlier in the year. It was the beginning of the year, and I was pretty excited to start the new year off as a fresh new person. As a lot of other teenagers do, I struggled with many problems such as depression and questioning my sexuality. It was just recently that I accepted myself as gay and thought that now accepting myself for who I was, I would finally be able to be happy and free. I had heard of this app called Grindr that gay and bisexual men used for hookups and for long-term relationships. It connected you to local people who lived within a 50-mile radius from you. I had heard many things about this app, such as how it was filled with horny and thirsty men who were looking for anyone to bang. I decided that I should probably stay away from it, but unfortunately, curiosity got the best of me. I created an account that I filled with general information, as well that I was new to the app, hoping people wouldn't be so rude to me. I had to falsify my age, however, since I was 16 and this was an 18+ app. After entering the last bit of information and uploading a picture of me, I was finally able to log on and see the many guys that were on the app, all searching for similar things. It wasn't long before I had my notification blasting with new messages from many guys. Guys, varying from the ages of 18 to 58, were messaging me and asking me if I was down to hook up or would be willing to do a friends with benefits relationship with them. I kindly rejected all of them and decided to go to sleep. The next morning, I awoke to over 50 messages that all said the same thing. Down to fuck? I scrolled through them all, and one message in particular caught my attention. It was from a man named Ryan. Unlike all the other guys in the app, he seemed rather polite and respectful. "Hi there, how are you? My name is Ryan, and you are?" he asked. I replied with my name, and within 10 minutes he replied back and told me that he noticed that I was new here, so he decided to be a gentleman and give me a warm welcome. We talked for a while, and I got to know him as well as him getting to know me. Ryan was 32. He was very polite and handsome as well. He graduated from Harvard University and then Drexel University College of Medicine. He moved from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to Long Beach, California to complete his hospital residency so that he could become an official pediatrician. He seemed like a great guy who I could learn so much from, so after speaking for a while, we exchanged numbers so that we could keep in contact more often. I trusted him. Our newfound relationship was going great. He wasn't like those other men looking for one-night stands. He was just looking for a friend. He was super polite and respectful, and he didn't mind me being underage. He said it was fine for us to speak since it was just a friendship and not anything intimate. I wanted to meet him, so I proposed the idea of meeting him for a cup of coffee at the nearest Starbucks. He liked the idea, and so we set to meet up at 3 p.m. the following day. I got there about 10 minutes earlier than the time set so that I could save us my favourite seats so that we were located in the back of the shop. It was 3:15 and he still hadn't arrived. I came to the conclusion that he probably forgot, and so I made my way out of the shop, but as I was leaving, looking down at my phone, I bumped into someone and looked up. It was Ryan. "I'm so sorry for being late. I had to help out my neighbour switch out a flat tyre for a new one." He said this as he was deeply looking into my eyes. "Oh, it's fine. I thought you forgot, so I was just on my way out. Let's take a seat and order, shall we?" I asked. We sat back, sipping on our lattes as we spoke about one another more and more. I couldn't help but blush by his kind comments, and I was surprised to see him grab my hand and hold it tight. He was getting ready to lean in to kiss me, but I immediately stopped him. I didn't want him to get the wrong idea, and so I told him that I wanted to be nothing more than friends. Plus, it was illegal in the state of California for a minor to be doing anything intimate with someone 18 and above. But when I said this, it seemed to bother and upset him. He let go of my hand, got up, and just walked out. 3 hours later, I received a text message from him. He apologized for making a move and told me he understood what I wanted and promised not to make a move again. I believed him, but looking back now, I was such a fool for believing him. A few months passed by without us speaking much, but then one day I got a message from him, which I suppose was his home address. "Meet me here. I have something to show you," he said. It seemed rather odd that out of nowhere he wanted to meet. However, being the ignorant teenager I was, and still am, I decided to meet him there. I had my mother drop me off, whom I told I was going to a friend's house. I got off and walked up to the porch. The house was an architectural masterpiece, and it was really stylish. It was obviously an extremely expensive home. I knocked once, and soon the door opened with Ryan smiling in a dress shirt and dress slacks. I hate to admit it, but he really did look handsome. I was sort of enticed by his charming good looks, and when he asked me if I wanted to come in, I did it without hesitation. I was still wondering why he asked me to meet him here, and so I asked him, "What a beautiful home you have here, Ryan. I'm confused though. Why did you want me to come here?" I asked. The last time we met up, it didn't end so well. I didn't really present myself as the true guy I really am, so I wanted to make it up to you. "Come on, take a seat. I made dinner for us," he calmly said. I took a seat, as I didn't want to be rude. The table wasn't small, but it wasn't huge either. It sat 4 people, so I sat facing him. He brought out 2 plates, one for me and one for him, as well as a bottle of red wine. He grabbed 2 wine glasses and filled them up. I don't drink, Ryan. I'm underage and don't want to get in trouble," I said nervously. "Don't worry, 1 glass won't get you drunk. Plus, it's wine. No one will know. It's alright," he said as he poured me a glass in the kitchen. I thought I had nothing to worry about, and so we had dinner. I was surprised that he cooked well, and I was even more surprised that I enjoyed the glass of wine. It wasn't so bad, I thought. After dinner, we sat down and talked about grades and such. But I began to feel a bit dizzy and disorientated, so I got up and told him I wasn't feeling well and that I had to go home. As I was making my way out the door, he grabbed me and dragged me back into a bedroom, which I suppose was his, and that's all I remember from that point. After that, I remember waking up in a bed next to him. It was early morning, and I was scared, shaking, and choking on tears as I tried to remember what happened. I was stripped of all of my clothes, and so was he. I scrambled to get dressed and ran out the door, not looking behind even once. I ran home, and using the spare key my mother keeps under the mat, I quietly walked in and walked to my room where I laid on my bed. I just laid there, contemplating what the fuck happened last night. I never went to the police to report what happened with Ryan. I was too ashamed to admit that I was a victim of rape, possibly. I just kept it all to myself. I didn't tell anyone, ever. I felt like an idiot, like a fool for believing him, for trusting him and all that. I was also afraid of what he would have done if he found out that I turned him into the police. I deleted and blocked his number. Now, 7 months later, I still have nightmares of what Ryan did. I still receive messages and calls from unknown numbers who I know are from him. I answered his call one time after the incident, and he confessed to drugging my wine glass when he was pouring it in the kitchen. He taunted me and tormented me about how much fun he had taking my innocence. I have since deleted Grindr, and I have decided to learn my lesson. Never give your full trust to anyone you meet online, as there are sick people out there. People who want to take advantage of you to fulfill their sick needs. Online, you can never truly know anyone's intentions. I'm not too sure how to write this out. It's been 2 years since the incident occurred, and I'm still visiting a psychiatrist twice a week, and under some different antidepressants to keep my school and social life from coming to a dead stop. This is a story about how, unlike most stories I've read about the deep web, I was not openly stalked or tormented by some deranged rapist or murderer that I ended up stumbling upon. Instead, this is a story about how I was purposefully saved by one, but also given a very dangerous warning as a punishment. I won't give you my name, well, my real name anyway. For this, I'll call myself Violet. At the time this happened, I was 18 and getting ready to start college in a different state from my home. Now, I was always a very shy and seclusive girl, so reading and playing video games are my go-to to keep me stimulated. My parents, being strict Catholics, were no help either. So, I was very sheltered and had only a few friends and my pet cat for company. This was the last week of summer before I had to move off from school, and my best friend invited me over for a get-together of movies, games, and surfing the internet. I brought my laptop along, as hers was getting repaired at the shop. As we glanced around funny videos and laughed ourselves silly, my best friend, her name's Mira, decided that it would be an interesting adventure to pursue the deep web or the dark net. Now, I'm a paranoid person, and I'm no stranger to those stories about how the minute you get on the deep web, the predatory creeps that are regulars there are immediately on your tail and destroy your life entirely, even with that protective safeware that's supposed to keep you untrackable. But Mira reassured me that her boyfriend goes on there a lot and that there can be some interesting things to look at, like private old historical documents and classified UFO information, which she knew that I was interested in. Before I could even get a word in edgewise, she grabbed my laptop from me and began attempting to get the software on and look for the hidden wiki, as she called it. Well, I protested, of course, but I'll admit it. The thought of reading secret government information that they didn't want you to know about is a bit exciting, to say the least. It almost makes me forget about the child porn and the smut films that literally blanketed the majority of it. Almost, anyway. Fortunately, we didn't stumble upon any of the latter. As we pursued through the links, we were actually lucky and didn't run into anything extremely horrifying. We did end up accidentally clicking on a really screwed up cult website, but we managed to backtrack just before we saw anything too terrible. Before I knew it, my mum called and I had to go home, and so I said my goodbyes and told her that I would text her before I got home to let her know I was safe. As I got settled into my comfy room, with my cat pressed against my leg as she slept, I realized that I had left the hidden wiki still up. Out of curiosity, and as we didn't find any historical classified documents through the last search, I decided that I would attempt another go at it. I was a little comfortable now, able to go through and not be too wary about seeing something disgusting or disturbing. A chat box popped up a few seconds after my fourth link click. A message appeared. Good evening. I swear that I did, in fact, shit a brick from this. For a moment, I was stunned. All I could think about is every single story I had ever heard on Reddit or creepypasta. I was going to be raped, family butchered, and then left somewhere in a dark, cold warehouse to die. Fuck, I thought. Another message. It's alright. I can wait for a reply, or not, if you want. I could imagine this being a little terrifying for you. Take your time. Well, for my future murderer, they're certainly polite, I thought, now surprised by the well-manners displayed before me. Without understanding why, I began to type. Who are you? Yeah, I know, great reply. The person on the other end immediately began to type. Their username was a mixture of numbers, nothing obvious or anything really. Anonymous, that's definitely the word for it. They replied, just a lurker who stumbled upon a newcomer. You're lucky I'm not one of those sick fucks on the kiddie porn sites. I was silent at that, and then I received another message. I imagine that's not very funny to someone as kind and innocent as you. That's okay. It's better to have more people like you in this twisted world. Much better. Alright, either I'm hallucinating this entire experience, or I'm about to go headfirst into some Tumblr fangirl's demented creepypasta fanfiction. I prefer hallucinating, to be honest. I shook a little and typed again. You don't know anything about me, and the fact that you're so polite, I don't get that. They typed back immediately, and I waited. Would you rather I look up your IP address and send you creepy threats while hacking your information? It can take a bit, but I can do that too. No thanks. I'm not insulting you. I'm just surprised, to be honest. And I can understand, but not all of us are perverted animals on here. Some of us have our pleasures, but we also have etiquette. I was about to type again when they continued onward. Now, Violet. My face paled. This is a place where you shouldn't be. Not to sound like a chiding parent, but you are a vulnerable young girl. You may as well be a large thick steak hanging from a string right now. You're lucky I found you before others did. With shuddering hands, I typed back. Others? What would the others do? We both know what they would do, Violet. And I knew that this person was right. The thoughts had flashed in my head only minutes before. The user typed again. You have a cat? I blinked. Now, I can see how this person could have guessed or found my name. I'm highly sure they traced my router or IP address or something to that effect. But even on my social media, which I really don't have, just a very private Facebook, I never really brought up that I had a cat. It was only until that very second that I realized that my tabby had just climbed up onto my lap, and if I were on a Skype call, that my webcam would be able to see her perfectly. My blood ran cold. Well, you can certainly see her, can't you? I tried to be cool, but I was screaming on the inside. That I can. She's cute. I have a long-haired one myself. I apologize, but this is my way of showing that hacking, it really isn't as hard as everyone says. I'm not the best, but if somebody like me can easily see how you look and what your life looks like, imagine what others could do. You look like a very smart, very bright girl with a future ahead of you. Don't fuck this chance up. Close out and clean out everything on your laptop. Start fresh and never come back here. It's better for you. Why are you doing this? Why are you helping me? That took some time to type after I read his wall of a response, but as I shuddered and stroked my cat's fur to relax my heartbeat, I could feel their eyes watching me from the screen. Pity. That's what I felt from them. Just pity. You could probably also call it a white knight syndrome. I can't help but melt at a genuinely kind and pretty face sometimes, and a cat lover. Cat lovers are hard to come by. Well, I suppose so. Thank you for the info, I mean. No problem. Now, please do what I said. I'll even help you out a bit. That put me off. I really began to wonder how much control this person had over my computer. They typed before I could respond. However, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to punish you for treading into a place you really shouldn't be. That's when I shit a brick again. I tried to type, but nothing appeared. Relax. Nothing physical against you or your family or your cute cat. Just a little warning to show you how dangerous this place really is. It will see on my words of advice, so to speak. You'll understand. I tried to type again, and this time it worked. You won't hurt me? I won't lay a hand on you, was the response. What choice did I have? I just shakily looked up at my webcam, red light still bright as ever, and gave a nod. Not sure why I chose that as a response, but it just felt right. Good. Glad we understand each other. Good night, Violet. I decided to type once more. I suppose I should tell you to have a good night too. I'm glad that I didn't run into any monsters on here. There was a pause, and I got their last reply of the night. Who says that I'm not one of those worst kind of monsters? And with that, the chat box, it just disappeared, as did the webpage. I closed everything out and I did as I was told. Afterwards, without another thought, I went to bed. I woke up to my mother shaking me. She looked very concerned. What? Did I do something wrong? I managed to groan. My mother only furrowed her brow. Hun, when was the last time you saw Mira? I was now awake the moment I heard my best friend's name. Apparently, Mira disappeared last night shortly after I'd left. Her parents thought that she had left with me, but the apparent disarray in her room and parts of the hallway made it clear that there was a struggle and she was dragged out of the house. Part of me knew that the stranger that I spoke to had something to do with this. I just knew. My mother and Mira's parents and even the police asked me questions regarding her disappearance, and I told them I knew nothing. I didn't want to tell them about the deep web. I just couldn't. Not even for my friend. For now, part of me began to fear for my own life, and another part, it already knew that they would not like what they found if I told them where to look for Mira. My fears were confirmed when I received an email with a file attachment. It was sent with an email address that looked like a throwaway account, and the subject being one word: Mira. I won't tell you what I saw in that attachment. If I do, my anxiety will flare into a full breakdown and the images will burn back into my brain. All I can tell you is that Mira is very much dead. She, or what's left of her, isn't coming back. In the email body, there was a 4-word question, one that will haunt me until the day I die with survivor's guilt. Do you understand now? I don't think I ever will. I'll never understand how somebody could save me from a fate that fell on my friend, a fate that they committed. How could a monster decide to devour one but spare the other? No, I think I do understand. It was because they felt like it. For 5 years, I was the only 911 dispatcher in a region of remote Alaska, which was roughly the size of the state of Oregon. I was employed by the biggest town on the Delta, called a city by its 6,000 residents, but our dispatch office was also responsible for answering any emergency calls in the area once the Alaska State Trooper post in town closed for the night. As unusual as a 911 office is under normal conditions, 911 in Bush, Alaska beats it all. However, the incident I'm about to share was not sparked by one of these calls, but by a strange visitor. The dispatch office in which I worked was directly behind the public lobby at the police station. We had a large bulletproof window in the wall, through which we would communicate with the members of the public who came in for assistance, to pay fines or request reports, etc. This particular night was a deadly slow blizzardy shift, with sideways blowing snow, wind chills down to minus 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and literally nothing happening. As was usual, I was on shift with 2 officers, and the 3 of us basically dedicated the night to getting caught up on paperwork. By 1 AM, I had finished all the routine tasks that I could think of, and was just settling down to a rousing remainder of the shift completing crossword puzzles, playing Spider Solitaire, and being ready to answer a phone that had not rung for hours. Fortunately, we had a chief of police that only required us to be on station and awake. Once our paperwork was done, we were free to do whatever we needed to do in order to occupy us until the next call came in. We could not leave 911 unattended, and the officers were always willing to sit in while we hurried across the hall to the bathroom or outside for a few moments. I buzzed down to the squad room and asked if someone could come up and cover for me. Sergeant A agreed happily, and I soon heard her footsteps coming up the long connecting hallway. She popped her head in the back door and I went out the front, opened the door to the lobby and grabbed my coat and went outside. It was bitter but invigorating, and I lit a cigarette, prepared to shiver it out. We always left the connecting doors open, so I could run back and take over any incoming calls. The station was built on stilts to keep it off from the permafrost, so the front door was either reached by a flight of 10 metal steps to the right of the door or a disabled access ramp to the left. There was a landing connecting the ramp and the steps, and the main front door opened off of this. I had gone down the ramp a little way to get out from under the roof and to try and get a better look at the sky. Suddenly, I heard Sergeant A give a little gasp and call my name. I went back up the ramp to the door and called in, not wanting to crush my butt unless I needed to. She came to the lobby door, asking if I'd been standing on the landing just now. I told her no, I was down the ramp. She told me that she had glanced up to the monitor that showed the view from the front door security camera, and that there was someone standing at the door, peering into the lobby. This person was shorter than I, which is unusual since I'm only 5'2". The person was much thinner and wearing a jacket with a hood up over their head. I don't own any coats like this. It wasn't me, and there's no one out there except me, I assured her. We both shook our heads. I finished my smoke and we went back into the office. She was showing me where she had been standing when she looked at the monitor and pointed up at it. There! Just like that! I looked up and, sure enough, there it was. A short, thin figure in a hoodie, staring into the lobby from outside of the front door. Sergeant A ran out of the office, threw open the lobby door and ran across to the front door. On the security camera, I could see the figure until the moment Sergeant A's back intervened. Of course, there was no one on the landing when she opened the outer door. She stepped out, looked all around, bent over to inspect the snow by the door, then came back inside, puzzled. I watched the monitor closely, but nothing appeared at the front door. Sergeant A closed the door to the lobby, returned to the dispatch office, and the two of us just stood staring at the monitor for a long time. And nothing. "Did you hear any cars?" I asked. "No," she said, trailing off as she seemed to catch my meaning. "Hang on." She bolted down the long hall to the squad room, then out the squad door to her unit. She radioed in as though it was just the beginning of a patrol round, and I responded likewise. She drove up and down the street in front of the station, around the station, on the back streets near the station, through the parking lots for at least 5 blocks in every direction, and never made a flicker on the monitor. No vehicle lights could have caused that figure to appear just there. She finished her patrol and came back to the station. She left her unit parked outside the front door, where it formed a better backdrop for the security camera. Not 5 minutes after she stamped in, the figure, it was back, staring into the lobby yet again. I hollered for her, and both officers came running up the hallway. The other officer ran into dispatch, where he could see the figure for a few seconds before Sergeant A's back obliterated the sight. But again, no one was there, and no footprints in the snow. But 3 of us, 2 cops and a dispatch supervisor, had definitely seen this thing. None of us spook easily. I mean, we couldn't do these jobs for very long if we did, but we were spooked that night. Officer C soon went back to his desk, but Sergeant A and I took turns staring at the monitor, and opening and closing doors, windows, turning lights and computer screens, anything that might resembly explain what 3 sober adults had clearly seen. But nothing made the figure appear again. Finally exhausting all possible experiments, we shrugged and each went back to our desks. I kept glancing at the monitor, but no hooded figure, not for an hour or so. I took one call from someone who complained they had paid a bootlegger $70 for a bottle of whiskey and never got the bottle. This was a standard call, and it happened 7 or 8 times a month. The town I was in was known as moist, meaning adults could airship in 15 pints of hard liquor a month, but selling liquor in town was against the law. Of course, this worked as well as prohibition ever did, meaning not at all. I patiently explained that buying booze in town was a crime and that police could not help citizens commit a crime. The caller was not willing to press charges. I mean, they never were, and I learned not to bother asking. As I was going through this, I glanced up at the monitor, and I saw the figure again. This time, it was leaning toward the door with hands seemingly cupped to either side of its face, the way you do to reduce the glare in a bright window. I told the caller that I would not be sending a cop and hung up on the furious cursing this answer always triggered, and I hollered for Sergeant A. I heard the footsteps coming up the hallway again, but this time, slowly. I heard them, and then nothing. I moved back to where I could look down the hallway. It was empty. There was nowhere for anyone to go in that hallway, unless they went out of the squad door, and that hadn't happened. Then Sergeant A appeared at the far end, in the squad room, and called out to me, "Hey C, B said you hollered." It was back, but it's gone again. She came up the hallway, and I realized that the first footsteps, the ones that stopped, were too light and shuffled too much to be the sergeant's. I told her about those footsteps, and she caught and held my gaze for a long minute. This really unnerved me. Cops looking that way can do that, even when you work right beside them. "Have you heard these before?" There was a note in her voice that made me realize that something serious was happening here. "I have, but always on windy, blowy nights. I just figured that something in this old rotten building was banging around and getting ready to fall off or something." Of course, that wasn't what my trainer had told me. The sergeant, who had been hired after my trainer left, had not heard the story, so I filled her in. Apparently, the holding cells in the first police station, the older part, were back where the squad room is now. Once they built the jail, they pulled out the cells and made it into your office, but for a long time, prisoners were held back there. Some of them died back there too. Drunks aspirating their own vomit, internal injuries that went unreported until someone passed out or began bleeding from an orifice or another, and quite probably some cowboy cop who went off on some frequent flyer once too many times upside the head. Anyway, there were deaths in the building. Right after the cells were removed, people alone in the front of the building would hear those quiet, shuffling footsteps coming up the hallway, stopping at the water cooler, and when the person looked down the hallway, there was nothing there. My trainer told me that he had heard them some dozen times, always on midnight shifts, always when he was alone up here, and always exactly the same. And you've heard them before. It wasn't a question. I have. How many times I told myself it's the pipes or the wind or the bloody permafrost creeping up the floors, I don't know. But I heard it. She visibly relaxed. Thank you. Covering for you the other night, I heard them. You were out front and C was on the street and those footsteps came right up to the cooler. I thought I was losing my mind. C's been here longer than either of us. Let's ask him. No. This isn't the kind of thing you ask about. Not another cop, especially one that might feel obligated to write it up on his daily report or something. I understood this. Many nights I had seen and heard cops going on about the daily report and what would be in it, what would or should be left out, and this was the kind of thing a cop like C would feel obligated to report. He was one of those by-the-book kinds. But he did see it earlier, when you both came up. He stopped and watched the monitor while you went out. I asked him back in the squad room, and he said he didn't get a good look at anything before I blocked the camera. We both knew that would be his official position, and that we were wasting our time trying to get confirmation from him. She stayed around dispatch for a while, bringing her paperwork up to work at the spare desk, which had the best view of the security monitor. I busied myself with crossword puzzles, glancing up from time to time. The door locked normal each time I raised my eyes. Suddenly, Sergeant A threw down her papers and snorted, "I can't stand this. Drunks with guns I can handle. Ghosts in the window? I can't handle this." She had just finished this sentence when the footsteps came up the hallway again. We shot to the office door and watched an empty hallway remain empty. And that's shit. Fuck this. She unhooked the pepper canister from her belt, aimed it down the hallway and let loose a burst. I winced and drew back. Pepper spray was a constant around here, as officers frequently tested their cans, came back to the station reeking of blowback spray, or just messed around with it, spraying each other's coffee cups or dinners. The stinging and burning odour drifted into the office, and I waved papers at it as my eyes filled and watered. I stumbled over to the windows and threw them wide open, letting in lots of 45-degree wind and snow. But it cleared the pepper spray, and I stood there a moment, breathing real air. Suddenly, I caught sight of a cop car the sergeant had left out front. There were handprints on the rear window, just where they would have been if an officer had positioned someone there to pat them down. I showed them to Sergeant A, who just stared, and then called for Officer C, who came up. He stared at the handprints for a moment, then turned away from the window with a shrug. "Someone looking to see you if you're in the car?" he muttered. "Someone? Out there? On a night like this?" she asked, frustration and disbelief in her voice. I dug out the spare camera that was kept charging in the dispatch office and handed it to her. "Pics?" I suggested. She nodded and headed out to the car. I saw the flash reflecting from the snowflakes as she shot frame after frame. Officer C watched her the whole time, not saying a word. I turned to him and asked, "When you saw that guy at the door in the monitor, was he wearing gloves? Could he have even left those handprints?" Officer C shook his head. "Didn't see anyone out there." Then, in an almost inaudible voice, he added, "I never see anyone out there." He turned and left dispatch. Sergeant A came through with the camera, indicated that she was going to process the pics, and went down the hallway. More time passed without incident. Then, Sergeant A brought me the camera and showed me 2 pictures of the handprints. At least they were real enough to show up on the film, unlike everything else that was happening. I was just about to say this when the 911 screen lit up with its usual blaring siren, and I was taking the report of a fire downtown. Normal routine kicked in, normal for emergency services anyway, and I soon had cops on the way, the firefighters out of bed and into their rigs, and answered the other 22 callers that all thought that they were the only one to see the fire. Prints, footsteps and visitors were completely forgotten about, until I got to work the following night and found a note from the chief. He asked me to hang around and see him after my shift ended the following morning. Nothing out of the ordinary, this happened every so often. but when I went into his office, I saw the handprint photos on the desk right away. He asked me directly what I had seen and heard 2 nights before. I told him and added the other occurrences and the stories that B had told me. The chief sighed and leaned back into his chair. I figured it was that again. Every so often, these things happen around here. Everyone is driven around, trying to make the headlights show on the monitor. People have set tripwires in the hallway. This was the first time anyone pepper sprayed that ghost, though. His voice trailed off. Let's hope it's the last then, hey? I tried a small bit of humour. Bad idea. It would not be a good idea for the citizens to know that their police station has undocumented residents, he sharply said. I nodded quickly. Working for the police was uncomfortable enough way out there, where cops were frequently seen as the enemy. I didn't need my boss on my back. They'll never hear it from me, I said, and meant it. That is, until I sat down to type this report. That was over 10 years ago, and 4,000 miles away. Late night musings frequently take me back there, and it leaves me wondering just how many times that station has been visited by hooded figures that leave handprints and walk with shuffled feet.